Beyond the Bayou by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. The bayou curved like a crescent around the point of land on which La Folle's cabin stood. Between the stream and the hut lay a big abandoned field, where cattle were pastured when the bayou supplied them with water enough. Through the woods that spread back into unknown regions, the woman had drawn an imaginary line, and past the circle she never stepped. This was the form of her only mania. She was now a large, gaunt, black woman, past 35. Her real name was Jacqueline, but everyone on the plantation called her La Folle because in childhood she had been frightened, literally, out of her senses, and had never wholly regained them. It was when there had been skirmishing and sharpshooting all day in the woods. Evening was near when Petit Maître, black with powder and crimson with blood, had staggered into the cabin of Jacqueline's mother, his pursuers close at his heels. The sight had stunned her childish reason. She dwelt alone in her solitary cabin, for the rest of the quarters had long since been removed beyond her sight and knowledge. She had more physical strength than most men, and made her patch of cotton and corn and tobacco like the best of them. But of the world beyond the bayou she had long known nothing, save what her morbid fancy conceived. People at Bellissime had grown used to her and her way, and they thought nothing of it. Even when old Miss died, they did not wonder that La Folle had not crossed the bayou, but had stood upon her side of it, wailing and lamenting. Petit Maître was now the owner of Bellissime. He was a middle-aged man, with a family of beautiful daughters about him, and a little son whom La Folle loved as if he had been her own. She called him Chéri, and so did everyone else because she did. None of the girls had ever been to her what Chéri was. They had each and all loved to be with her, and to listen to her wondrous stories of things that always happened yonder beyond the bayou. But none of them had stroked her black hand quite as Chéri did, nor rested their heads against her knees so confidingly, nor fallen asleep in her arms as he used to do. For Chéri hardly did such things now, since he had become the proud possessor of a gun, and had had his black curls cut off. That summer, the summer Chéri gave La Folle 2 black curls tied with a knot of red ribbon, the water ran so low in the bayou that even the little children of Bellissime were able to cross it on foot, and the cattle were sent to pasture down by the river. La Folle was sorry when they were gone, for she loved these dumb companions well, and liked to feel that they were there and to hear them browsing by night up to her own enclosure. It was Saturday afternoon, when the fields were deserted. The men had flocked to a neighboring village to do their week's trading, and the women were occupied with household affairs. La Folle as well as the others. It was then she mended and washed her handful of clothes, scoured her house, and did her baking. In this last employment she never forgot Chéri. Today she had fashioned croquignoles of the most fantastic and alluring shapes for him. So when she saw the boy come trudging across the old field with his gleaming little new rifle on his shoulder, she called out gaily to him, "Chéri! Chéri!" But Chéri did not need the summons, for he was coming straight to her, his pockets all bulged out with almonds and raisins, and an orange that he had secured for her from the very fine dinner which had been given that day up at his father's house. He was a sunny-faced youngster of 10. When he had emptied his pockets, La Folle patted his round red cheek, wiped his soiled hands on her apron, and smoothed his hair. Then she watched him as, with his cakes in his hand, he crossed her strip of cotton back of the cabin and disappeared into the wood. He had boasted of things he was going to do with his gun out there. "You think they got plenty deer in the wood, La Folle?" he had inquired, with the calculating air of an experienced hunter. "Non, non," the woman laughed. "Don't you look for no deer, Chérie. That's too big. But you bring La Folle one good fat squirrel for her dinner tomorrow, and she gon' be satisfied." "One squirrel ain't a bite. I'll bring you mo', and one, La Folle," he had boasted pompously as he went away. When the woman, an hour later, heard the report of the boy's rifle close to the wood's edge, she would have thought nothing of it if a sharp cry of distress had not followed the sound. She withdrew her arms from the tub of suds in which they had been plunged, dried them upon her apron, and as quickly as her trembling limbs would bear her, hurried to the spot whence the ominous report had come. It was as she feared. There she found Chéri stretched upon the ground, with his rifle beside him. He moaned piteously. "I'm dead, La Folle. I'm dead. I'm gone." "Non, non," she exclaimed resolutely, as she knelt beside him. "Put your arm round La Folle's neck, Chéri. That's nothin'. That's gonna be nothin'." She lifted him in her powerful arms. Chéri had carried his gun muzzle downward. He had stumbled. He did not know how. He only knew that he had a ball lodged somewhere in his leg, and he thought that his end was at hand. Now, with his head upon the woman's shoulder, he moaned and wept with pain and fright. "Oh, La Folle! Oh, La Folle! It hurts so bad. I can't stand it, La Folle." "Don't cry, mon bébé. Mon bébé. Mon chéri." The woman spoke soothingly as she covered the ground with long strides. "La Folle goin' mind you. Doctor Bonfils goin' come make mon chéri well again." She had reached the abandoned field. As she crossed it with her precious burden, she looked constantly and restlessly from side to side. A terrible fear was upon her, the fear of the world beyond the bayou, the morbid and insane dread she had been under since childhood. When she was at the bayou's edge, she stood there, and shouted for help as if a life depended upon it. "Oh, petit maître! Petit maître! Venez donc! Au secours! Au secours!" No voice responded. Chéri's hot tears were scalding her neck. She called for each and every one upon the place, and still no answer came. She shouted, she wailed, but whether her voice remained unheard or unheeded, no reply came to her frenzied cries. And all the while, Chéri moaned and wept and entreated to be taken home to his mother. La Folle gave a last despairing look around her. Extreme terror was upon her. She clasped the child close against her breast, where he could feel her heart beat like a muffled hammer. Then, shutting her eyes, she ran suddenly down the shallow bank of the bayou and never stopped till she had climbed the opposite shore. She stood there quivering an instant as she opened her eyes. Then she plunged into the footpath through the trees. She spoke no more to Chéri, but muttered constantly, "Bon Dieu, ayez pitié La Folle! Bon Dieu, ayez pitié moi!" Instinct seemed to guide her. When the pathway spread clear and smooth enough before her, she again closed her eyes tightly against the sight of that unknown and terrifying world. A child, playing in some weeds, caught sight of her as she neared the quarters. The little one uttered a cry of dismay. "La Folle!" she screamed in her piercing treble. "La Folle done cross the bayou!" Quickly the cry passed down the line of cabins. "Yonda, La Folle done cross the bayou!" Children, old men, old women, young ones with infants in their arms, flocked to doors and windows to see this awe-inspiring spectacle. Most of them shuddered with superstitious dread of what it might portend. "She totin' Cherie," some of them shouted. Some of the more daring gathered about her and followed at her heels, only to fall back with new terror when she turned her distorted face upon them. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the saliva had gathered in a white foam on her black lips. Someone had run ahead of her to where Petit Maître sat with his family and guests upon the gallery. "Petit Maître, La Folle done cross the bayou. Look her yonder, toting Cherie." The startling intimation was the first which they had of the woman's approach. She was now near at hand. She walked with long strides. Her eyes were fixed desperately before her, and she breathed heavily, as a tired ox. At the foot of the stairway, which she could not have mounted, she laid the boy in his father's arms. Then the world that had looked red to La Folle suddenly turned black, like that day she had seen powder and blood. She reeled for an instant. Before a sustaining arm could reach her, she fell heavily to the ground. When La Folle regained consciousness, she was at home again, in her own cabin, and upon her own bed. The moon rays, streaming in through the open door and windows, gave what light was needed to the old black mammy, who stood at the table, concocting a tisane of fragrant herbs. It was very late. Others who had come, and found that the stupor clung to her, had gone again. Petit Maître had been there, and with him Doctor Bonfils, who said that La Folle might die. But death had passed her by. The voice was very clear and steady, with which she spoke to Tante Lisette, brewing her tisane there in a corner. "If you will give me one good drink tisane, Tante Lisette, I believe I'm gonna sleep, me." And she did sleep, so soundly, so healthfully, that old Lisette, without compunction, stole softly away, to creep back through the moonlit fields to her own cabin in the new quarters. The first touch of the cool grey morning awoke La Folle. She arose calmly, as if no tempest had shaken and threatened her existence but yesterday. She donned her new blue cottonade and white apron, for she remembered that this was Sunday. When she had made for herself a cup of strong black coffee, and drunk it with relish, she quitted the cabin and walked across the old familiar field to the bayou's edge again. She did not stop there as she had always done before, but crossed with a long, steady stride, as if she had done this all her life. When she had made her way through the brush and scrub cottonwood trees that lined the opposite bank, she found herself upon the border of a field where the white, bursting cotton, with the dew upon it, gleamed for acres and acres like frosted silver in the early dawn. La Folle drew a long, deep breath as she gazed across the country. She walked slowly and uncertainly, like one who hardly knows how, looking about her as she went. The cabins, that yesterday had sent a clamor of voices to pursue her, were quiet now. No one was yet astir at Bellissime. Only the birds that darted here and there from hedges were awake, and singing their matins. When La Folle came to the broad stretch of velvety lawn that surrounded the house, she moved slowly and with delight over the springy turf, that was delicious beneath her tread. She stopped to find whence came those perfumes that were assailing her senses with memories from a time far gone. There they were, stealing up to her from the thousand blue violets that peeped out from green, luxuriant beds. There they were, showering down from the big waxen bells of the magnolias far above her head, and from the jessamine clumps around her. There were roses, too, without number. To right and left, palms spread in broad and graceful curves. It all looked like enchantment beneath the sparkling sheen of dew. When La Folle had slowly and cautiously mounted the many steps that led up to the veranda, She turned to look back at the perilous ascent she had made. Then she caught sight of the river, bending like a silver bow at the foot of Bellissime. Exultation possessed her soul. La Folle rapped softly upon a door near at hand. Chéri's mother soon cautiously opened it. Quickly and cleverly she dissembled the astonishment she felt at seeing La Folle. "Ah, La Folle! It is you so early?" "Oui, madame. I come ax how my poor little Chéri do this morning." "He is feeling easier, thank you, La Folle. Dr. Bonfils says it will be nothing serious. He's sleeping now. Will you come back when he awakes?" "No, madame. I'm going to wait here till Chéri wake up." La Folle seated herself upon the topmost step of the veranda. A look of wonder and deep content crept into her face as she watched for the first time the sun rise upon the beautiful world beyond the bayou. End of Beyond the Bayou. This recording is in the public domain.
The Canvasser's Tale by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Canvasser's Tale by Mark Twain. Poor sad-eyed stranger! There was that about his humble mien, his tired look, his decayed gentility clothes, that almost reached the mustard seed of charity that still remained remote and lonely in the empty vastness of my heart. Notwithstanding, I observed a portfolio under his arm, and said to myself, "Behold, Providence hath delivered his servant into the hands of another canvasser." Well, these people always get one interested. Before I knew how it came about, this one was telling me his history, and I was all attention and sympathy. He told it something like this. My parents died, alas, when I was a little sinless child. My uncle Ithuriel took me to his heart and reared me as his own. He was my only relative in the wide world, but he was good and rich and generous. He reared me in the lap of luxury. I knew no want that money could satisfy. In the fullness of time I was graduated, and went with two of my servants, my chamberlain and my valet, to travel in foreign countries. During 4 years I flitted upon careless wing amid the beauteous gardens of the distant Strand. If you will permit this form of speech in one whose tongue was ever attuned to poesy, and indeed I so speak with confidence as one unto his kind, for I perceive by your eyes that you too, sir, are gifted with the divine inflation. In those far lands I revelled in the ambrosial food that fructifies the soul, the mind, the heart. But of all things, that which most appealed to my inborn aesthetic taste was the prevailing custom there, among the rich, of making collections of elegant and costly rarities, dainty objects de vertu, and in an evil hour I tried to uplift my uncle Ithuriel to a plane of sympathy with this exquisite employment. I wrote and told him of one gentleman's vast collection of shells, another's noble collection of meerschaum pipes, another's elevating and refining collection of undecipherable autographs, another's priceless collection of old china, another's enchanting collection of postage stamps, and so forth and so on. Soon my letters yielded fruit. My uncle began to look about for something to make a collection of. You may know, perhaps, how fleetly a taste like this dilates. His soon became a raging fever, though I knew it not. He began to neglect his great pork business. Presently he wholly retired, and turned an elegant leisure into a rabid search for curious things. His wealth was vast, and he spared it not. First he tried cowbells. He made a collection of which filled 5 large salons, and comprehended all of the different sorts of cowbells that ever had been contrived, save one. That one, an antique and the only specimen extant, was possessed by another collector. My uncle offered enormous sums for it, but the gentleman would not sell. Doubtless you know what necessarily resulted. A true collector attaches no value to a collection that is not complete. His great heart breaks, he sells his hoard, he turns his mind to some field that seems unoccupied. Thus did my uncle. He next tried brickbats. After piling up a vast and intensely interesting collection, the former difficulty supervened. His great heart broke again. He sold out his soul's idol to the retired brewer who possessed the missing brick. Then he tried flint hatchets and other implements of primeval man, but by and by discovered that the factory where they were made was supplying other collectors as well as himself. He tried Aztec inscriptions and stuffed whales, another failure after incredible labor and expense. When his collection seemed at last perfect, a stuffed whale arrived from Greenland and an Aztec inscription from the Cundurango regions of Central America that made all former specimens insignificant. My uncle hastened to secure these noble gems. He got the stuffed whale, but another collector got the inscription. A real Cundurango, as possibly you know, is a possession of such supreme value that when once a collector gets it he will rather part with his family than with it. So my uncle sold out, and saw his darlings go forth, never more to return, and his coal-black hair turned white as snow in a single night. Now he waited and thought. He knew another disappointment might kill him. He was resolved that he would choose things next time that no other man was collecting. He carefully made up his mind, and once more entered the field, this time to make a collection of echoes. "Of what?" said I. "Echoes, sir. His first purchase was an echo in Georgia that repeated 4 times. His next was a 6 repeater in Maryland. His next was a 13 repeater in Maine. His next was a 9 repeater in Kansas. His next was a 12 repeater in Tennessee, which he got cheap, so to speak, because it was out of repair, a portion of the crag which reflected it having tumbled down. He believed he could repair it at a cost of a few $1,000s, and by increasing the elevation with masonry, treble the repeating capacity. But the architect who undertook the job had never built an echo before, and so he utterly spoiled this one. Before he meddled with it, it used to talk back like a mother-in-law, but now it was only fit for the deaf and dumb asylum. Well, next he bought a lot of cheap little double-barreled echoes, scattered around over various states and territories. He got them at 20% off by taking the lot. Next he bought a perfect Gatling gun of an echo in Oregon, and it cost a fortune, I can tell you. You may know, sir, that in the echo market the scale of prices is cumulative, like the carat scale in diamonds. In fact, the same phraseology is used. A single carat echo is worth but $10 over and above the value of the land it is on. A 2-carat or double-barreled echo is worthy of $30. A 5-carat is worth $950. A 10-carat is worth $13,000. My uncle's Oregon echo, which he called the Great Pitt Echo, was a 22-carat gem, and cost him $216,000. They threw the land in, for it was 400 miles from a settlement. Well, in the meantime my path was a path of roses. I was the accepted suitor of the only and lovely daughter of an English earl, and was beloved to distraction. In that dear presence I swam in seas of bliss. The family were content, for it was known that I was sole heir to an uncle held to be worth $5 millions. However, none of us knew that my uncle had become a collector, at least in anything more than a small way for aesthetic amusement. Now gathered the clouds above my unconscious head. That divine echo, since known throughout the world as the Great Kohinoor, or Mountain of Repetitions, was discovered. It was a 65-carat gem. You could utter a word and it would talk back at you for 15 minutes when the day was otherwise quiet. But behold, another fact came to light at the same time. Another echo collector was in the field. The two rushed to make the peerless purchase. The property consisted of a couple of small hills with a shallow swale between, out yonder among the back settlements of New York State. Both men arrived on the ground at the same time, and neither knew the other was there. The echo was not all owned by one man. A person by the name of Williamson Boulevard Jarvis owned the East Hill, and a person by the name of Harbison J. Bledsoe owned the West Hill. The swale between was the dividing line. So while my uncle was buying Jarvis's hill for $3,285,000, the other party was buying Bledsoe's hill for a shade over $3 million. Now do you perceive the natural result? Why, the noblest collection of echoes on earth was forever and ever incomplete, since it possessed but the one half of the king echo of the universe. Neither man was content with this divided ownership, yet neither would sell to the other. There were jawings and bickerings and heartburnings, and at last that other collector, with a malignity which only a collector can ever feel toward a man and a brother, proceeded to cut down his hill. You see, as long as he could not have the echo, he was resolved that nobody should have it. He would remove his hill, and then there would be nothing to reflect my uncle's echo. My uncle remonstrated with him, but the man said, "I own one end of this echo. I choose to kill my end. You must take care of your own end yourself." Well, my uncle got an injunction put on him. The other man appealed and fought it in a higher court. They carried it on up clear to the Supreme Court of the United States. It made no end of trouble there. Two of the judges believed that an echo was personal property because it was impalpable to sight and touch, and yet was purchasable, saleable, and consequently taxable. Two others believed that an echo was real estate because it was manifestly attached to the land and was not removable from place to place. Other of the judges contended that the echo was not property at all. It was finally decided that the echo was property, that the hills were property, that the two men were separate and independent owners of the two hills, but tenants in common in the echo. Therefore, defendant was at full liberty to cut down his hill, since it belonged solely to him, but must give bonds in $3,000,000 as indemnity for damages which might result to my uncle's half of the echo. This decision also debarred my uncle from using the defendant's hill to reflect his part of the echo without defendant's consent. He must use only his own hill. If his part of the echo would not go under these circumstances, it was sad, of course, but the court could find no remedy. The court also debarred defendant from using my uncle's hill to reflect his end of the echo without consent. You see the grand result. Neither man would give consent, and so that astonishing and most noble echo had to cease from its great powers, and since that day that magnificent property is tied up and unsaleable. A week before my wedding day, while I was still swimming in bliss, and the nobility were gathering from far and near to honor our espousals, came news of my uncle's death, and also a copy of his will, making me his sole heir. He was gone, alas! My dear benefactor was no more. The thought surcharges my heart even at this remote day. I handed the will to the Earl. I could not read it for the blinding tears. The Earl read it. Then he sternly said, "Sir, do you call this wealth? But doubtless you do in your inflated country. Sir, you are left sole heir to a vast collection of echoes, if a thing can be called a collection that is scattered far and wide over the huge length and breadth of the American continent. Sir, this is not all. You are head and ears in debt. There is not an echo in the lot but has a mortgage on it. Sir, I am not a hard man, but I must look to my child's interest. If you had but one echo which you could honestly call your own, if you had but one echo which was free from encumbrance, so that you could retire to it with my child, and by humble, painstaking industry cultivate and improve it, and thus wrest from it a maintenance, I would not say you nay. But I cannot marry my child to a beggar. Leave his side, my darling. Go, sir, take your mortgage-ridden echoes, and quit my sight forever." My noble Celestine clung to me in tears with loving arms, and swore she would willingly, nay, gladly marry me, though I had not an echo in the world. But it could not be. We were torn asunder, she to pine and die within the 12-month, I to toil life's long journey sad and alone, praying daily, hourly, for that release which shall join us together again in that dear realm where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest. Now, sir, if you will be so kind as to look at these maps and plans in my portfolio, I am sure I can sell you an echo for less money than any man in the trade. Now, this one, which cost my uncle $10 30 years ago, and is one of the sweetest things in Texas, I will let you have for—" "Let me interrupt you," I said. "My friend, I have not had a moment's respite from canvassers this day. I have bought a sewing machine which I did not want. I have bought a map which is mistaken in all its details. I have bought a clock which will not go. I've bought a moth poison which the moths prefer to any other beverage. I have bought no end of useless inventions, and now I have had enough of this foolishness. I would not have one of your echoes if you were to give it to me. I would not let it stay on the place. I always hate a man that tries to sell me echoes. You see this gun? Now take your collection and move on. Let us not have bloodshed." but he only smiled a sad, sweet smile and got out some more diagrams. You know the result perfectly well, because you know that when you have once opened the door to a canvasser, the trouble is done and you have got to suffer defeat. I compromised with this man at the end of an intolerable hour. I bought 2 double-barreled echoes in good condition, and he threw in another which he said was not saleable because it only spoke German. He said she was a perfect polyglot once, but somehow her palate got down. End of The Canvasser's Tale by Mark Twain.
A Christmas Fantasy with a Moral by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ferguson. A Christmas Fantasy with a Moral by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. Her name was Mildred Wentworth, and she lived on the slope of Beacon Hill, in one of those old-fashioned swell front houses which have the inestimable privilege of looking upon Boston Common. It was Christmas afternoon, and she had gone up to the Blue Room on the 4th floor in order to make a careful inspection in solitude of the various gifts that had been left in her slender stocking and at her bedside the previous night. Mildred was in some respect a very old child for her age, which she describes as being 7:30, and had a habit of spending hours alone in the large front chamber occupied by herself and the governess. This day the governess had gone to keep Christmas with her own family in South Boston, and it so chanced that Mildred had been left to dispose of her time as she pleased during the entire afternoon. She was well content to have the opportunity, for fortune had treated her magnificently, and it was deep satisfaction after the excitement of the morning to sit in the middle of that spacious room with its 3 windows overlooking the pearl-crusted trees in the common, and examine her treasures without any chance of interruption. The looms of Kashmir and the workshops of Germany, the patient Chinaman and the irresponsible polar bear, had alike contributed to those treasures. Among other articles was a small square box, covered with mottled paper and having an outlandish, mysterious aspect, as if it belonged to a magician. When you loosened the catch of this box, possibly supposing it to contain bonbons of a superior quality, there sprang forth a terrible little monster, with a drifting white beard like a snowstorm, round emerald green eyes, and a pessimistic expression of countenance generally, as though he had been reading Tolstoy or Schopenhauer. This abrupt personage, whose family name was Heliogabalus, was known for simplicity's sake as Jumping Jack, and though the explanation of the matter is beset with difficulties, it is not to be concealed that he held a higher place in the esteem of Miss Wentworth than any of her other possessions, not excluding a tall wax doll, fin de siècle, with a pallid complexion and a profusion of blonde hair. Titania was not more in love with Nick Bottom, the weaver, than Mildred with Jumping Jack. It was surely not his personal beauty that won her, for he had none. It was not his intellect, for intellect does not take up its abode in a forehead of such singular construction as that of Jumping Jack. But whatever the secret charm was, it worked. On a more realistic stage than this, we see analogous cases every day. Perhaps Oberon still exercises his fairycraft in our material world, and scatters at will upon the eyelids of mortals the magic distillation of that little western flower, which will make or man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. For an hour or so Mildred amused herself sufficiently by shutting Heliogabalus up in the box and letting him spring out again. Then she grew weary of the diversion, and finally began to lose patience with her elastic companion, because he was unable to crowd himself into the box and undo the latch with his own fingers. This was extremely unreasonable, but so was Mildred made. "How tedious you are!" she cried at last. "You dull little old man! I don't see how I ever came to like you. I don't like you any more, with your glass eye, and your silly pink mouth always open and never saying the least thing. What do you mean, sir, by standing and staring at me in that tiresome way? You look enough like Dobbs the butcher to be his brother, or to be Dobbs himself. I wonder you don't up and say, 'Steaks or chops, mum?' Dear me, I wish you really had some life in you, and could move about and talk with me and make yourself agreeable. Do be alive." Mildred gave a little laugh at her own absurdity, and then, being an imaginative creature, came presently to regard the idea as not altogether absurd, and finally as not absurd at all. If a bough that has been frozen to death all winter can put forth blossoms in the spring, why might not an inanimate object, which already possessed many of the surface attributes of humanity, and possibly some of the internal mechanism, add to itself the crowning gift of speech? In view of the daily phenomena of existence, would that be so very astonishing? Of course the problem took a simpler shape than this in Mildred's unsophisticated thought. She folded her hands in her lap, and rocking to and fro, reflected how pleasant it would be if Jumping Jack, or her doll, could come to life, like the marble lady in the play, and do some of the talking. What wonderful stories Jumping Jack would have to tell, for example. He must have had no end of remarkable adventures before he lost his mind. Probably the very latest intelligence from Lilliput was in his possession, and perhaps he was even now vainly trying to deliver himself of it. His fixed open mouth hinted as such. The land of the pygmies in the heart of darkest Africa, just then widely discussed in the newspapers, was of course familiar ground to him. How interesting it would be to learn at first hand of the manners and customs of those little folk. Doubtless he had been a great traveller in foreign parts. The label, in German text, on the bottom of his box showed that he had recently come from Munich. Munich! What magic there was in the very word! As Mildred rocked to and fro, her active little brain weaving the most grotesque fancies, a drowsiness stole over her. She was crooning to herself fainter and fainter, and every instant drifting nearer to the shadowy reefs of the western coast of Nowhere, when she heard a soft, inexplicable rustling sound close at her side. Mildred lifted her head quickly, just in time to behold Fan de Siècle describe a graceful curve in the air, and land lightly in the midst of her best Dresden china tea set. "Ho, ho!" he cried in a voice preternaturally gruff for an individual not above 5 inches in height. "Ho, ho!" and he immediately began to throw Mildred's cups and saucers and plates all about the apartment. "Oh, you horrid, wicked little man!" cried Mildred, starting to her feet. "Stop it!" "Oh, you cross little girl," returned the dwarf with his family leer. "You surprise me!" and another plate crashed against the blue-flowered wallpaper. "Stop it!" she repeated, and then to herself, "It's a mercy I waked up just when I did." "Patience, my child. I'm coming there shortly to smooth your hair and kiss you." "Do!" screamed Mildred, stooping to pick up a large Japanese crystal which lay absorbing the wintry sunlight at her feet. When Heliogabalus saw that, he retired to the farther side of his tenement, peeping cautiously over the top and around the corner, and disappearing altogether whenever Mildred threatened to throw the crystal at him. Now Miss Wentworth was naturally a courageous girl, and when she perceived that the pygmy was afraid of her, she resolved to make an example of him. He was such a small affair that it really did not seem worth while to treat him with such ceremony. He had startled her at first, his manners had been so very violent, but now that her pulse had gone down, she regarded him with calm curiosity, and wondered what he would do next. "Listen," he said presently in a queer, deferential way as he partly emerged from his hiding-place. "I came to request the hand of Mademoiselle yonder," and, nodding his head in the direction of Blondella the doll, he retreated bashfully. "Her!" cried Mildred aghast. "You are very nice, but I can't marry out of my own set, you know," observed Heliogabalus, invisible behind his breastwork. This shyness was mere dissimulation, as his subsequent behaviour proved. "Who would have thought it?" murmured Mildred to herself, and as she glanced suspiciously at Blondella, sitting bolt upright between the windows, with her back against the mop-board, Mildred fancied that she could almost detect a faint roseate hue stealing into the waxen cheek. "Who would have thought it?" And then, addressing Jumping Jack, she cried, "Come here directly, you audacious person!" And she stamped her foot in a manner that would have discouraged most suitors. But Heliogabalus, who had now seated himself on the lid of his box, and showed no trace of his late diffidence, smiled superciliously as he twisted off a bit of wire that protruded from the heel of one of his boots. This effrontery increased Miss Wentworth's indignation, and likewise rather embarrassed her. Perhaps he was not afraid of her after all, in which case he was worth nothing as an example. "I will brush you off and tread on you," she observed tentatively, as if she were addressing an insect. "Oh, indeed," he rejoined derisively, crossing his legs. "I will!" cried Mildred, making an impulsive dash at him. Though taken at a disadvantage, the mannikin eluded her with surprising ease. His agility was such as to render it impossible to determine whether he was an old young man or a very young old man. Mildred eyed him doubtfully for a moment, and then gave chase. Away went the quaint little figure, now darting under the brass bedstead, now dodging around the legs of the table, and now slipping between the feet of his pursuer at the instant she was on the point of laying hand on him. Owing doubtless to some peculiarity of his articulation, each movement of his limbs was accompanied by a rustling wiry sound, like the faint reverberation of a banjo string somewhere in the distance. Heliogabalus may have been a person with no great conversational gift, but his gymnastic acquirements were of the first order. Mildred not only could not catch him, but she could not restrain the mannikin from meanwhile doing all kinds of desultory mischief. For in the midst of his course he would pause to overturn her tin kitchen, or shy a plate across the room, or give a vicious twitch to the lovely golden hair of Blondella, in spite of, perhaps in consequence of, his recent tender advances. It was plain that in eluding Mildred he was prompted by caprice rather than by fear. "If things go on in this way," she reflected, "I shan't have anything left. If I could only get the dreadful little creature into a corner. There goes my tureen! What shall I do?" To quit the room, even for a moment, in order to call for assistance at the head of the staircase, where, moreover, her voice was not likely to reach anyone, was to leave everything at the mercy of that small demon. Mildred was out of breath with running, and ready to burst into tears with exasperation, when a different mode of procedure suggested itself to her. She would make believe that she was no longer angry, and possibly she could accomplish by cunning what she had failed to compass by violence. She would consent, at least seem to consent, to let him marry Blondella, though he had lately given no signs of very fervid attachment. Beyond this Mildred had no definite scheme, when the story of the fisherman and the evil Afrite flashed upon her memory from the pages of the Arabian Nights. Her dilemma was exactly that of the unlucky fisherman, and her line of action should be the same, with such modifications as the exigencies might demand. As in his case, too, there was no time to be lost. An expression of ineffable benevolence and serenity instantly overspread the features of Miss Wentworth. She leaned against the wardrobe and regarded Jumping Jack with a look of gentle reproach. "I thought you were going to be interesting," she remarked softly. "Ain't I interesting?" asked the goblin with a touch of pardonable sensitiveness. "No," said Mildred candidly, "you are not. Perhaps you try to be. That's something, to be sure, though it's not everything. Oh, I don't want to touch you," she went on with an indifferent toss of her curls. "How old are you?" "Ever so old and ever so young." "Truly? How very odd to be both at once. Can you read?" "Never tried." "I'm afraid your parents didn't bring you up very well," reflected Mildred. "I speak all languages. The little folk of every age and every country understand me." "You're a great traveller, then?" "I should say so." "You don't seem to carry much baggage about with you. I suppose you belong somewhere, and keep your clothes there. I really should like to know where you came from, if it's all the same to you." "Out of that box, my dove," replied Jumping Jack, having become affable in his turn. "Never!" exclaimed Mildred with a delightful air of incredulity. "I hope I may die," declared Heliogabalus, laying one hand on the left breast of his mainspring. "I don't believe it," said Mildred confidently. "Ho, ho! You are too tall and too wide and too fluffy. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but you are fluffy, and I just want you to stop that ho-hoing. No, I don't believe it." "You don't you? Behold!" And placing both hands on the floor, Heliogabalus described a circle in the air, and neatly landed himself in the box. He was no sooner in than Mildred clapped down the lid and seated herself upon it victoriously. In the suddenness of her movement she had necessarily neglected to fasten the catch, but that was a detail that could be attended to later. Meanwhile she was mistress of the situation and could dictate terms. One thing was resolved: Jumping Jack was never to jump again. Tomorrow he should be thrown into the Charles at the foot of Mount Vernon Street, in order that the tide might carry him out to sea. What would she not have given if she could have sealed him up with the talismanic seal of Solomon, which held the cruel Marid so securely in his brazen casket? Of course it was not in Mildred's blood to resist the temptation to tease her captive a little. "Now, Mr. Jack, I guess I've got you where you belong. If you're not an old man this very minute, you will be when you get out. You wanted to carry off my Blondella, did you? The idea! I hope you're quite comfortable." "Let me out," growled Heliogabalus in his deepest bass. "I couldn't think of it, dear. You are one of those little boys that shouldn't be either seen or heard, and I don't want to speak to you again, for I'm sitting on your head and your voice goes right through me. So you will please remember not to speak unless you are spoken to." And Mildred broke into the merriest laugh imaginable, recollecting how many times she herself had been extinguished by the same instructions. But Mildred's triumph was premature, for the little man in the box was as strong as a giant in a dime museum, and now that he had fully recovered his breath, he began pushing in a most systematic manner with his head and shoulders, and Mildred, to her great consternation, found herself being slowly lifted up on the lid of the box, do what she might. In a minute or two more she must inevitably fall off, and Jumping Jack would have her. And what mercy could she expect at his hands after her treatment of him? She was lost. Mildred stretched out her arms in despair, gave a shriek, and opened her eyes, which had been all the while as tightly shut as a couple of morning glories at sundown. She was sitting on a rug in the middle of the room. Though the window panes were still flush with memory of the winter sunset, the iridescent lights had faded out in the Japanese crystal at her feet. She was not anywhere near the little imp. There he was over by the fireplace, staring at nothing in his usual senseless fashion. Not a piece of crockery had been broken, not a chair upset, and Blondella, the too fascinating Blondella, had not had a single tress disarranged. Mildred drew a long breath of relief. What had happened? Had she been dreaming? She was unable to answer the question, but as she abstractly shook out the creases in the folds of her skirt, she remarked to herself that she did not care, on the whole, to have any of her things come to life, certainly not Jumping Jack. Just then the splintering of an icicle on the window ledge outside sent a faint whiteness into her cheek, and caused her to throw a quick, apprehensive glance towards the fireplace. After an instant's hesitation, Mildred unconsciously dragged Blondella by the hair, stole softly from the room, where the spectres of the twilight were beginning to gather rather menacingly, and went downstairs to join the family and relate her strange adventure. The analysis of Miss Wentworth's dream, if it were a dream, for later on she declared it was not, and hurriedly gave Heliogabalus to an unpleasant small boy who lived next door, the analysis of her dream, I repeat, shows strong traces of a moral. Indeed, the residuum is purely of that stringent quality. Heliogabalus must be accepted as the symbol of an ill-considered desire realized. The earnestness with which Miss Wentworth invoked the phantasm, and the misery that came of it, are a common experience. Painfully to attain possession of what we do not want, and then painfully to waste our days in attempting to rid ourselves of it, seems to be a part of our discipline here below. I know a great many excellent persons who are spending the latter moiety of life in the endeavour to get their particular Jumping Jack snugly back into its box again. End of A Christmas Fantasy with a Moral. Recording by Linda Ferguson.
The Cripple by Guy de Maupassant, taken from the Gutenberg Project ebook Maupassant Original Short Stories, ebook number 3090. This reading is based upon the translation by Albert M.C. McMaster, A.E. Henderson, Madame Casada, and others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The following adventure happened to me about 1882. I had just taken the train and settled down in a corner, hoping that I should be left alone, when the door suddenly opened again, and I heard a voice say, "Take care, monsieur, we are just at a crossing. The step is very high." Another voice answered, "That's all right, Laurent. I have a firm hold on the handle." Then a head appeared, and two hands seized the leather straps hanging on either side of the door, and slowly pulled up an enormous body, whose feet, striking the step, sounded like two canes. When the man had hoisted his torso into the compartment, I noticed, at the loose edge of his trousers, the end of a wooden leg, which was soon followed by its mate. A head appeared behind this traveler and asked, "Are you all right, monsieur?" "Yes, my boy." "Then here are your packages and crutches." And a servant, who looked like an old soldier, climbed in, carrying in his arms stacks of bundles wrapped in black and yellow paper and carefully tied. He placed one after the other in the net over his master's head. Then he said, "There, monsieur, that is all. There are 5 of them: the candy, the doll, the drum, the gun, and the pâté de foie gras." "Very well, my boy." "Thank you, Laurent. Good health." The man closed the door and walked away, and I looked at my neighbor. He was about 35, although his hair was almost white. He wore the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. He had a heavy mustache and was quite stout, with the stoutness of a strong and active man who is kept motionless on account of some infirmity. He wiped his brow, sighed, and looking me full in the face, he asked, "Does smoking annoy you?" "No, monsieur." Surely I knew that eye, that voice, that face. But when and where had I seen them? I had certainly met that man, spoken to him, shaken his hand. That was a long, long time ago. It was lost in the haze wherein the mind seems to feel almost blindly for the memories and pursues them like fleeing phantoms without being able to seize them. He, too, was observing me, staring me out of countenance, with the persistence of a man who remembers slightly but not completely. Our eyes, embarrassed by this persistent contact, turned away. Then, after a few minutes, drawn together again by the obscure and tenacious will of working memory, they met once more, and I said, "Monsieur, instead of staring at each other for an hour or so, would it not be better to try to discover where we had known each other?" My neighbor answered graciously, "You are quite right, monsieur. I name myself. I am Henri Bonclair, a magistrate." He hesitated for a few minutes. Then, with the vague look and voice which accompany great mental tension, he said, "Oh, I remember perfectly. I met you 12 years ago, before the war, in Pont-Cels." "Yes, monsieur. Ah, you are Lieutenant Revalier." "Yes, I was Captain Revalier, even up to the time when I lost my feet, both of them together from one cannonball." Now that we knew each other's identity, we looked at each other again. I remembered perfectly the handsome, slender youth who led the cotillions with such frenzied agility and gracefulness that he had been nicknamed the Fury. Going back into the dim, distant past, I recalled a story which I had heard and forgotten, one of those stories to which one listens but forgets, which leaves but a faint impression upon the memory. There was something about love in it. Little by little, the shadows cleared up, and the fate of a young girl appeared before my eyes. Then her name struck me with the force of an explosion. Mademoiselle. There was already talk of the approaching wedding. The youth seemed to be very much in love, very happy. I raised my eye to the net, where all the packages which had been brought in by the servant were tumbling from the motion of the train, and the voice of the servant came back to me, as if he had just finished speaking. He had said, "There, monsieur, that is all. There are 5 of them: the candy, the doll, the drum, the gun, and the pâté de foie gras." In a second, the whole romance unfolded itself in my head. It was like all those which I had already read, where the young lady married, notwithstanding the catastrophe, whether physical or financial. Therefore, this officer, who had been maimed in the war, had returned after the campaign to the young girl who had given up promise, and she had kept her word. I considered that very beautiful but simple, just as one considers simple all devotions and climaxes in books or in plays. It always seems, when one reads or listens to these stories, the magnanimity that one could sacrifice oneself with enthusiastic pleasure and overwhelming joy. But the following day, when an unfortunate friend comes to borrow some money, there is a strange revulsion of feeling. But suddenly another supposition, less poetic and more realistic, replaced the first one. Perhaps he had married before the war, before this frightful accident, and she, in despair and resignation, had been forced to receive, care for, cheer, support this husband who had departed a handsome man and had returned without his feet, a frightful wreck, forced into immobility, powerless anger, and fatal obesity. Was he happy or in torture? I was seized with an irresistible desire to know his story, or at least the principal points, which would permit me to guess that which he could not or would not tell me. Still, thinking the matter over, I began talking to him. We exchanged a few commonplace words, and I raised my eyes to the net and thought, he must have 3 children. The bonbons are for his wife, the doll for his little girl, the drum and the gun for his sons, and this pâté de foie gras for himself. Suddenly I asked him, "Are you a father, monsieur?" He answered, "No, monsieur." I suddenly felt confused, as if I had been guilty of some breach of etiquette, and I continued, "I beg your pardon. I had thought that you were. When I heard your servant speaking about the toys, one listens and draws conclusions unconsciously." He smiled and then murmured, "No, I'm not even married. I am still at the preliminary stage." I pretended suddenly to remember and said, "Oh, that's true. When I knew you, you were engaged to Mademoiselle de Mandel, I believe." "Yes, monsieur, your memory is excellent." I grew very bold and added, "I also seem to remember hearing that Mademoiselle de Mandel married Monsieur," he calmly mentioned the name, "Monsieur de Fleurel." "Yes, that's it. I remember it was that occasion that I heard of your wound." I looked him full in the face, and he blushed. His full face, which has already become quite red from the oversupply of blood, turned crimson. He answered quickly, with the sudden ardor of a man who is pleading a cause which is lost in his mind and in his heart, which he does not wish to admit. "It is wrong, monsieur, to couple my name with that of Madame Fleurel. When I returned from the war without my feet, alas, I never would have permitted her to become my wife." "Was it possible?" "When one marries, monsieur, it is not in order to parade one's generosity. It is in order to live every day, every hour, every minute, every second beside a man. And if this man is disfigured as I am, it is a death sentence to marry him." "Oh, I understand. I admire all sacrifices and devotions when they have a limit. But I do not admit that a woman should give up her whole life, all joy, all her dreams, in order to satisfy the admiration of the gallery. When I hear, on the floor of my room, the tapping of my wooden legs and of my crutches, I grow angry enough to strangle my servant. Do you think that I would permit a woman to do what I myself am unable to tolerate? And then, do you think that my stumps are pretty?" He was silent. What could I say? He certainly was right. Could I blame her, hold her in contempt, even say that she was wrong? No. However, the end which conformed to the rule, to the truth, did not satisfy my poetic appetite. These heroic deeds demand a beautiful sacrifice, which seemed to be lacking, and I felt a certain disappointment. I suddenly asked, "Has Madame Fleurel any children?" "Yes, 1 girl, 2 boys. It is for them that I am bringing these toys. She and her husband are very kind to me." The train was going up the incline to Saint-Germain. It passed through the tunnels, entered the station, and stopped. I was about to offer my arm to the wounded officer in order to help him descend, when 2 hands were stretched up to him through the open door. "Hello, my dear Revalier." "Hello, Fleurel." Standing behind the man, the woman, still beautiful, was smiling and waving her hand to him. A little girl, standing beside her, was jumping for joy, and 2 young boys were eagerly watching the drums and the gun, which were passing from the car into their father's hands. When the cripple was on the ground, all the children kissed him. Then they set off, the little girl holding in her hand the small varnished rung of a crutch, just as she might walk beside her big friend and hold his thumb. The End of the Cripple by Guy de Maupassant. Read by Roy Schreiber.
The Four Fists by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Four Fists by F. Scott Fitzgerald. At the present time, no one I know has the slightest desire to hit Samuel Meredith. Possibly this is because a man over 50 is liable to be rather severely cracked at the impact of a hostile fist. But for my part, I am inclined to think that all his hittable qualities have quite vanished. But it is certain that at various times in his life hittable qualities were in his face as surely as kissable qualities have ever lurked in a girl's lips. I'm sure everyone has met a man like that, been casually introduced, even made a friend of him, yet felt he was the sort who aroused passionate dislike, expressed by some in the involuntary clinching of fists, and in others by mutterings about taking a poke, and landing a swift smash in the eye. In juxtaposition of Samuel Meredith's features, this quality was so strong that it influenced his entire life. What was it? Not the shape, certainly, for he was a pleasant-looking man from earliest youth, broad-bowed, with gray eyes that were frank and friendly. Yet I've heard him tell a room full of reporters angling for a success story that he'd be ashamed to tell them the truth, that they wouldn't believe it, that it wasn't one story but four, that the public would not want to read about a man who had been walloped into prominence. It all started at Phillips Andover Academy, when he was 14. He had been brought up on a diet of caviar and bellboys' legs in half the capitals of Europe, and it was pure luck that his mother had nervous prostration and had to delegate his education to less tender, less biased hands. At Andover he was given a roommate named Gilly Hood. Gilly was 13, undersized, and rather the school pet. From the September day when Mr. Meredith's valet stowed Samuel's clothing in the best bureau, and asked on departing, "If there was anything else, Master Samuel," Gilly cried out that the faculty had played him false. He felt like an irate frog in whose bowl had been put goldfish. "Good gosh," he complained to his sympathetic contemporaries, "he's a damn stuck-up Willie. He said, 'Are the crowds here gentlemen?' And I said, 'No, they're boys.' And he said, 'Age didn't matter.' And I said, 'Who said it did?' Let him get fresh with me, the old pie-face." For 3 weeks Gilly endured in silence young Samuel's comments on the clothes and habits of Gilly's personal friends, endured French phrases in conversation, endured 100 half-feminine meannesses that show what a nervous mother can do to a boy if she keeps him close enough. Then a storm broke in the aquarium. Samuel was out. A crowd had gathered to hear Gilly be wrathful about his roommate's latest sins. He said, "Oh, I don't like the windows open at night," he said. "Except only a little bit," complained Gilly. "Don't let him boss you." "Boss me? You bet he won't. I open those windows, I guess, but the darn fool won't take turns shutting them in the morning." "Make him, Gilly. Why don't you?" "I'm going to." Gilly nodded his head in fierce agreement. "Don't you worry. He needn't think I'm any old butler." "Let's see you make him." At this point the darn fool entered in person and included the crowd in one of his irritating smiles. 2 boys said, "'Lo, Meredith." The others gave him a chilly glance and went on talking to Gilly, but Samuel seemed unsatisfied. "Would you mind not sitting on my bed?" he suggested politely to 2 of Gilly's particulars, who were perched very much at ease. "Huh?" "My bed. Can't you understand English?" This was adding insult to injury. There were several comments on the bed's sanitary condition and the evidence within it of animal life. "'Smatter with your old bed?" demanded Gilly truculently. "The bed's all right, but—" Gilly interrupted this sentence by rising and walking up to Samuel. He paused several inches away and eyed him fiercely. "You and your crazy old bed," he began. "You and your crazy—" "Go to it, Gilly," murmured someone. "Show the darn fool." Samuel returned the gaze coolly. "Well," he said finally, "it's my bed." He got no further, for Gilly hauled off and hit him succinctly in the nose. "Yeah, Gilly, show the big bully. Just let him touch you. He'll see." The group closed in on them, and for the first time in his life Samuel realized the insuperable inconvenience of being passionately detested. He gazed around helplessly at the glowering, violently hostile faces. He towered a head taller than his roommate, so if he hit back he'd be called a bully and have half a dozen more fights on his hands within 5 minutes. Yet if he didn't, he was a coward. For a moment he stood there, facing Gilly's blazing eyes, and then, with a sudden choking sound, he forced his way through the ring and rushed from the room. The month following bracketed the 30 most miserable days of his life. Every waking moment he was under the lashing tongues of his contemporaries. His habits and mannerisms became butts for intolerable witticisms, and, of course, the sensitiveness of adolescence was a further thorn. He considered that he was a natural pariah, that the unpopularity at school would follow him through life. When he went home for Christmas holidays he was so despondent that his father sent him to a nerve specialist. When he returned to Andover he arranged to arrive late so that he could be alone in the bus during the drive from station to school. Of course, when he had learned to keep his mouth shut, everyone promptly forgot all about him. The next autumn, with his realization that consideration for others was the discreet attitude, he made good use of the clean start given him by the shortness of boyhood memory. By the beginning of his senior year, Samuel Meredith was one of the best liked boys in his class, and no one was any stronger for him than his first friend and constant companion, Gilly Hood. Section 2. Samuel became the sort of college student who in the early 90s drove tandems and coaches and tally-hoes between Princeton and Yale and New York City to show that they appreciated the social importance of football games. He believed passionately in good form. His choosing of gloves, his tying of ties, his holding of reins were imitated by impressionable freshmen. Outside of his own set he was considered rather a snob, but as his set was the set, it never worried him. He played football in the autumn, drank highballs in the winter, and rode in the spring. Samuel despised all those who were merely sportsmen without being gentlemen, or merely gentlemen without being sportsmen. He lived in New York and often brought home several of his friends for the weekend. Those were the days of the horse car, and in case of a crush it was, of course, the proper thing for any one of Samuel's set to rise and deliver his seat to a standing lady with a formal bow. One night in Samuel's junior year he boarded a car with two of his intimates. There were 3 vacant seats. When Samuel sat down he noticed a heavy-eyed laboring man sitting next to him who smelt objectionably of garlic, sagged slightly against Samuel, and, spreading a little as a tired man will, took up quite too much room. The car had gone several blocks when it stopped for a quartet of young girls, and of course the 3 men of the world sprang to their feet and proffered their seats with due observance of form. Unfortunately, the laborer, being unacquainted with the code of neckties and tally-hos, failed to follow their example, and one young lady was left at an embarrassed stance. 14 eyes glared reproachfully at the barbarian. 7 lips curled slightly, but the object of scorn stared solidly into the foreground in sturdy unconsciousness of his despicable conduct. Samuel was the most violently affected. He was humiliated that any male should so conduct himself. He spoke aloud. "There's a lady standing," he said sternly. That should have been quite enough, but the object of scorn only looked up blankly. The standing girl tittered and exchanged nervous glances with her companions, but Samuel was aroused. "There's a lady standing," he repeated rather raspingly. The man seemed to comprehend. "I pay my fare," he said quietly. Samuel turned red and his hands clenched, but the conductor was looking their way, so at a warning nod from his friends he subsided into sullen gloom. They reached their destination and left the car, but so did the laborer, who followed them, swinging his little pail. Seeing his chance, Samuel no longer resisted his aristocratic inclination. He turned around and, launching a full-featured dime novel sneer, made a loud remark about the right of lower animals to ride with human beings. In a half-second the workman had dropped his pail and let fly at him. Unprepared, Samuel took the blow neatly on the jaw and sprawled full length into the cobblestone gutter. "Don't laugh at me," cried his assailant. "I've been working all day. I'm tired as hell." As he spoke the sudden anger died out of his eyes, and the mask of weariness dropped again over his face. He turned and picked up his pail. Samuel's friends took a quick step in his direction. "Wait." Samuel had risen slowly and was motioning back. Some time, somewhere, he had been struck like that before. Then he remembered Gilly Hood. In the silence, as he dusted himself off, the whole scene in the room at Andover was before his eyes, and he knew intuitively that he had been wrong again. This man's strength, his rest, was the protection of his family. He had more use for his seat in the streetcar than any young girl. "It's all right," said Samuel gruffly. "Don't touch him. I've been a damn fool." Of course it took more than an hour or a week for Samuel to rearrange his ideas on the essential importance of good form. At first he simply admitted that his wrongness had made him powerless, as it had made him powerless against Gilly. But eventually his mistake about the workman influenced his entire attitude. Snobbishness is, after all, merely good breeding grown dictatorial. So Samuel's code remained, but the necessity of imposing it upon others had faded out in a certain gutter. Within that year his class had somehow stopped referring to him as a snob. Section 3. After a few years, Samuel's University decided that it had shone long enough in the reflected glory of his neckties, so they declaimed to him in Latin, charged him $10 for the paper, which proved him irretrievably educated, and sent him into the turmoil with much self-confidence, a few friends, and the proper assortment of harmless bad habits. His family had by that time started back to shirt sleeves through a sudden decline in the sugar market, and it had already unbuttoned its vest, so to speak, when Samuel went to work. His mind was that exquisite tabula rasa that a university education sometimes leaves, but he had both energy and influence, so he used his former ability as a dodging halfback in twisting through Wall Street crowds as a runner for a bank. His diversion was women. There were half a dozen. 2 or 3 debutantes, an actress in a minor way, a grass widow, and one sentimental little brunette who was married and lived in a little house in Jersey City. They had met on a ferry boat. Samuel was crossing from New York on business. He had been working several years by this time, and he helped her look for a package that she had dropped in the crush. "Do you come over often?" he inquired casually. "Just to shop," she said shyly. She had great brown eyes and the pathetic kind of little mouth. "I've only been married 3 months, and we find it cheaper to live over here." Does your husband like you being alone like this?" She laughed a cheery young laugh. "Oh, dear me, no. We were meant to meet for dinner, but I must have misunderstood the place. He'll be awfully worried." "Well," said Samuel disapprovingly, "he ought to be. If you'll allow me, I'll see you home." She accepted his offer thankfully, so they took the cable car together. When they walked up the path to her little house, they saw a light there. Her husband had arrived before her. "He's frightfully jealous," she announced, laughing apologetic. "Very well," answered Samuel rather stiffly. "I'd better leave you here." She thanked him, and waving a good night, he left her. That would have been quite all if they hadn't met on Fifth Avenue one morning a week later. She started and blushed and seemed so glad to see him that they chatted like old friends. She was going to her dressmaker's, eat lunch alone at Taine's, shop all afternoon, and meet her husband on the ferry at 5. Samuel told her that her husband was a very lucky man. She blushed again and scurried off. Samuel whistled all the way back to his office, but about 12 o'clock he began to see that pathetic, appealing little mouth everywhere, and those brown eyes. He fidgeted when he looked at the clock. He thought of the grill downstairs where he lunched, and the heavy male conversation thereof. And opposed to that picture appeared another, a little table at Taine's with the brown eyes and the mouth a few feet away. A few minutes before 12:30 he dashed on his hat and rushed for the cable car. She was quite surprised to see him. "Why, hello," she said. Samuel could tell that she was just pleasantly frightened. "I thought we might lunch together. It's so dull eating with a lot of men." She hesitated. "Why, I suppose there's no harm in it. How could there be?" It occurred to her that her husband should have taken lunch with her, but he was generally so hurried at noon. She told Samuel all about him. He was a little smaller than Samuel, but oh, much better looking. He was a bookkeeper and not making a lot of money, but they were very happy and expected to be rich within 3 or 4 years. Samuel's grass widow had been in a quarrelsome mood for 3 or 4 weeks, and through contrast he took an accentuated pleasure in this meeting. So fresh was she, and earnest, and faintly adventurous. Her name was Marjorie. They made another engagement. In fact, for a month they lunched together 2 or 3 times a week. When she was sure that her husband would work late, Samuel took her over to New Jersey on the ferry, leaving her always on the tiny front porch after she had gone in and lit the gas to use the security of his masculine presence outside. This grew to be ceremony, and it annoyed him. Whenever the comfortable glow fell out through the front windows, that was his congé, yet he never suggested coming in, and Marjorie didn't invite him. Then, when Samuel and Marjorie had reached a stage in which they sometimes touched each other's arms gently just to show that they were very good friends, Marjorie and her husband had one of those ultra-sensitive, super-critical quarrels that couples never indulge in unless they care a great deal about each other. It started with a cold mutton chop or a leak in the gas jet, and one day Samuel found her in Taines with dark shadows under her brown eyes and a terrifying pout. By this time Samuel thought he was in love with Marjorie, so he played up the quarrel for all it was worth. He was her best friend, and patted her hand and leaned down close to her brown curls when she whispered in little sobs what her husband had said that morning. And he was a little more than her best friend when he took her over to the ferry in a hansom. "Marjorie," he said gently when he left her as usual on the porch, "if at any time you want to call on me, remember that I am always waiting, always waiting." She nodded gravely and put both her hands in his. "I know," she said. "I know you're my friend, my best friend." Then she ran into the house, and he watched there until the gas went on. For the next week Samuel was in a nervous turmoil. Some persistently rational strain warned him that at bottom he and Marjorie had little in common, but in such cases there is usually so much mud in the water that one can seldom see to the bottom. Every dream and desire told him that he loved Marjorie, wanted her, had to have her. The quarrel developed. Marjorie's husband took to staying in New York until late at night, came home several times disagreeably overstimulated, and made her generally miserable. They must have had too much pride to talk it out, for Marjorie's husband was, after all, pretty decent. So it drifted from one misunderstanding to another. Marjorie kept coming more and more to Samuel. When a woman can accept masculine sympathy, it is much more satisfactory to her than crying to another girl. But Marjorie didn't realize how much she had begun to rely on him, how much he was part of her little cosmos. One night, instead of turning away when Marjorie went in and lit the gas, Samuel went in too, and they sat together on the sofa in the little parlor. He was very happy. He envied their home, and he felt that the man who neglected such a possession out of stubborn pride was a fool and unworthy of his wife. But when he kissed Marjorie for the first time, she cried softly and told him to go. He sailed home on the wings of desperate excitement, quite resolved to fan this spark of romance no matter how big the blaze or who was burned. At the time he considered that his thoughts were unselfishly of her. In a later perspective he knew that she had meant no more than the white screen in a motion picture. It was just Samuel, blind, desirous. Next day at Taines, when they met for lunch, Samuel dropped all pretense and made frank love to her. He had no plans, no definite intentions, except to kiss her lips again, to hold her in his arms and feel that she was very little and pathetic and lovable. He took her home, and this time they kissed until both their hearts beat high. Words and phrases formed on his lips. And then suddenly there were steps on the porch. A hand tried the outside door. Marjorie turned dead white. "Wait," she whispered to Samuel in a frightened voice, but in angry impatience at the interruption he walked to the front door and threw it open. Everyone has seen such scenes on the stage. They see them so often that when they actually happen people behave very much like actors. Samuel felt that he was playing a part, and the lines came quite naturally. He announced that all had a right to lead their own lives, and looked at Marjorie's husband menacingly, as if daring him to doubt it. Marjorie's husband spoke of the sanctity of home, forgetting that it hadn't seemed very holy to him lately. Samuel continued along the lines of the right to happiness. Marjorie's husband mentioned firearms and the divorce court. Then suddenly he stopped and scrutinized both of them. Marjorie in pitiful collapse on the sofa, Samuel haranguing the furniture in a consciously heroic pose. "Go upstairs, Marjorie," he said in a different tone. "Stay where you are," Samuel countered quickly. Marjorie rose, wavered, and sat down, rose again, and moved hesitatingly towards the stairs. "Come outside," said her husband to Samuel. "I want to talk to you." Samuel glanced at Marjorie, tried to get some message from her eyes, then he shut his lips and went out. There was a bright moon, and when Marjorie's husband came down the steps, Samuel could see plainly that he was suffering, but he felt no pity for him. They stood and looked at each other a few feet apart, and the husband cleared his throat as though it were a bit husky. "That's my wife," he said quietly, and then a wild anger surged up inside him. "Damn you!" he cried, and hit Samuel in the face with all his strength. In that second, as Samuel slumped to the ground, it flashed to him that he had been hit like this twice before, and simultaneously the incident altered like a dream. He felt suddenly awake. Mechanically he sprang to his feet and squared off. The other man was waiting, fists up, a yard away, but Samuel knew that though physically he had him by several inches and many pounds, he wouldn't hit him. The situation had miraculously and entirely changed. A moment before, Samuel had seemed to himself heroic. Now he seemed the cad, the outsider, and Marjorie's husband, silhouetted against the light of the little house, the eternal heroic figure, the defender of his home. There was a pause, and then Samuel turned quickly away and went down the path for the last time. Section 4. Of course, after the third blow, Samuel put in several weeks at conscientious introspection. The blow years before at Andover had landed on his personal unpleasantness. The workmen of his college days had jarred the snobbishness out of his system, and Marjorie's husband had given a severe jolt to his greedy selfishness. It threw women out of his ken until a year later, when he met his future wife, for the only sort of woman worth while seemed to be the one who couldn't be protected as Marjorie's husband had protected her. Samuel could not imagine his grass widow, Mrs. de Ferriac, causing any very righteous blows on her own account. His early 30s found him well on his feet. He was associated with old Peter Carhart, who was in those days a national figure. Carhart's physique was like a rough model for the statue of Hercules, and his record was just as solid, a pile made for the pure joy of it, without cheap extortion or shady scandal. He had been a great friend of Samuel's father, but he watched the son for 6 years before taking him into his own office. Heaven knows how many things he controlled at that time: mines, railroads, banks, whole cities. Samuel was very close to him, knew his likes and dislikes, his prejudices, weaknesses, and many strengths. One day Carhart sent for Samuel, and closing the door of his inner office, offered him a chair and a cigar. "Everything okay, Samuel?" he asked. "Why, yes." "I've been afraid you're getting a bit stale." "Stale?" Samuel was puzzled. "You've done no work outside the office for nearly 10 years." "But I've had vacations in the Carhart waved this aside. "I mean outside work, seeing the things move that we've always pulled the strings of here." "No," admitted Samuel, "I haven't." "So," he said abruptly, "I'm going to give you an outside job that'll take about a month." Samuel didn't argue. He rather liked the idea, and he made up his mind that whatever it was, he would put it through just as Carhart wanted it. That was his employer's greatest hobby, and the men around him were as dumb under direct orders as infantry subalterns. "You'll go to San Antonio and see Hamil," continued Carhart. "He's got a job on hand, and he wants a man to take charge." Hamil was in charge of the Carhart interests in the Southwest, a man who had grown up in the shadow of his employer, and with whom, though they had never met, Samuel had much official correspondence. "When do I leave?" "You'd better go tomorrow," answered Carhart, glancing at the calendar. "That's the 1st of May. I'll expect your report here on the 1st of June. Next morning Samuel left for Chicago, and 2 days later he was facing Hamil across a table in the office of the Merchants' Trust in San Antonio. It didn't take long to get the gist of the thing. It was a big deal in oil which concerned the buying up of 17 huge adjoining ranches. The buying up had to be done in 1 week, and it was a pure squeeze. Forces had been set in motion that put the 17 owners between the devil and the deep sea, and Samuel's part was simply to handle the matter from a little village near Pueblo. With tact and efficiency the right man could bring it off without any friction, for it was merely a question of sitting at the wheel and keeping a firm hold. Hamil, with an astuteness many times valuable to his chief, had arranged a situation that would give a much greater clear gain than any dealing in the open market. Samuel shook hands with Hamil, arranged to return in 2 weeks, and left for San Felipe, New Mexico. It occurred to him, of course, that Carhart was trying him out. Hamil's report on his handling of this might be a factor in something big for him. But even without that, he would have done his best to put the thing through. 10 years in New York hadn't made him sentimental, and he was quite accustomed to finish everything he began, and a little bit more. All went well at first. There was no enthusiasm, but each one of the 17 ranchers concerned knew Samuel's business, knew what he had behind him, and that they had as little chance of holding out as flies on a window pane. Some of them were resigned. Some of them cared like the devil, but they'd talked it over, argued it with lawyers, and couldn't see any possible loophole. 5 of the ranches had oil. The other 12 were part of the chance, but quite as necessary to Hamel's purpose in any event. Samuel soon saw that the real leader was an early settler named McIntyre, a man of perhaps 50, gray-haired, clean-shaven, bronzed by 40 New Mexico summers, and with those clear, steady eyes that Texas and New Mexico weather are apt to give. His ranch had not as yet shown oil, but it was in the pool, and if any man hated to lose his land, McIntyre did. Everyone had rather looked to him at first to avert the big calamity, and he had hunted all over the territory for the legal means with which to do it, but he had failed, and he knew it. He avoided Samuel assiduously, but Samuel was sure that when the day came for the signatures he would appear. It came, a baking May day, with hot waves rising off the parched land as far as the eyes could see, and Samuel sat stewing in his little improvised office, a few chairs, a bench, and a wooden table. He was glad the thing was almost over. He wanted to get back east the worst way, and join his wife and children for a week at the seashore. The meeting was set for 4 o'clock, and he was rather surprised at 3:30 when the door opened and McIntyre came in. Samuel could not help respecting the man's attitude and feeling a bit sorry for him. McIntyre seemed closely related to the prairies, and Samuel had the little flicker of envy that city people feel towards men who live in the open. "Afternoon," said McIntyre, standing in the open doorway with his feet apart and his hands on his hips. "Hello, Mr. McIntyre." Samuel rose, but omitted the formality of offering his hand. He imagined the rancher cordially loathed him, and he hardly blamed him. McIntyre came in and sat down leisurely. "You got us," he said suddenly. This didn't seem to require any answer. "When I heard Carhart was back of this," he continued, "I gave up." "Mr. Carhart is," began Samuel, but McIntyre waved him silent. "Don't talk about the dirty sneak thief." "Mr. McIntyre," said Samuel briskly, "if this half hour is to be devoted to that sort of talk—" "Oh, dry up, young man," McIntyre interrupted. "You can't abuse a man who'd do a thing like this." Samuel made no answer. "It's simply a dirty filch. There just are skunks like him, too big to handle." "You're being paid liberally," offered Samuel. "Shut up!" roared McIntyre suddenly. "I want the privilege of talking." He walked to the door and looked out across the land, the sunny, steaming pasturage that began almost at his feet and ended with the gray green of the distant mountains. When he turned around his mouth was trembling. "Do you fellows love Wall Street?" he said hoarsely. "Or wherever you do your dirty scheming?" He paused. "I suppose you do. No critter gets so low that he doesn't sort of love the place he worked, where he's sweated out the best he had in him." Samuel watched him awkwardly. McIntyre wiped his forehead with a huge black handkerchief and continued. "I reckon this rotten old devil had to have another $1,000,000. I reckon we're just a few of the poor he's blotted out to buy a couple more carriages or something." He waved his hand towards the door. "I built a house out there when I was 17 with these 2 hands. I took a wife there at 21, added 2 wings, and with 4 mangy steers I started out. 40 summers I saw the sun come up over these mountains and drop down red as blood in the evening, before the heat drifted off and the stars come out. I've been happy in that house. My boy was born there, and he died there late one spring in the hottest part of the afternoon, like this. Then the wife and I lived there alone like we lived before, and sort of tried to have a home after all. Not a real home, but nigh it. 'Cause the boy always seemed around, close somehow, and we expected a lot of nights to see him running up the path to supper." His voice was shaking so he could hardly speak, and he turned again to the door. His gray eyes contracted. "That's my land out there," he said, stretching out his arm. "My land, by God. It's all I got in the world, all I ever wanted." He dashed his sleeve across his face, and his tone changed as he turned slowly and faced Samuel. "But I suppose it's got to go when they want it. It's got to go." Samuel had to talk. He felt that in a minute more he would lose his head, so he began as level-voiced as he could, in the sort of tone he saved for disagreeable duties. "It's business, Mr. McIntyre," he said. "It's inside the law. Perhaps we couldn't have bought out 2 or 3 of you at any price, but most of you did have a price. Progress demands some things." Never had he felt so inadequate, and it was with the greatest relief that he heard hoofbeats a few hundred yards away. But at his words the grief in McIntyre's eyes had changed to fury. "You and your dirty gang of crooks!" he cried. "Not one of you has got an honest love for anything on God's earth. You're a herd of money swine." Samuel rose, and McIntyre took a step towards him. "You long-winded dude! You got our land. Take that for Peter Carhart." He swung from the shoulder, quick as lightning, and down went Samuel in a heap. Dimly he heard steps in the doorway, and knew that someone was holding McIntyre, but there was no need. The rancher had sunk down in his chair and dropped his head in his hands. Samuel's brain was whirring. He realized that the fourth fist had hit him, and a great flood of emotion cried out that the law that had inexorably ruled his life was in motion again. In a half daze he got up and strode from the room. The next 10 minutes were perhaps the hardest of his life. People talk of the courage of convictions, but in actual life a man's duty to his family may make a rigid corpse seem a selfish indulgence of his own righteousness. Samuel thought mostly of his family, yet he never really wavered. That jolt had brought him to. When he came back into the room there were a lot of worried faces waiting for him, but he didn't waste any time explaining. "Gentlemen," he said, "Mr. McIntyre has been kind enough to convince me that in this matter you are absolutely right and the Peter Carhart interests absolutely wrong. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep your ranches to the rest of your days." He pushed his way through an astounded gathering, and within a half hour he had sent 2 telegrams that staggered the operator into complete unfitness for business. One was to Hamel in San Antonio. One was to Peter Carhart in New York. Samuel didn't sleep much that night. He knew that for the first time in his business career he had made a dismal, miserable failure. But some instinct in him, stronger than will, deeper than training, had forced him to do what would probably end his ambitions and his happiness. But it was done, and it never occurred to him that it could have acted otherwise. The next morning 2 telegrams were waiting for him. The first was from Hamel. It contained 3 words: "You blamed idiot." The second was from New York: "Deal off. Come to New York immediately. Carhart." Within a week things had happened. Hamel quarreled furiously and violently defended his scheme. He was summoned to New York and spent a bad half hour on the carpet in Peter Carhart's office. He broke with the Carhart interests in July, and in August Samuel Meredith, at 35 years old, was to all intents made Carhart's partner. The fourth fist had done its work. I suppose there's a caddish streak in every man that runs crosswise across his character and disposition and general outlook. With some men it's secret, and we never know it's there until they strike us in the dark one night. But Samuel's showed when it was in action, and the sight of it made people see red. He was rather lucky in that, because every time his little devil came up it met a reception that sent it scurrying down below in a sickly, feeble condition. It was the same devil, the same streak, that made him order Gilly's friends off the bed, that made him go inside Marjorie's house. If you could run your hand along Samuel Meredith's jaw, you'd feel a lump. He admits he's never been sure which fist left it there, but he wouldn't lose it for anything. He says there's no cad like an old cad, and that sometimes, just before making a decision, it's a great help to stroke his chin. The reporters call it a nervous characteristic, but it's not that. It's so he can feel again the gorgeous clarity, the lightning sanity of those 4 fists. End of The 4 Fists by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Freckles McGrath by Susan Glaspell. Read for LibriVox.org by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. Freckles McGrath. Many visitors to the State House made the mistake of looking upon the governor as the most important personage in the building. They would walk up and down the corridors, hoping for a glimpse of some of the leading officials, when all the while Freckles McGrath, the real character of the Capitol, and by all odds the most illustrious person in it, was at once accessible and affable. Freckles McGrath was the elevator boy. In the official register his name had gone down as William, but that was a mere concession to the constituents to whom the official register was sent out. In the newspapers, and he appeared with frequency in the newspapers, he was always Freckles, and everyone from the governor down gave him that title, the appropriateness of which was stamped 100-fold upon his shrewd, jolly Irish face. Like everyone else on the state payroll, Freckles was keyed high during the first week of the new session. It was a reform legislature, and so imbued was it with the idea of reforming that there was grave danger of its forcing reformation upon everything in sight. It happened that the governor was of the same faction of the party as that dominant in the legislature. Reform breathed through every nook and crevice of the great building. But high above all else in importance towered the Kelly Bill. From the very opening of the session there was scarcely a day when some of Freckles' passengers did not, in hushed whispers, mention the Kelly Bill. From what he could pick up about the building and what he read in the newspapers, Freckles put together a few ideas as to what the Kelly Bill really was. It was a great reform measure, and it was going to show the railroads that they did not own the state. The railroads were going to have to pay more taxes, and they were making an awful fuss about it, but if the Kelly Bill could be put through, it would be a great victory for reform and would make the governor solid in the state. Freckles McGrath was strong for reform. That was partly because the snatches of speeches he heard in the legislature were more thrilling when for reform than when against it. It was partly because he adored the governor, and in no small part because he despised Mr. Ludlow. Mr. Ludlow was a lobbyist. Some of the members of the legislature were Mr. Ludlow's property, or at least so Freckles inferred from conversation overheard at his post. There had been a great deal of talk that session about Mr. Ludlow's methods. Freckles himself was no snob, although he had heard Mr. Ludlow called disgraceful, and although he firmly believed he was disgraceful, he did not consider that any reason for not speaking to him. And so when Mr. Ludlow got in all alone one morning, and the occasion seemed to demand recognition of some sort, Freckles had chirped, "Good morning." But the man, possibly deep in something else, simply knit together his brows and gave no sign of having heard. After that, Henry Ludlow, lobbyist, and Freckles McGrath, elevator boy, were enemies. A little before noon, one day near the end of the session, a member of the Senate and a member of the House rode down together in the elevator. "There's no use waiting any longer," the senator was saying as they got in. "We're as strong now as we're going to be. It's a matter of Stacy's vote. That's a matter of who sees him last." Freckles widened out his ears and gauged the elevator for very slow running. Stacy had been written up in the papers as a wobbler on the Kelly Bill. "He's all right now," pursued the senator, "but there's every chance that Ludlow will see him before he casts his vote this afternoon, and then, I don't know." And with a weary little flourish of his hands, the senator stepped off. Freckles McGrath sat wrapped in deep thought. The Kelly Bill was coming up in the Senate that afternoon. If Senator Stacy voted for it, it would pass. If he voted against it, it would fail. He would vote for it if he didn't see Mr. Ludlow. He wouldn't vote for it if he did. That was the situation, and the governor's whole future, Freckles felt, was at stake. The The bell rang sharply, and he was vaguely conscious then that it had been ringing before. In the next half hour he was very busy taking down the members of the legislature. Strangely enough, Senator Stacy and the governor went down the same trip, and Freckles beamed with approbation when he saw them walk out of the building together. Stacy was one of the first of the senators to return. Freckles sized him up keenly as he stepped into the elevator and decided that he was still firm. But there was a look about Senator Stacy's mouth which suggested that there was no use in being too sure of him. Freckles considered the advisability of bursting forth, telling him how much better it would be to stick with the reform fellows. But just as the boy got his courage screwed up to speaking point, Senator Stacy got off. About 10 minutes later, Freckles had the elevator on the ground floor and was sitting there reading a paper when he heard a step that made him prick up his ears. The next minute, Mr. Ludlow turned the corner. He was immaculately dressed as usual, and his iron-gray mustache seemed to stand out just a little more pompously than ever. There was a sneering look in his eyes as he stepped into the car. It seemed to be saying, "They thought they could beat me, did they? Ha! They're easy, they are." Freckles McGrath slammed the door of the cage and started the car up. He did not know what he was going to do, but he had an idea that he did not want any other passenger. When halfway between the basement and the first floor, he stopped the elevator. He must have time to think. If he took that man up to the Senate chamber, he would simply strike the death blow to reform. And so he knelt and pretended to be fixing something, and he thought fast and hard. "Something broke?" asked an anxious voice. Freckles looked around into Mr. Ludlow's face, and he saw that the eminent lobbyist was nervous. "Yes," he said calmly, "it's acting queer. Something's all out of whack." "Well, drop it to the basement and let me out," said Mr. Ludlow sharply. "Can't drop it," responded Freckles. "She's stuck." Mr. Ludlow came and looked things over, but his knowledge did not extend to the mechanism of elevators. "Better call someone to come and take us out," he said nervously. Freckles straightened himself up. A glitter had come into his small gray eyes, and red spots were burning in his freckled cheeks. "I think she'll run now," he said. And she did run. Never in all its history had that State House elevator run as it ran then. It rushed past the first and second floors like a thing let loose, with an utter abandonment that caused the blood to forsake the eminent lobbyist's face. "Stop it, boy!" he cried in alarm. "Can't," responded Freckles, his voice thick with terror. "Running away," he gasped. "Will it fall?" whispered the lobbyist. I think so," blubbered Freckles. The central portion of the State House was very high. Above that part of the building which was in use, there was a long stretch leading to the tower. The shaft had been built clear up, though practically unused. Past floors used for storerooms, past floors used for nothing at all, they went, the man's face white, the boy wailing out incoherent supplications. And then, within 10 feet of the top of the shaft, and within a foot of the top floor of the building, the elevator came to a rickety stop. It wobbled back and forth. It did strange and terrible things. "She's falling," panted Freckles. "Climb!" And Henry Ludlow climbed. He got the door open, and he clambered up. No sooner had the man's feet touched the solid floor than Freckles reached up and slammed the door of the cage. Why he did that he was not sure at the time. Later he felt that something had warned him not to give his prisoner's voice, a full sweep down the shaft. Henry Ludlow was far from dull. As he saw the quick but even descent of the car, he knew that he'd been tricked. He would have been more than human had there not burst from him furious and threatening words. But what was the use? The car was going down, 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 and there he was, perhaps hundreds of feet above anyone else in the building, alone, tricked, beaten. Of course he tried the door at the head of the winding stairway, knowing full well that it would be locked. They always kept it locked. He had heard one of the janitors asking for the keys to take a party up just a few days before. Perhaps he could get out on top of the building and make signals of distress. But the door leading outside was locked also. There he was, helpless. And below, well, below they were passing the Kelly bill. He rattled the grating of the elevator shaft. He made strange, loud noises, knowing all the while he could not make himself heard. And then at last, alone in the State House attic, Henry Ludlow, eminent lobbyist, sat down on a box and nursed his fury. Below, Freckles McGrath, the youngest champion of reform in the building, was putting on a bold front. He laughed and he talked and he whistled. He took people up and down with as much nonchalance as if he did not know that up at the top of that shaft angry eyes were straining themselves for a glimpse of the car, and terrible curses were descending, literally, upon his stubby red head. It was a great afternoon at the State House. Everyone thronged to the doors of the Senate chamber, where they were putting through the Kelly bill. The speeches made in behalf of the measure were brief. The great thing now was not to make speeches. It was to reach S on roll call before a man with iron-gray hair and an iron-gray mustache could come in and say something to the fair-haired member with the weak mouth who sat near the rear of the chamber. Freckles was called away just as it went to a vote. When he came back, Senator Kelly was standing out in the corridor, and a great crowd of men were standing around slapping him on the back. The governor himself was standing on the steps of the Senate chamber. His eyes were bright, and he was smiling. Freckles turned his car back to the basement. He wanted to be all alone for a minute, to dwell in solitude upon the fact that it was he, Freckles McGrath, who had won this great victory for reform. It was he, Freckles McGrath, who had assured the governor's future. Why, perhaps he had that afternoon made for himself a name which would be handed down in the histories. Freckles was a kind little boy, and he knew that an elegant gentleman could not find the attic any too pleasant a place in which to spend the afternoon, so he decided to go up and get Mr. Ludlow. It took courage, but he had won his victory, and this was no time for faltering. There was something gruesome about the long ascent. He thought of stories he had read of lonely turrets in which men were beheaded and otherwise made away with. It seemed he would never come to the top, and when at last he did, it was to find two of the most awful-looking eyes he had ever seen, eyes that looked as though furies were going to escape from them, peering down upon him. The sight of that car moving smoothly and securely up to the top, and the sight of that audacious little boy with the freckled face and the bat-like eyes, that little boy who had played his game so well, who had wrought such havoc, was too much for Henry Ludlow's self-control. Words such as he had never used before, such as he would not have supposed himself capable of using, burst from him. But Freckles stood calmly gazing up at the infuriated lobbyist, and just as Mr. Ludlow was saying, "I'll beat your head open, you little brat," he calmly reversed the handle and sent the car skimming smoothly to realms below. He was followed by an angry yell, and then by a loud request to return, but he heeded them not, and for some time longer the car made its usual rounds between the basement and the legislative chambers. In just an hour, Freckles tried it again. He sent the car to within 3 feet of the attic floor, and then peered through the grating, his face tied in a knot of interrogation. The eminent lobbyist stood there gulping down wrath and pride, knowing well enough what was expected of him. "Oh, all right," he muttered at last, and without much of an understanding Freckles sent the car up, opened the door, and Henry Ludlow stepped in. No word was spoken between them until the light from the floor upon which the Senate chamber was situated came in view. Then Freckles turned with a polite inquiry as to where the gentleman wished to get off. "You may take me down to the office of the governor," said Mr. Ludlow stonily, meaningly. "Sure," said Freckles cheerfully. "Guess you'll find the governor in his office now. He's been in the Senate most of the afternoon, watching him pass that Kelly bill." Mr. Ludlow's lips drew in tightly. He squared his shoulders, and his silence was tremendous. In just 15 minutes, Freckles was sent for from the executive office. "I demand his discharge," Mr. Ludlow was saying as the elevator boy entered. "It happens you're not running this building," the governor returned with a good deal of acidity. "Though, of course," he added with dignity, "the matter will be carefully investigated." The governor was one great chuckle inside, and his heart was full of admiration and gratitude. But would Freckles be equal to bluffing it through? Would the boy have the finesse, the nice subtlety, the real master hand the situation demanded? If not, then, imp of salvation though he was, in the interest of reform, Freckles would have to go. It was a very innocent-looking boy who stood before him and looked inquiringly into his face. "William," began the governor. Freckles was pained at first, and then remembered that officially he was William. "This gentleman has made a very serious charge against you." Freckles looked at Mr. Ludlow in a hurt way and waited for the governor to proceed. "He says," went on the chief executive, "that you deliberately took him to the top of the building and willfully left him there, prisoner, all afternoon." "Did you do that?" "Oh, sir," burst forth Freckles, "I did the very best I could to save his life. I was willing to sacrifice mine for him. "You little liar," broke in Ludlow. The governor held up his hand. "You had your chance. Let him have his." "You see, Governor," began Freckles, as if anxious to set right a wrong which had been done him, "the car is acting bad. The engineer said only this morning it needed a going over. When it took that awful shoot, I lost control of it. Maybe I'm to be discharged for losing control of it, but not," Freckles sniffled pathetically, "but not for anything like what he says I done. Why, Governor," he went on, ramming his knuckles into his eyes, "I ain't got nothing against him. What'd I take him to the attic for?" "Of course not for money," sneered Mr. Ludlow. The governor turned on him sharply. "When you can bring any proof of that, I'll be ready to hear it. Until you can, you'd better leave it out of the question." "Strange it should have happened this very afternoon," put in the eminent lobbyist. The governor looked at him with open countenance. "You were especially interested in something this afternoon? I thought you told me you had no vital interest here this session." There was nothing to be said. Mr. Ludlow said nothing. "Now, William," pursued the governor, fearful in his heart that this would be Freckles' undoing, "why did you close the door of the shaft before you started down?" "Well, you see, sir," began Freckles, still tremulously, "I'm so used to closing doors. Closing doors has become a kind of second nature with me. I've been told about it so many times. And up there, though I thought I was losing my life, still I didn't neglect my duty." The governor put his hand to his mouth and coughed. "And why," he went on, more secure now, "for a boy who could get out of that, could get out of anything, why was it you didn't make some immediate effort to get Mr. Ludlow down? Why didn't you notify someone or do something about it?" "Why, I supposed, of course, he walked down by the stairs," cried Freckles. "I never dreamed he'd want to trust the elevator after the way she had acted." "The door was locked," snarled the eminent lobbyist. "Well, now, you see, I didn't know that," explained Freckles expansively. "Late in the afternoon I took a run-up just to test the car, and there you were. I never was so surprised in my life. I supposed, of course, sir, that you'd spent the afternoon in the Senate, along with everybody else." Once more the governor put his hand to his mouth. "Your case will come before the Executive Council at its next meeting, William, and if anything like this should happen again, you will be discharged on the spot." Freckles bowed. "You may go now." When he was almost at the door, the governor called to him. "Don't you think, William," he said, the governor felt that he and Freckles could afford to be generous, "that you should apologize to the gentleman for the really grave inconvenience to which you've been the means of subjecting him?" Freckles' little gray eyes grew steely. He looked at Henry Ludlow, and there was an ominous silence. Then light broke over his face. "On behalf of the elevator," he said, "I apologize." And a third time the governor's hand was raised to his mouth. The next week Freckles was wearing a signet ring. Long and audibly had he sighed for a ring of such kind and proportions. He was at some pains in explaining to everyone to whom he showed it that it had been sent him by a friend up home. End of Freckles McGrath by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
From A to Z by Susan Glaspell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Thus had another ideal tumbled to the rubbish heap. She seemed to be breathing the dust which the newly fallen had stirred up among its longer dead fellows. Certainly she was breathing the dust from somewhere. During her senior year at the university, when people would ask, "And what are you going to do when you leave school, Miss Willard?" she would respond with anything that came to hand, secretly hugging to her mind that idea of getting a position in a publishing house. Her conception of her publishing house was finished about the same time as her class day gown. She was to have a roll-top desk, probably of mahogany, and a big chair which whirled round like that in the office of the undergraduate dean. She was to have a little office all by herself, opening onto a bigger office, the little one marked "Private." There were to be beautiful rugs, the general effect not unlike the library at the University Club, books and pictures, and cultivated gentlemen who spoke often of Greek tragedies and the Renaissance. She was a little uncertain as to her duties, but had a general idea about getting down between 9 and 10, reading the morning paper, cutting the latest magazine, and then writing something. Commencement was now 4 months past, and one of her professors had indeed secured for her a position in a Chicago publishing house. This was her first morning, and she was standing at the window looking down into Dearborn Street, while the man who was to have her in charge was fixing a place for her to sit. That the publishing house should be on Dearborn Street had been her first blow, for she had long located her publishing house on that beautiful stretch of Michigan Avenue which overlooked the lake. But the real insult was that this publishing house, instead of having a building, or at least a floor, all to itself, simply had a place penned off in a bleak, dirty building, such as one who had done work in sociological research instinctively associated with a box factory. And the thing which fairly trailed her visions in the dust was that the partition penning them off did not extend to the ceiling, and the adjoining room being occupied by a patent medicine company, she was face to face with glaring endorsements of Dr. Bunting's famous kidney and bladder cure. Taken all in all, there seemed little chance for Greek tragedies or the Renaissance. The man who was running things, she buried her phraseology with her dreams, wore a skull cap, and his moustache dragged down below his chin. Just at present he was engaged in noisily pulling a most unliterary pine table from a dark corner to a place near the window. That accomplished, an ostentatious hunt ensued, resulting in the triumphant flourish of a feather duster. Several knocks at the table, and the dust of many months, perhaps likewise of many dreams, ascended to a resting place on the endorsement of Dr. Bunting's kidney and bladder cure. He next produced a short, straight-backed chair, which she recognized as brother to the one which used to stand behind their kitchen stove. He gave it a shake, thus delicately indicating that she was receiving special favours in this matter of an able-bodied chair, and then announced with brisk satisfaction, "So, now we are ready to begin." She murmured a thank you, seated herself and her buried hopes in this chair which did not whirl round, and leaned her arms upon a table which did not even dream in mahogany. In the other publishing house one pushed buttons, and uniformed menials appeared, noiselessly, quickly, and deferentially. At this moment a boy with sandy hair, brushed straight back in a manner either statesmanlike or clown-like, things were too involved to know which, shuffled in with an armful of yellow paper, which he flopped down on the pine table. After a minute he returned with a warbled "Take me back to New York town" and a paste pot. And upon his third appearance he was practising gymnastics with a huge pair of shears, which he finally presented, grinningly. There was a long pause, broken only by the sonorous voice of Dr. Bunting, upbraiding someone for not having billed out that stuff to Apple Grove. And then the sandy-haired boy appeared, bearing a large dictionary, followed by the man in the skull-cap behind a dictionary of equal unwieldiness. These were set down on either side of the yellow paper, and he who was filling the position of cultivated gentleman pulled up a chair briskly. "Has Professor Lee explained to you the nature of our work?" he wanted to know. "No," she replied, half grimly, a little humorously, and not far from tearfully. "He didn't explain." "Then it is my pleasure to inform you," he began, blinking at her importantly, "that we are engaged here in the making of a dictionary." "A But she swallowed the gasp in the laugh coming up to meet it, and of their union was born a saving cough. "Quite an overpowering thought, is it not?" he agreed pleasantly. "Now you see, you have before you the two dictionaries you will use most, and over in that case you will find other references. The main thing," his voice sank to an impressive whisper, "is not to infringe the copyright. The publisher was in yesterday and made a little talk to the force, and he said that anyone who handed in a piece of copy infringing the copyright simply employed that means of writing his own resignation. Neat way of putting it, was it not?" "Yes, wasn't it neat?" she agreed wildly. She was conscious of a man's having stepped in behind her and taken a seat at the table next to hers. She heard him opening his dictionaries and getting out his paper. Then the man in a skull-cap had risen and was saying genially, "Well, here is a piece of old Webster, your first take. No copyright on this, you see, but you must modernize and expand. Don't miss any of the good words in either of these dictionaries. Here you have dictionaries, copy paper, paste, and Professor Lee assures me you have brains, all the necessary ingredients for successful lexicography. We are to have some rules printed tomorrow, and in the meantime, I trust I've made myself clear. The main thing," he bent down and spoke it solemnly, "is not to infringe the copyright." With a cheerful nod he was gone, and she heard him saying to the man at the next table, "Mr. Clifford, I shall have to ask you to be more careful about getting in promptly at 8. She removed the cover from her paste pot and dabbled a little on a piece of paper. Then she tried the unwieldy shears on another piece of paper. She then opened one of her dictionaries and read studiously for 15 minutes. That accomplished, she opened the other dictionary and pursued it for 12 minutes. Then she took the column of Old Webster, which had been handed her, pasted on a piece of yellow paper, and set about attempting to commit it to memory. She looked up, to be met with the statement that Mrs. Marjorie Van Luce Devane, after spending years under the so-called best surgeons of the country, had been cured in 6 weeks by Dr. Bunting's famous kidney and bladder cure. She pushed the dictionaries petulantly from her, and leaning her very red cheek upon her hand, her hazel eyes blurred with tears of perplexity and resentment, her mouth drawn in pathetic little lines of uncertainty, looked over at the sprawling warehouse on the opposite side of Dearborn Street. She was just considering the direct manner of writing one's resignation, not knowing how to infringe the copyright, when a voice said, "I beg pardon, but I wonder if I can help you any." She had never heard a voice like that before. Or had she heard it? And where? She looked at him, a long, startled gaze. Something made her think of the voice the prince used to have in long-ago dreams. She looked into a face that was dark and thin and different. 2 very dark eyes were looking at her kindly, and a mouth, which was a baffling combination of things to be loved and things to be deplored, was twitching a little, as though it would like to join the eyes in a smile, if it dared. Because he saw both how funny and how hard it was, she liked him. It would have been quite different had he seen either one without the other. "You can tell me how not to infringe the copyright?" she laughed. "I'm not sure that I know what a copyright is." He laughed, a laugh which belonged with his voice. "Mr. Littletree isn't as lucid as he thinks he is. I've been here a week or so, and picked up a few things you might like to know." He pulled his chair closer to her table then, and gave her a lesson in the making of copy. Edna Willard was never one half so attractive as when absorbed in a thing which someone was showing her how to do. Her hazel eyes would widen and glisten with the joy of comprehending. Her cheeks would flush a deeper pink with the coming of new light. Her mouth would part in a childlike way it had forgotten to outgrow. Her head would nod gleefully in token that she understood, and she had a way of pulling at her wavy hair and making it more wavy than it had been before. The man at the next table was a long time in explaining the making of a dictionary. He spoke in low tones, often looking at the figure of the man in the skull-cap, who was sitting with his back to them, looking over copy. Once she cried excitedly, "Oh, I see!" And he warned, "Shh," explaining, "Let him think you got it all from him. It will give you a better stand-in." She nodded appreciatively, and felt very well acquainted with this kind man, whose voice made her think of something, called to something, she did not just know what. After that, she became so absorbed in lexicography that when the men began putting away their things, it was hard to realize that the morning had gone. It was a new and difficult game, the evasion of the copyright furnishing the stimulus of a hazard. The man at the next table had been watching her with an amused admiration. Her childlike absorption, the way every emotion from perplexity to satisfaction expressed itself in the poise of her head and the pucker of her face, took him back over years emotionally barren, to the time when he too had those easily stirred enthusiasms of youth. For the man at the next table was far from young now. His mouth had never quite parted with boyishness, but there was more white than black in his hair, and the lines about his mouth told that time, as well as forces more aging than time, had laid heavy hand upon him. But when he looked at the girl and told her with a smile that it was time to stop work, it was a smile and a voice to defy the most telltale face in all the world. During her luncheon, as she watched the strange people coming and going, she did much wondering. She wondered why it was that so many of the men at the dictionary place were very old men. She wondered if it would be a good dictionary, one that would be used in the schools. She wondered if Dr. Bunting had made a great deal of money. And most of all, she wondered about the man at the next table, whose voice was like a dream which she did not know that she had dreamed. When she had returned to the straggling old building, had stumbled down the narrow, dark hall, and opened the door of the big bleak room, she saw that the man at the next table was the only one who had returned from luncheon. Something in his profile made her stand there very still. He had not heard her come in, and he was looking straight ahead, eyes half closed, mouth set, no unsurrendered boyishness there now. Wholly unconsciously, she took an impulsive step forward. But she stopped, for she saw and felt, without really understanding, that it was not just the moment's pain, but the revealed pain of years. Just then he began to cough, and it seemed the cough, too, was more than of the moment. And then he turned and saw her and smiled, and the smile changed all. As the afternoon wore on, the man stopped working, and turning a little in his chair, sat there covertly watching the girl. She was just typically girl. It was written that she had spent her days in the happy ways of healthful girlhood. He supposed that a great many young fellows had fallen in love with her, nice, clean young fellows, the kind she would naturally meet. And then his eyes closed for a minute, and he put up his hand and brushed back his hair. There was weariness weary of itself in the gesture. He looked about the room and scanned the faces of the men, most of them older than he, many of them men whose histories were well known to him. They were the usual hangers-on about newspaper offices, men who, for one reason or another, age, dissipation, antiquated methods, had been pitched over. Men for whom such work as this came as a godsend. They were the men of yesterday, men whom the world had rushed past. She was the only one there, this girl who would probably sit here beside him for many months, with whom the future had anything to do. Youth, goodness, joy, hope, strange things to bring to a place like this. And as if their alienism disturbed him, he moved restlessly, almost resentfully, bit his lips nervously, moistened them, and began putting away his things. As the girl was starting home along Dearborn Street a few minutes later, she chanced to look in a window. She saw that it was a saloon, but before she could turn away, she saw a man with a white face, white with the peculiar whiteness of a dark face, standing before the bar, drinking from a small glass. She stood still, arrested by a look such as she had never seen before, a panting human soul sobbingly fluttering down into something from which it had spent all its force in trying to rise. When she recalled herself and passed on, a mist which she could neither account for nor banish was dimming the clear hazel of her eyes. The next day was a hard one at the dictionary place. She told herself it was because the novelty of it was wearing away, because her fingers ached, because it tired her back to sit in that horrid chair. She did not admit of any connection between her flagging interest and the fact that the place at the next table was vacant. The following day he was still absent. She assumed that it was nervousness occasioned by her queer surroundings made her look around whenever she heard a step behind her. Where was he? Where had that look carried him? If he were in trouble, was there no one to help him? The third day she did an unpremeditated thing. The man in the skull cap had been showing her something about the copy. As he was leaving, she asked, "Is the man who sits at the next table coming back?" "Oh, yes," he replied grimly. "He'll be back." "Because," she went on, "if he wasn't, I thought I would take his shears. These hurt my fingers." He made the exchange for her, and after that things went better. He did return late the next morning. After he had taken his place, he looked over at her and smiled. He looked sick and shaken, as if something that knew no mercy had taken hold of him and wrung body and soul. "You have been ill?" she asked, with timid solicitude. "Oh, no," he replied, rather shortly. He was quiet all that day, but the next day they talked about the work, laughed together over funny definitions they found. She felt that he could tell many interesting things about himself, if he cared to. As the days went on, he did tell some of those things. Out-of-the-way places where he had worked, queer people whom he had known. It seemed that words came to him as gifts, came freely, happily, pleased perhaps to be borne by so sympathetic a voice. And there was another thing about him. He always seemed to know just what she was trying to say. He never missed the unexpressed. That made it easy to say things to him. There seemed a certain at-homeness between his thought and hers. She accounted for her interest in him by telling herself she had never known anyone like that before. Now Harold, the boy whom she knew best out at the university, why, one had to say things to Harold to make him understand. And Harold never left one wondering what he had meant by that smile, what he had been going to say when he started to say something and stopped, wondering what it was about his face that one could not understand. Harold could never claim as his the hour after he had left her, and was one ever close to anyone with whom one did not spend some of the hours of absence? She began to see that hours spent together, when apart, were the most intimate hours of all. And, as Harold did not make one wonder, so he did not make one worry. Never in all her life had there been a lump in her throat when she thought of Harold. There was often a lump in her throat when the man at the next table was coughing. One day, she had been there about 2 months, she said something to him about it. It was hard. It seemed forcing one's way into a room that had never been opened to one. There were several doors he kept closed. "Mr. Clifford," she turned to him impetuously as they were putting away their things that night, "will you mind if I say something to you?" He was covering his paste pot. He looked up at her strangely. The closed door seemed to open a little way. "I can't conceive of minding anything you might say to me, Miss Noah." He had called her Miss Noah ever since she, by mistake, had one day called him Mr. Webster. "You see," she hurried on, very timid, now that the door had opened a little, "you have been so good to me. Because you have been so good to me, it seems that I have some right to... His head was resting upon his hand, and he leaned a little closer, as though listening for something he wanted to hear. "I had a cousin who had a cough like yours," brave now that she could not go back, "and he went down to New Mexico and stayed for a year, and when he came back he was as well as any of us. It seems so foolish not to..." Her voice broke, now that it had so valiantly carried it. "Not to..." He looked at her, and that was all. But she was never wholly the same again after that look. It enveloped her being in a something which left her richer, different. It was a look to light the dark place between two human souls. It seemed for the moment that words would follow it, but, as if feeling their helplessness, perhaps needlessness, they sank back unuttered, and at the last he got up abruptly and walked away. One night, while waiting for the elevator, she heard two of the men talking about him. When she went out onto the street, it was with head high, cheeks hot. For nothing is so hard to hear as that which one has half known and evaded. One never denies so hotly as in denying to oneself what one fears is true, and one never resents so bitterly as in resenting that which one cannot say one has the right to resent. That night she lay in her bed with wide open eyes, going over and over the things they had said. Cure? One of them had scoffed, after telling how brilliant he had been before he went to pieces. Why, all the cures on earth couldn't help him. He can go just so far, and then he can no more stop himself, about as much as an ant could stop a prairie fire. She finally turned over on her pillow and sobbed, and she wondered why. Wondered, yet knew. But it resulted in a flowering of her tenderness for him. Interest mounted to defiance. It ended in blind, passionate desire to make it up to him. And again, he was so different from Harold. Harold did not impress himself upon one by upsetting all one's preconceived ideas. She felt now that she understood better, understood the closed doors. He was, she could think of no better word than sensitive. And that is why, several mornings later, she very courageously, for it did take courage, threw this little note over on his desk. They had formed a habit of writing notes to each other, sometimes about the words, sometimes about other things. Invitation, noun. That which Miss Noah extends to Mr. Webster for Friday evening, December 2nd, at the house where she lives. Hasn't she already told him where that is? It is the wish of Miss Noah to present Mr. Webster to various other Miss Noahs, all of whom are desirous of making his acquaintance. She was absurdly nervous at luncheon that day, and kept telling herself with severity not to act like a high school girl. He was late in returning that noon, and though there seemed a new something in his voice when he asked if he hadn't better sharpen her pencils, he said nothing about her new definition of invitation. It was almost 5 o'clock when he threw this over on her desk. Appreciation, noun. That sentiment inspired in Mr. Webster by the kind invitation of Miss Noah for Friday evening. Regret, noun. That which Mr. Webster experiences because, for reasons into which he cannot go in detail, it is impossible for him to accept Miss Noah's invitation. Resentment, noun. That which is inspired in Mr. Webster by the insinuation that there are other Miss Noahs in the world. Then below he had written, 3 hours later, Miss Noah, the world is queer. Some day you may find out, though I hope you never will, that it is frequently the things we most want to do that we must leave undone. Miss Noah, won't you go on bringing me as much of yourself as you can to Dearborn Street, and try not to think much about my not being able to know the Miss Noah of Hyde Park? And little Miss Noah, I thank you. There aren't words enough in this old book of ours to tell you how much, or why. That night he hurried away with never a joke about how many words she had written that day. She did not look up as he stood there putting on his coat. It was spring now, and the dictionary staff had begun on W. They had written of joy, of hope and life and love and many other things. Life seemed pressing just behind some of those definitions, pressing the harder perhaps, because it could not break through the surface. For it did not break through, it flooded just beneath. How did she know that he cared for her? She could not possibly have told. Perhaps the nearest to actual proof she could bring was that he always saw that her overshoes were put in a warm place, and when one came down to facts, the putting of a girl's rubbers near the radiator did not necessarily mean love. Perhaps then it was because there was no proof of it that she was most sure. For some of the most sure things in the world are things which cannot be proved. It was only that they worked together and were friends, that they laughed together over funny definitions they found, that he was kind to her, and that they seemed remarkably close together. That is as far as facts can take it. And just there it begins. For the force which rushes beneath the facts of life, caring nothing for conditions, not asking what one desires or what one thinks best, caring as little about a past as about a future, save its own future. The force which can laugh at man's institutions and batter over in one sweep what he likes to call his wisdom, was sweeping them on. And because it could get no other recognition, it forced its way into the moments when he asked her for an eraser, when she wanted to know how to spell a word. He could not so much as ask her if she needed more copy paper, without seeming to be lavishing upon her all the love of all the ages. And so the winter had worn on, and there was really nothing whatever to tell about it. She was quiet this morning, and kept her head bent low over her work, for she had estimated the number of pages there were between W and Z. Soon they would be at Z, and then. Shyly she turned and looked at him. He too was bent over his work. When she came in, she had said something about its being spring, and that there must be wild flowers in the woods. Since then he had not looked up. Suddenly it came to her, tenderly, hotly, fearfully, yet bravely, that it was she who must meet Z. She looked at him again covertly, and she felt that she understood. It was the lines in his face that made it clearest. Years, and things blacker, less easily surmounted than years. Oh yes, that too she faced fearlessly, were piled in between. She knew now that it was she, not he, who could push them aside. It was all very unmaidenly, of course, but maidenly is a word love, and life, and desire may crowd from the page. Perhaps she would not have thrown it after all, the little note she had written, had it not been that, when she went over for more copy paper, she stood for a minute looking out of the window. Even on Dearborn Street, the seductiveness of spring was in the air. Spring, and all that spring meant, filled her. Because, way beyond the voice of Dr. Bunting, she heard the songs of faraway birds. And because, beneath the rumble of a printing press, she could get the babble of a brook. Because Z was near, and life was strong, the woman vanquished the girl, and she threw this over to his desk. Chafing dish, noun. That out of which Miss Noah asks Mr. Webster to eat his Sunday night lunch tomorrow. All the other Miss Noahs are going to be away, and if Mr. Webster does not come, Miss Noah will be all alone. Miss Noah does not like to be lonely. She ate no lunch that day. She only drank a cup of coffee and walked around. He did not come back that afternoon. It passed from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and then, very slowly, from 3 to 4, and still he had not come. He too was walking about. He had walked down to the lake and was standing there looking out across it. Why not? He was saying to himself, fiercely, doggedly, over and over again. Well, why not? 100 nights, alone in his room, he had gone over it. Had not life used him hard enough to give him a little now? longing had pleaded. And now there was a new voice, more prevailing voice, the voice of her happiness. His face softened to an almost maternal tenderness as he listened to that voice. Too worn to fight any longer, he gave himself up to it, and sat there dreaming. They were dreams of joy rushing in after lonely years, dreams of stepping into the sunlight after long days in fog and cold, dreams of a woman before a fireplace, her arms about him, her cheer and her tenderness, her comradeship and her passion, all his to take. Ah, dreams which even thoughts must not touch, so wonderful and sacred they were. A long time he sat there, dreaming dreams and seeing visions. The force that rules the race was telling him that the one crime was the denial of happiness, his happiness, her happiness. And when at last his fight seemed but a puerile fight against forces worlds mightier than he rose, and as one who sees a great light, started back toward Dearborn Street. On the way he began to cough. The coughing was violent, and he stepped into a doorway to gain breath. And after he had gone in there, he realized that it was the building of Chicago's greatest newspaper. He had been city editor of that paper once. Facts, the things he knew about himself, talked to him then. There was no answer. It left him weak and dizzy and crazy for a drink. He walked on slowly, unsteadily, his white face set. For he had vowed that if it took the last nerve in his body, there should be no more of that until after they had finished with Z. He knew himself too well to vow more. He was not even sure of that. He did not turn in where he wanted to go, but resistance took the last bit of force that was in him. He was trembling like a sick man when he stepped into the elevator. She was just leaving. She was in the little cloakroom putting on her things. She was all alone in there. He stepped in. He pushed the door shut and stood there leaning against it, looking at her, saying nothing. "Oh, you are ill," she gasped, and laid a frightened hand upon him. The touch crazed him. All resistance gone, he swept her into his arms. He held her fiercely, and between sobs kissed her again and again. He could not let her go. He frightened her. He hurt her. And he did not care. He did not know. Then he held her off and looked at her. And as he looked into her eyes, passion melted to tenderness. It was she now, not he, love, not hunger. Holding her face in his two hands, looking at her as if getting something to take away, his white lips murmured words too inarticulate for her to hear. And then again he put his arms around her, all differently. Reverently, sobbingly, he kissed her hair. And then he was gone. He did not come out that Sunday afternoon, but Harold dropped in instead and talked of some athletic affairs over at the university. She wondered why she did not go crazy in listening to him, and yet she could answer intelligently. It was queer what one could do. They had come at last to Z. There would be no more work upon the dictionary after that day. And it was raining. Raining as in Chicago alone it knows how to rain. They wrote no notes to each other now. It had been different since that day. They made small effort to cover their raw souls with the mantle of commonplace words. Both of them had tried to stay away that last day, but both were in their usual places. The day wore on eventlessly. Those men with whom she had worked, the men of yesterday, who had been kind to her, came up at various times for little farewell chats. The man in the skull cap told her that she had done excellent work. She was surprised at the ease with which she could make decent reply, thinking again that it was queer what one could do. He was moving. She saw him lay some sheets of yellow paper on the desk in front. He had finished with his take. There would not be another to give him. He would go now. He came back to his desk. She could hear him putting away his things. And then, for a long time, there was no sound. She knew that he was just sitting there, in his chair. Then she heard him get up. She heard him push his chair up to the table, and then for a minute he stood there. She wanted to turn toward him. She wanted to say something, do something, but she had no power. She saw him lay an envelope upon her desk. She heard him walking away. She knew, numbly, that his footsteps were not steady. She knew that he had stopped. She was sure that he was looking back. But still she had no power. And then she heard him go. Even then she went on with her work. She finished her take and laid down her pencil. It was finished now, and he had gone. Finished? Gone? She was tearing open the envelope of the letter. This was what she read. Little dictionary sprite, sunshine vendor and girl to be loved. If I were a free man, I would say to you, come, little one, and let us learn of love. Let us learn of it, not as one learns from dictionaries, but let us learn from the morning glow and the evening shades. But Miss Noah, maker of dictionaries and creeper into hearts, the bound must not call to the free. They might fittingly have used my name as one of the synonyms under that word, failure, but I trust not under coward. And now, you funny little Miss Noah from the University of Chicago, don't I know that your heart is blazing forth the assurance that you don't care for any of those things, the world, people, common sense, that you want just love. They made a grand failure of you out at your university. They taught you philosophy, and they taught you Greek, and they've left you just as much the woman as women were 5,000 years ago. Oh, I know all about you, you little girl whose hair tried so hard to be red. Your soul touched mine as we sat there writing words, 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 the very words in which men try to tell things and can't. And I know all about what you would do, but you shall not do it. Dear little copymaker, would a man standing out on the end of a slippery plank have any right to cry to someone on the shore, come out here on this plank with me? If he loved the someone on the shore, would he not say instead, don't get on this plank? Me get off the plank, come with you to the shore, you are saying. But you see, dear, you only know slippery planks as viewed from the shore. God grant you may never know of them any other way. It was you, was it not, who wrote our definition of happiness? Yes, I remember the day you did it. You were so interested, your cheeks grew so very red, and you pulled and pulled at your wavy hair. You said it was such an important definition. And so it is, Miss Noah, quite the most important of all. And on the page of life, Miss Noah, may happiness be written large and unblurred for you. It is because I cannot help you write it that I turn away. I want to at least leave the page unspoiled. I carry a picture of you. I shall carry it always. You are sitting before a fireplace, and I think of that fireplace as symbolizing the warmth and care and tenderness and the safety that will surround you. And sometimes, as you sit there, let a thought of me come for just a minute, Miss Noah, not long enough or deep enough to bring you any pain. But only think, I brought him happiness after he believed all happiness had gone. He was so grateful for that light which came after he thought the darkness had settled down. It will light his way to the end. We've come to Z, and it's goodbye. There is one thing I can give you without hurting you. The hope, the prayer, that life may be very, very good to you." The sheets of paper fell from her hands. She sat staring out into Dearborn Street. She began to see. After all, he had not understood her. Perhaps men never understood women. Certainly, he had not understood her. What he did not know was that she was willing to pay for her happiness, pay any price that might be exacted. And anyway, she had no choice. Strange that he could not see that. Strange that he could not see the irony and cruelty of bidding her goodbye and then telling her to be happy. It simplified itself to such an extent that she grew very calm. It would be easy to find him, easy to make him see, for it was so very simple. And then she turned in her copy. She said goodbye quietly, naturally, rode down in a lumbering old elevator, and started out into the now drenching rain toward the elevated trains which would take her to the West Side. It was so fortunate that she had heard him telling one day where he lived. When she reached the station, she saw that more people were coming down the stairs than were going up. They were saying things about the trains, but she did not heed them. But at the top of the stairs a man in uniform said, "Blockade, miss. You'll have to take the surface cars." She was sorry, for it would delay her, and there was not a minute to lose. She was dismayed, upon reaching the surface cars, to find she could not get near them. The rain, the blockade on the L, had caused a great crowd to congregate there. She waited a long time, getting more and more wet, but it was impossible to get near the cars. She thought of a cab, but could see none, they too having all been pressed into service. She determined, desperately, to start and walk. Soon she would surely get either a cab or a car. And so she started, staunchly, though she was wet through now, and trembling with cold and nervousness. As she hurried through the driving rain, she faced things fearlessly. Oh yes, she understood everything. But if he were not well, should he not have her with him? If he had that thing to fight, did he not need her help? What did men think women were like? Did he think she was one to sit down and reason out what would be advantageous? Better a little while with him on a slippery plank than forever safe and desolate upon the shore. She never questioned her going. Were not life and love too great to be lost through that which could so easily be put right? The buildings were reeling, the streets moving up and down. That awful rain, she thought, was making her dizzy. Laboriously she walked on, more slowly, less steadily, a pain in her side, that awful reeling in her head. Carriages returning to the city were passing her, but she had not strength to call to them, and it seemed if she walked to the curbing she would fall. She was not thinking so clearly now. The thing which took all of her force was the lifting of her feet and the putting them down in the right place. Her throat seemed to be closing up, and her side, and her head. Someone had her by the arm. Then someone was speaking her name, speaking it in surprise, consternation, alarm. It was Harold. It was all vague then. She knew that she was in a carriage, and that Harold was talking to her kindly. "You're taking me there?" she murmured. Yes, Edna, everything's all right," he replied soothingly. "Everything's all right," she repeated in a whisper, and leaned her head back against the cushions. They stopped after a while, and Harold was standing at the open door of the cab with something steaming hot, which he told her to drink. "You need it," he said decisively, and thinking it would help her to tell it, she drank it down. The world was a little more defined after that, and she saw things which puzzled her. "Why, it looks like the city," she whispered, her throat too sore now to speak aloud. "Why, sure," he replied banteringly. "Don't you know we have to go through the city to get out onto the south side?" "Oh, but you see," she cried, holding her throat. "But you see, it's the other way." "Not tonight," he insisted. "The place for you tonight is home. I'm taking you where you belong." She reached over wildly, trying to open the door, but he held her back. She began to cry, and he talked to her, gently but unbendingly. "But you don't understand," she whispered passionately. "I've got to go." "Not tonight," he said again, and something in the way he said it made her finally huddle back in the corner of the carriage. Block after block, mile after mile, they rode on in silence. She felt overpowered, and with submission she knew that it was Zed. For the whole city was piled in between. Great buildings were in between, and thousands of men running to and fro on the streets. Man, and all man had builded up, were in between. And then Harold, who had always seemed to count for so little, had come and taken her away. Dully, wretchedly, knowing that her heart would ache far worse tomorrow than it did tonight, she wondered about things. Did things like rain and streetcars and wet feet and a sore throat determine life? Was it that way with other people too? Did other people have barriers, whole cities full of them piled in between? And then did the Harolds come and take them where they said they belonged? Were there not some people strong enough to go where they wanted to go? End of From A to Z by Susan Glaspell.
The Haunted Author by Marcus Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Mark Dale of Cambridge, England. "What can I do for you, sir?" I asked blandly, astonished. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man in a rough pea-jacket, and scowled portentously. "Put me into an honest livelihood," he answered. It was such a strange request that I could only stare. "Don't you understand?" he said, seating himself with rough vehemence. "I want to become a reputable member of society. I want some honest employment." "But, my good sir, why do you come to me? Your motive is most excellent, but an honest employment is the last thing at my disposal." "That be blowed," said he. "You could give me a fortune if you liked. You know you could. But I don't want that. No, I'm fly to that game. You'll have some blessed elder brother that nobody knowed of, coming back from New Zealand and succeeding to the ancestral mansion. Or you'll get me pitched out of my gilded chariot at the church door, and marry my wife, that ought to be, to somebody else. I know you. I only want a modest competence. Nobody interferes with that." "Your language is even more mysterious than your appearance, my friend," I said. "Thra," said he. I had never heard a man outside a book say thra. Never. "Don't you know me?" I looked at him steadily, and it seemed that I ought to know him. That hat, that pea jacket, that knotted scarf around his muscular throat, those fierce eyes, all were familiar to me. "You don't happen to have any marks about you?" I asked, while a cold sweat broke out upon my brow. He laughed, that bitter laugh which I had described so often. "I have a peculiar mole on the back of my neck. The tip of my left ear is shot away. My right side still bears the marks of Pompey's claws when he defended his young mistress Alice in the lonely swamp. I have lost the little finger of my right hand. and had 3 pear-shaped wens, beside the usual allowance of strawberry marks. There was no mistaking him. It was my villain. I knew his bloodthirsty nature, and dreaded the tremendous struggle which experience told me was about to follow. "But why come here?" I urged. "I am sick of it," said my villain doggedly. "I ain't to be badgered any more. It ain't a respectable business. First I was Jabez Jamrach, then Black Will the smuggler, then Curlewis Carleon, then a poacher, then a burglar, then an unjust steward, and now I'm an escaped convict." It was true. The unhappy creature before me had figured in my world-renowned novels in all those capacities. "It ain't because I'm out all nights in all sorts of weather, mostly thunderous. It ain't because I'm often drunk, always in debt and totally disreputable. It ain't because I've murdered a large variety of mothers, and brought the grey hairs of a corresponding number of aged fathers with sorrow to the grave. It ain't because my language is altogether ridiculous, and I leave out more H's and put in more oaths in my conversation than any natural man did yet. It ain't that. No," he cried, waxing wroth. "It's because I'm always left at the end of a 3rd volume, if I'm still alive, without hope of mercy or promise of repentance." I shuddered. "Take some brandy," I said, and pushed him the decanter. He took it, and filling half a tumbler with neat spirit, drained it at a gulp. I knew he would. The beast, under my direction, invariably took his liquor in that fashion. "Is it right? Is it just, governor? Your comic servant winds up with a chambermaid. Your aristocratic villain, the Marquis, my master, who poisons his niece and shoots his aunt with an air gun, he's all right. He's never hung in chains, or tucked to Newgate, or starved to death in a deserted drive on the diggings in Bendigo. But why waste words? Are we not alone here? No sound but the whistling of a wind in the wide chimneys of a moated grange. No footsteps but that of a midnight mouser as she creeps stealthily to her prey. Ha ha! Thou art mine, and... Ha ha, indeed. I guessed how it would happen. My experience as a novel writer told me as much. Just as the enraged ruffian advanced to seize me, a newcomer appeared upon the scene. By his wavy hair, square-toed Wellingtons, massive watch chain, and handkerchief that hung from the right-hand pocket of his shooting coat, I knew him at once. He was Sir Aubrey de Bryancourt. "Assist me!" I exclaimed. The look of scorn he gave me was sufficient to daunt a bolder man, but I knew of a spell by which I could compel him. "Hist," I said, in a thrilling whisper. "Proud scion of a lordly house, there is another Sir Aubrey. Refuse me aid, and young Fairfield will assume your name and title. These minions are beyond my power, but remember you are to be continued in our next." The threat made pale the cheeks even of one whose ancestors had bled on Bosworth, and the baronet waved a white hand towards the back door. "Take my cabriolet, dog," he said, with that courtesy which characterizes the British aristocrat. I need scarcely remark that I leapt into the cabriolet, and was soon driving with the rapidity of lightning toward Goodman Gully. Fast behind me came echo of hoofs. The lightning flashed incessantly, and the negro who held the reins was white with fear. All at once a man clad in a red shirt jumped from behind a bush, and seized the head of a mare. "Who are you?" I cried. "The most abused of all," said he. "I am the typical digger. I am the man whom you and the others of your tribe have made to eat banknotes as sandwiches. I have shod my horse with gold and swilled champagne, which I detest, out of stable buckets. Am I to pass my life in finding repeatedly gigantic nuggets, and being perpetually robbed of the same? Must I never shave? Shall the tyranny of a fiction monger compel me to sleep in my boots? Calm yourself, my friend, I said. There is not much harm done. I know of some poor fellows whom the fiction mongers have treated much more rudely. At that instant, the demonic howls of my pursuers were borne upon the blast. That may be, roared the digger of romance, but I will be avenged on thee. Come! The cabriolet disappeared into the distance. There was never a cabriolet yet that did not do so under such circumstances, and my captor led me away. He paused at the door of the usual Bush Inn, how well I knew it, and striking 3 blows upon the door, they invariably struck 3 loud blows. We were admitted into the long apartment. I beheld with astonishment that all the personages whom I had imagined the creatures of my own too fertile brain were there. Wretch, cried the fair Lady Madeline, why did you not unite me to the Duke? You know you changed your mind at the last minute. Monster, said the lovely Violet, you made me pass 3 nights of horror in the Red Farm, when one stroke of your pen could have freed me. Christian dog, roared Mordecai the Jew. I was born with charitable impulses, and should have lent in peace the humble shilling upon the ragged coat of poverty, had not your felon soul plunged me into crime to gratify the tastes of a blood and thunder-loving public. And I, remarked Henry Mortimer, with that cynical smile that I had so often depicted, curling his proud lip, did I wish to throw my elder brother down a well in order to succeed to his name and heritage? No! I loved him fondly, madly, as you took pains to state in your earlier chapters. Away with him! Hissed Lady Millicent the poisoner. I knew not of the deadly power of strychnine until he told me. 'Twas he that let me linger in consumption for 40 pages folio, cried Coralie de Belleisle, the planter's daughter. 'Twas he that blighted my voluptuous contours with an entirely unnecessary railway accident, wept the lovely Geraldine. Away with him! Mercy! I cried, gazing in terror on thou well-known lineaments. Mercy! cried the lost heiress, Isabelle de Beaumanoir, when for 2 long hours you deliberated whether my sainted mother or the poacher's wife should give me birth. Mercy for thee? Oh, no, no, no. I trembled over the abyss. Why seek to dispel my ennui with this espièglerie, mon ami? Said the soft tones of the Count in his native tongue. Sacre! Let the pauvre petite escape. My déjeuner the fourchette awaits. The coup d'œil is superbe. The tout ensemble, all that could be desired. Voila! The digger swung me over the yawning grave. All the buttons in my waistcoat gave way, and for an instant my life hung literally by a thread. Will you make me respectable? Said the villain. Never. The button cracked. I was going, gone, when the alarm bell sounded, the door burst open, and Bridget entered. It is a boy from the printer's, for the proofs, she said. Tell him to wait, said I, wiping the sweat from my intellectual brow. I seized my pen, and in 10 lines had got my villain comfortably in irons at Norfolk Island. End of story. Read by Christopher Mark Dale of Cambridge, England.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shanna Brogdon Sturble. His America by Susan Glass Bell. He hated to see the reporter go. With the closing of that door, it seemed certain that there was no putting it off any longer. But even when the man's footsteps were at last sounding on the stairway, he still clung to him. "Father," he asked fretfully, "why do you always talk to those fellows?" Herman Beckman turned in his chair and stared at his son. Then he laughed. "Now that's a fine question to come from the honor man of a law school. I hope, Fritz, that your oration tonight is going to have a little more sense in it than that." The calling up of his oration made him reach out another clutching hand to the vanished reporter. "But it's farcical, Father, to be always interviewed by a paper nobody reads." "Nobody reads?" "Why, nobody cares anything about the leader. It's dead." Herman Beckman looked at his son sharply. Something about him seemed strange. He decided that he was nervous about the commencement program. Fritz had the one oration. The boy had opened the drawer of his study table and was fingering some papers he'd taken out. "Sure you know it?" the man asked with affectionate parental anxiety. "Oh, I know it all right," Fred answered grimly. And again the father decided that he was nervous about the thing. He wasn't just like himself. The man walked to the window and stood looking across at the university buildings. Colleges had always meant much to Herman Beckman. The very day Fritz was born, he determined that the boy was to go to college. It was good to witness the fulfillment of his dreams. He turned his glance to the comfortable room. "Pretty decent, comfortable sort of place, isn't it, Father?" Fred asked, following his father's look and thought from the Morris chair to the student's lamp, and all those other things which nowadays seem an inevitable part of the acquirement of learning. It made his father laugh. "Yes, my boy, I should call it decent and comfortable." He grew thoughtful after that. "Pretty different from the place you had, Father?" "Oh, me? My place to study was any place I could find. Sometimes on top of a load of hay, lots of times by the light of the logs. I've studied in some funny places, Fritz." "Well, you got there, Father." The boy burst out with feeling. "By Jove, there aren't many of them know the things you know." "I know enough to know what I don't know," said the old man, a little sadly. "I know enough to know what I missed. I wanted to go to college. No one will ever know how I wanted to. I began to think I'd never feel right about it. But I have a notion that when I sit there tonight listening to you, Fritz, knowing that you're speaking for 200 boys, half of whose fathers did go to college, I think I'm going to feel better about it then." The boy turned away. Something in the kindly words seemed as the cut of a whip across his face. "Well, Fritz," his father continued, getting into his coat, "I'll be going downtown. Leave you to put on an extra flourish or two." He laughed in proud parental fashion. "Anyway, I have some things to see about." The boy stood up. "Father, I have something to tell you." He said it shortly and sharply. The father stood there, puzzled. "You won't like my oration tonight, Father." And still the man did not speak. The words would not have bothered him much. It was the boy's manner. "In fact, Father, you're going to be desperately disappointed in it." The dull red was creeping into the man's cheeks. He was one to have little patience with that thing of not doing one's work. "Why am I going to be disappointed? This is no time to shirk. You should—" "Oh, you'll not complain of the time and thought I've put on it," the boy broke in with a short, hard laugh. But, you see, Father, you see, his armor had slipped from him, it doesn't express your views. Did I ever say I wanted you to express my views? Did I bring you up to be a mouthpiece of mine? Haven't I told you to think? But with a long, sharp glance at his boy, anger gave way. Come, boy, going over and patting him on the back. Brace up now. You're acting like a 7-year-old girl afraid to speak her first piece. And his big laugh rang out, eager to reassure. You won't see it. You won't believe it. I don't suppose you'll believe it when you hear it. He turned away, overwhelmed by a sudden realization of just how difficult was the thing that lay before him. The man started toward his son, but instead he walked over and sat down at the opposite side of the table, waiting. He was beginning to see that there was something in this which he did not understand. At last the boy turned to him, fighting back some things, taking on other things. He gazed at the careworn, rugged face of a worker and a dreamer, reading in those lines the story of that life, seeing more clearly than he had ever seen before the beauty and futility of it. Here was the idealist, the man who would give his whole lifetime to a dream he had dreamed. He loved his father very tenderly as he looked at him, read him, then. "Father," he asked quietly, "are you satisfied with your life?" The man simply stared, waiting, seeking his bearings. "You came to this country when you were 19 years old, didn't you, Father?" The man nodded. "And now it's 61, isn't it?" Again he nodded. "You've been in America, then, 42 years. Father, do you think as much of it now as you did 42 years ago?" "I don't know what you mean," the man said, searching his son's quiet, passionate face. "I can't make you out, Fritz." "My favorite story as a kid," the boy went on, "was to hear you tell of how you felt when your boat came sailing into New York Harbor, and you saw the first outlines of a country you had dreamed about all through your boyhood, which you had saved pennies for, worked nights for, ever since you were old enough to know the meaning of America. I mean," he corrected significantly, "the meaning of what you thought was America." "It's a bully story, Father," he continued with a smile at once tender and hard. The simple German boy, born a dreamer, standing there looking out at the dim shores of the land he had idealized. If ever a man came to America bringing it rich gifts, that man was you. "Fritz," his father's voice was rendered harsh by mystification and foreboding, "tell me what you're talking about. Come to the point. Clear this up." "I'm talking about American politics, your party, having ruined your life. I'm talking about working like a slave all your days and having nothing but a mortgaged farm at 61. I'm talking about playing a losing game. I'm saying, what's the use? Father, I'm telling you that I'm going to join the other party and make some money." The man just sat there, staring. "Well," the boy took it up defiantly, "why not?" And then he moved, laid a not quite steady hand out upon the table. "My boy, you're not well. You've studied too hard. Now brace yourself up for tonight, and then we'll go down home and fix you up. What you need, Fritz," he said, trying to laugh, "is the hayfield." "You're not seeing it." The boy pushed back his chair and began moving about the room. "The only way I can brace myself up for tonight is to get so mad. Father, usually you see things so easily. Don't you understand? It was my chance, my one moment, my time to strike. It will be years before I get such a hearing again. You see, Father, the thing will be printed, and the men I want to have hear it, the men who own this state, will be there. One of them is to preside, and the story of it, the worth of it to them, is that I'm your son. You see, after all, he seized at this wildly, I'm getting my start on the fact that I'm your son. Go on, said the man. The brown of his wind-beaten face had yielded to a tinge of gray. Just what is it you're going to say? I call it the new America. A lot of this talk about doing things, the glory of industrial America, the true Americans, the men of constructive genius, the patriotism of railroad and factory building, a eulogy of railroad officials and corporation presidents, he rushed on with a laugh, singing the song of capital. Father, can't you see why? The old man had risen. Tell me this, he said. None of it matters much if you just tell me this. You believe these things? You've thought it all out for yourself and you feel that way? You're honest, aren't you, Fritz? He put that last in a whisper. The boy made no reply. After a minute the man sank back to his chair. The years seemed coming to him with the minutes. Fred was leaning against the wall. Father, he said at last, I hope you'll let me be a little roundabout. It's only fair to me to let me ramble on a little. I've got to put it all right before you or, you know, Dad, he came back to his place by the table. First thing I remember very clearly is those men, your party managers, coming down to the farm one time and asking you to run for governor. How many times is it you've run for governor, Father? He put the question slowly. 5, said the man heavily. I don't know which time this was, but you didn't want to. You were sorry when you saw them coming. I heard some of the talk. You talked about your farm, what you wanted to do that summer, how you couldn't afford the time or the money. They argued that you owed it to the party. They always got you there. How no other man could hold down majorities as you could. A man like you giving the best years of his life to holding down majorities. They said you were the one man against whom no personal attack could be made. And when there was so much to fight anyway. Oh, I know that speech by heart. They've made great capital of your honesty and your clean life. In fact, they've held that up as a curtain behind which a great many things could go on. You didn't know about them. You were out in front of the curtain, but I haven't lived in this town without finding out that they needed your integrity and your clean record pretty bad. That was out on the side porch. Mother had brought out some buttermilk, and they drank it while they talked. You put up a good fight. Your time was money to you at that time of year. A man shouldn't neglect his farm. But you never yet could hold out against that needing you kind of talk. They knew there was no chance for your election. You knew it. But it takes a man of just your grit to put any snap into a hopeless campaign. Mother cried when you went to drive them back to town. You see, I remember all those things. She told about how hard you would work and how it would do no good, that the state belonged to the other party. She talked about the farm, too, and the addition she'd wanted for the house, and how now she wouldn't have it. Mother felt pretty bad that night. She's gone through a lot of those times. There was a silence. You were away a lot that summer and all fall. You looked pretty well used up when you came home, but you said that you held down majorities splendidly. Again there was silence. It was the silences that seemed to be saying the most. You had one term in Congress. That's the only thing you ever had. Then you did so much that they concentrated in your district and saw to it that you never got back. Julius Caesar couldn't have been elected again. He laughed harshly. Father, the boy went on after a pause, you asked me if I were honest. There are two kinds of honesty, the primitive kind, like yours, and then the kind you develop for yourself. Do I believe the things I'm going to say tonight? No, not now. But I'll believe them more after I've heard the applause I'm sure to get. I'll believe them still more after I've had my first case thrown to me by our railroad friends who own this state. More and more after I've said them over in campaigning next fall, and pretty soon I'll be so sure I believe them that I really will believe them, and that, he concluded flippantly, is the new brand of American honesty. Why, any smart man can persuade himself he's not a hypocrite. My God, it wrenched from the man. This, if you'd stolen money, killed a man, but hypocrisy can't, the very thing I fought hardest, hated most. You lived all your life with me to learn this? I lived all my life with you to learn what pays and what doesn't. I lived all my life with you to learn from failure the value of success. I never was sure I was a failure till this hour. Father, can't you see? Oh, don't talk to me, cried the old man, rising, reaching out his fist as though he would strike him. Son of mine sitting there telling me he is fixing up a brand of honesty for himself. The boy grew quieter, and self-restraint left his father. I mean that, just that, he said at last. Let a man either give or get. If he gives, let it be to the real thing. There are two Americas. The America of you dreamers, and then the real America. Yours is an idea quite as much as an ideal. I don't think you have the slightest comprehension of how far apart it is from the real America. The people who dream of it over in Europe are a great deal nearer it than you people who work for it here. Father, the spirit of this country flows in a strong, swift, resistless current. You never got into it at all. Your kind of idealists influence it about as much as red lights burned on the banks of the great river would influence the current of that river. You're not of it. You came here throbbing with a love for America, and with your ideal America, you've fought the real, and you've worked, and you've believed, and you've sacrificed. Father, what's the use? In this state, anyway, it's hopeless. It has been so through your lifetime. It will be through mine. The man sat looking at him. He felt that he should say something, but the words did not come, held back, perhaps, by a sense of their uselessness. It was not so much what Fred said, as it was the look in his eyes as he said it. There was nothing impetuous or youthful about that look, nothing to be laughed at or argued away. He had always felt that Fred had a mind which saw things straight, saw them in their right relations, and at that moment he had no words to plead for what Fred called the America of the dreamers. I'm of the second generation, Dad, the boy went on at length, and the second generation has an ideal of its own, and that ideal is success. It took us these 40 years to come to understand the spirit of America. You were a dreamer who loved America. I'm an American. We've translated democracy and brotherhood and equality into enterprise and opportunity and success. and that's getting Americanized. Now, Father, he sought refuge in the tone of everyday things. You'll get used to it, won't you? I don't expect you to feel very good about it, but you aren't going to be broken up about it, are you? After all, Father, laughing and moving about, as if to break the seriousness of things, there's nothing criminal about being one of the other fellows, is there? Just remember that there are folks who even think it's respectable. The father had risen and picked up his hat. No, Fred, he said, with a sadness in which there was great dignity. There is nothing criminal in it, if a man's conviction sends him that way. But to me there is something too sad for words in a man's selling his own soul. Father, how extravagant! Why is it selling one's soul to sit down and figure out what's the best thing to do? He hesitated, hating to add hurt to hurt, not wanting to say that his father's fight should have been with the revolutionists, that his life was ineffective because, seeing his dream from within a dream, his thinking had been muddled. He only said, "As I say, Father, it's a question of giving or getting. I couldn't even give in your way, and I've seen enough of giving to want a taste of getting. I want to make things go, and I see my chance." "Why, Father," he laughed, trying to turn it, "there's nothing so American as wanting to make things go." He looked at him for a long minute. "My boy," he said, "I fear you are becoming so American that I am losing you." "Father," the boy pleaded affectionately. "No, don't." The old man held up his hand. "You've tried to make me understand it," he said, "and succeeded. You can't complain of the way you've succeeded. I don't know why I don't argue with you, plead. There are things I could say, should say perhaps, but something assures me it would be useless. I feel a good many years older than I did when I came into this room, but the reason for it is not that you're joining the other party. You know what I think of the men who control this state, the men with whom you desire to cast your lot, but I trust the years I've spent fighting them haven't made a bigot of me. It's not joining their party, it's using it makes this the hardest thing I've been called upon to meet." "Father, don't look like that. How do you think I'm going to get up and speak tonight with that face before me?" "You didn't think, did you," the man laughed bitterly, "that I would inspire you to your effort?" The boy stood looking at his father, a strange new fire in his eyes. "Yes," he said, quietly, tenderly, "you will inspire me. When I get up before those men tonight, I'm going to see the picture of that boy straining for his first glimpse of New York Harbor. I'm going to think for just a minute of the things that boy brought with him, things he has never lost. And then I'll see you as you stand here now. It will be enough. What I need to do is get mad. If I falter, I'll just think of some of those times when you came home from your campaigns, how you looked, what you said. It will bring the inspiration. Father, I figure it out like this. We're going to get it back. We're going to get what's coming to us. There's another America than the America of you dreamers. To yours you have given. From mine I will get. And the irony of it, don't think I don't see the irony of it, is that I will be called the real American. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make the railroads of this state, it sounds like schoolboy talk, but just give me a little time. I'm going to make the railroads of this state pay off every cent of that mortgage on your farm. Father, he finished impetuously in a last appeal. "You're broken up now, disappointed, but would you honestly want me to travel the road you've traveled?" "My boy," answered the old man, and the tears came with it, "I wanted you to travel the road of an honest man." Herman Beckman did not go to the commencement exercises that night. There was no train home until morning, so he had the night to spend in town. He was alone, for his friends assumed that he would be out at the university, but he preferred being alone. He sat in his room at the hotel, reading. And he could read. Years of discipline stood him in good stead now. His life had taught him to read anywhere, at any time. He had never permitted himself the luxury of not being in the mood. It was only the men who had gone to college who could do that. He had to read. He always carried some little book with him, for how did a man know that he might not have to wait an hour for a train somewhere? The man had a simple-minded veneration for knowledge. He wanted to know about things, and he had never learned to pretend that he didn't want to know. He quite lacked the modern art of flippancy. He believed in great books. And so on the night that his son was being graduated from college, he sat in his room at the hotel, cheap room in a mediocre hotel. He had never learned to feel at home in the rich ones, reading Marcus Aurelius. But his hand as he turned the pages trembled as the hand of a very old man. At midnight some reporters came in to ask him what he thought of his son's oration. They wanted a statement from him. He told them that he had never believed the sins of a parent should be visited on a child, and that it was even so with the thought. He had always contended that a man should do his own thinking. The contention applied to his son. "Gamey old brute," was what one of the reporters said in the elevator. He could not read Marcus Aurelius after that. He went to bed, but he did not sleep. Many things passed before him. His anticipations, his dreams for Fritz had brought the warmest pleasure of his stern, unrelaxing life. There was a great emptiness tonight. What was a man to turn to, think about, when he seemed stripped not only of the future, but of the past? He seemed called upon to readjust the whole of his life, giving up that which he had held dearest. What was left? Daylight found him turning it over and over. In the morning he went home. He got away without seeing any of his friends. He did not try to read this morning. Somehow it seemed there was no use in trying to read any more. He watched the country through which they were passing, thinking of the hundreds of times he had ridden over it in the campaigning. He wondered vaguely just how much money he had spent on railroad fare. He had never accepted mileage. Fred's "what the use" kept ringing in his ears. There was something about that phrase which made one feel very tired and old. It even seemed there was no looking out to see how the crops were getting on. What's the use? What's the use? Was that a phrase one learned in college? There had been two things to tell Mother that night. The first was that he had stopped in town and told Claus Hansen he could have that South 160 he had been wanting for 2 years. It was not easy to tell the woman who had worked shoulder to shoulder with him for 30 years, the woman who during those years had risen with him in the early morning and worked with him until darkness rescued the weary bodies, that in their old age they must surrender the fruit of their toil. They would have left just what they had started with. They had just held their own. Coming down on the train, he'd made up his mind that if Hansen were in town he would tell him that he could have the land. He was so very tired and old, so bowed down with Fred's "what's the use," that he saw that he himself would never get the mortgage paid off. And Fred had said something about making the railroads pay it. He did not know just how the boy figured that out. Indeed, he was getting a little dazed about the whole thing. But if Fritz had any idea of having the railroads pay off the mortgage on his farm, he couldn't forget how the boy looked when he said it, face white, eyes burning. He would see to it right now that there was no chance of that. He tried not to look at the land as he drove past it on the way home. He wondered just how much campaign literature it had paid for. He wondered if he would ever get used to seeing Claus Hansen putting up his hay over there in that field. He had felt so badly about telling Mother that he told it very bluntly, and because he felt so sorry for her, he said not one kind word, but just sat quiet, looking the other way. She was clearing off the table. He heard her scraping out the potato dish with great care. Then she was coming over to him. She came awkwardly, hesitatingly. Her life had not schooled her in meeting emotional moments beautifully. But she laid her hand upon him, patted him on the shoulder as one would a child. "Never mind, Papa, never you mind. It will make it easier for us. There's enough left, and it will make it easier. We're getting on. There she broke off abruptly into a vigorous scolding of the dog, who was lifting covetous nostrils to a piece of meat. That was all. And there was no woman in the country had worked harder. And Martha was ambitious. She liked land, and she did not like Claus Hansen's wife. Yes, he had had a good wife. Then there was that other thing to tell her about Fritz. That was harder. Mother had not gone up to the city to hear Fritz speak because her feet were bothering her and she could not wear her shoes. He had had a vague idea of how disappointed she was, though she'd said very little about it. Martha never had been one to say much about things. When he came back, of course she'd wanted to know all about it, and he had put her off. Now he had to tell her. It was much harder, and in the telling of it he broke down. This time she did not come over and pat his shoulder. Perhaps Martha knew. Likely she'd never heard the word intuition. But anyway, she knew that it was beyond that. It seemed difficult for her to comprehend. She was bewildered to find that Fritz could change parties all in a minute. She seemed to grasp, first of all, that it was disrespectful to his father. Some boys at school had been putting notions into his head. But gradually she began to see it. Fritz wanted to make money. Fritz wanted to have it easier. And the other people did have it easier. It divided her feeling, sorry and indignant for the father, secretly glad and relieved for the boy. "He will have it easier than we had it, Papa," she said at the last. "But it was not right of Fritz," she concluded, vaguely but severely. As she washed the dishes, Martha was thinking that likely Fritz's wife would have a hired girl. Then Martha went up to bed. He said that he would come in a few minutes, but many minutes went by while he sat out on the side porch trying to think it out. The moon was shining brightly down on that 160 which Claus Hansen was to have. And the moon, too, seemed to be saying, "What's the use?" Well, what was the use? Perhaps after all the boy was right. What had it all amounted to? What was there left? What had he done? 2 Americas, Fred had said, and here's but the America of the dreamers. He had always thought that he was fighting for the real, and now Fred said that he had never become an American at all. From the time he was 12 years old, he had wanted to be an American. A queer old man back in the German village. An old man, he recalled strangely now, who had never been in America, told him about it. He told how all men were brothers in America, how the poor and the rich loved each other. Indeed, how there were no poor and rich at all, but the same chance for every man who would work. He told about the marvelous resources of that distant America, gold in the earth, which men were free to go and get, hundreds upon hundreds of miles of untouched forest and great rivers, all for men to use, great cities no older than the men who were in them, which men at that present moment were making every man his equal chance. He told of rich land which man could have for nothing, which would be his if he would but go and work upon it. In the heart of the little German boy there was kindled then a fire which the years had never put out. His cheeks grew red, his eyes bright and very deep as he listened to the story. He went home that night and dreamed of going to America, and through the years of his boyhood, penny by penny, he saved his money for America. It was his dream. It was the passion of his life. More plainly than the events of yesterday, he remembered his first glimpse of those wonderful shores, the lump in his throat, the passionate excitement, the uplift, leaning over the railing of his boat, staring, searching, penetrating, worshipping. He lifted up his heart and sent out his pledge of allegiance to the new land. How he would love America, work for it, be true to it. He had $3.60 in his pocket when he stepped upon American soil. He wondered if any man had ever felt richer, for had he not reached the land where there was an equal chance for every man who would work, where men loved each other as brothers, and where the earth itself was so rich and so gracious in its offerings? The old man crossed one leg over the other, slowly, stiffly. It made him tired and stiff now, just to think of the work he had done between that day and this. But there was something which he had always had. That something was his America. That had never wavered, though he soon learned that between it and realities were many things which were wrong and unfortunate. With the whole force and passion of his nature, with all his single-mindedness, would some call it simple-mindedness? He threw himself into the fight against those things which were blurring men's vision of his America. No work, no sacrifice was too great, for America had enemies who called themselves friends, men who were striking heavy blows at that equal chance for every man. When he failed, it was because he did not know enough. He must work, he must study, he must think in order to make more real to other men the America which was in his heart. He must fight for it because it was his. And now it seemed that the end had come. He was old, he was tired, he was not sure. Claus Hansen would have his land, and his son would join hands with the things which he had spent his life in fighting. And far deeper and sadder and more bitter than that, he had not transmitted the America of his heart even to his own son. He was not leaving someone to fight for it in his stead, to win where he had failed. Fred saw in it, but a place for gain. I lived all my life with you to learn from failure the value of success. That was what he had given to his boy. Yes, that was what he had bequeathed to America. Could the failure, the futility of his life be more clearly revealed? Twice Martha had called to him, but still he sat, smoking, thinking. There was much to think about tonight. Finally, it was not thought, but visions. Too tired for conscious thinking, he gave himself up to what came. Fred's America, his America, the America of the dreamers, and the things which stood between. The America of the future. What would that America be? At the last, taking form from many things which came and went, shaping itself slowly, form giving place to new form, he seemed to see it grow. Out beyond that land Claus Hansen was to have, a long way off, there rose the vision of the America of the future, an America of realities, and yet an America of dreams. For the dreamers had become the realists, or was it that the realities had become dreamers? In the manifold forms taken on and cast aside, destroying dualism, had made way for the strength and the dignity and harmony of unity. He watched it as breathlessly, as yearningly, as the 19-year-old boy had watched the other America taking shape in the distance some 40 years before. "How did you come?" he whispered. "What are you?" And the voice of that real America seemed to answer, "I came because for a long enough time there were enough men who held me in their hearts. I came because there were men who never gave me up. I was won by men who believed that they had failed." Again there was a lump in his throat. Once more an exultation flooded all his being. For to the old man, tired, stiff, smitten though he had been, there came again that same uplift which long before had come to the boy. Was there not here an answer to "What's the use?" For he would leave America as he came to it, loving it, believing in it. What were the work and the failure of a lifetime when there was something in his heart which was his? Should he say that he had fought in vain when he had kept it for himself? It was as real, as wonderful, yes, as inevitable as it had been 40 years before. Realities had taken his land, his career, his hopes for the boy. But realities had not stripped him of his dream. The futility of the years could not harm the things which were in his heart. Even in America, he had not lost his America. "Perhaps it is then that it is like that," he murmured, his vision carrying him back to the days of his broken English. "Perhaps it is that every man's America is in the inside of his own heart. Perhaps it is that it will come when it has grown big, big and very strong in the hearts." End of His America by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
Honolulu by Somerset Maugham. Read by Bologna Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Honolulu. The wise traveler travels only in imagination. An old Frenchman, he was really a Savoyard, once wrote a book called Voyage autour de ma chambre, I have not read it and do not even know what it is about, but the title stimulates my fancy. In such a journey I could circumnavigate the globe. An icon by the chimney-piece can take me to Russia with its great forests of birch and its white domed churches. The Volga is wide, and at the end of a straggling village, in the wine shop, bearded men in rough sheepskin coats sit drinking. I stand on the little hill from which Napoleon first saw Moscow, and I look upon the vastness of the city. I will go down and see the people whom I know more intimately than so many of my friends, Alyosha and Vronsky and a dozen more. But my eyes fall on a piece of porcelain, and I smell the acrid odors of China. I am borne in a chair along a narrow causeway between the paddy fields, or else I skirt a tree-clad mountain. My bearers chat gaily as they trudge along in the bright morning, and every now and then, distant and mysterious, I hear the deep sound of a monastery bell. In the streets of Peking there is a motley crowd, and it scatters to allow passage to a string of camels, stepping delicately, that bring skins and strange drugs from the stony deserts of Mongolia. In England, in London, there are certain afternoons in winter when the clouds hang heavy and low and the light is so bleak that your heart sinks. But then you can look out of your window and you see the coconut trees crowded upon the beach of a coral island. The sand is silvery, and when you walk along in the sunshine it is so dazzling that you can hardly bear to look at it. Overhead the mynah birds are making a great to-do, and the surf beats ceaselessly against the reef. Those are the best journeys, the journeys that you take at your own fireside, for then you lose none of your illusions. But there are people who take salt in their coffee. They say it gives it a tang, a savor, which is peculiar and fascinating. In the same way there are certain places, surrounded by a halo of romance, to which the inevitable disillusionment which you must experience on seeing them gives a singular spice. You had expected something wholly beautiful, and you get an impression which is infinitely more complicated than any that beauty can give you. It is like the weakness in the character of a great man, which makes him less admirable, but certainly makes him more interesting. Nothing had prepared me for Honolulu. It is so far away from Europe. It is reached after so long a journey from San Francisco. So strange and so charming associations are attached to the name that at first I could hardly believe my eyes. I do not know that I had formed in my mind any very exact picture of what I expected, but what I found caused me a great surprise. It is a typical Western city. Shacks are cheek by jowl with stone mansions. Dilapidated frame houses stand next door to smart stores with plate glass windows. Electric cars rumble noisily along the streets, and motors, Fords, Buicks, Packards, line the pavement. The shops are filled with all the necessities of American civilization. Every third house is a bank, and every fifth the agency of a steamship company. Along the streets crowd an unimaginable assortment of people. The Americans, ignoring the climate, wear black coats and high starched collars, straw hats, soft hats, and bowlers. The Kanakas, pale brown, with crisp hair, have nothing on but a shirt and a pair of trousers. But the half-breeds are very smart, with flaring ties and patent leather boots. The Japanese, with their obsequious smile, are neat and trim in white duck, while their women walk a step or two behind them in native dress, with a baby on their backs. The Japanese children, in bright-colored frocks, their little heads shaven, look like quaint dolls. Then there are the Chinese. The men, fat and prosperous, wear their American clothes oddly, but the women are enchanting, with their tightly dressed black hair, so neat that you feel it can never be disarranged, and they are clean in their tunics and trousers, white or powder blue or black. Lastly, there are the Filipinos, the men in huge straw hats, the women in bright yellow muslin with great puffed sleeves. It is the meeting place of East and West. The very new rubs shoulders with the immeasurably old. If you have not found the romance you expected, you have come upon something singularly intriguing. All these strange people live close to each other, with different languages and different thoughts. They believe in different gods, and they have different values. Two passions alone they share, love and hunger. And somehow, as you watch them, you have an impression of extraordinary vitality. Though the air is so soft and the sky so blue, you have, I know not why, a feeling of something hotly passionate that beats like a throbbing pulse through the crowd. Though the native policeman at the corner, standing on a platform, with a white club to direct the traffic, gives the scene an air of respectability, you cannot but feel that it is a respectability only of the surface. A little below there is darkness and mystery. It gives you just that thrill, with a little catch at the heart, that you have when at night in the forest the silence trembles on a sudden with the low, insistent beating of a drum. You are all expectant of I know not what. If I have dwelt on the incongruity of Honolulu, it is because just this, to my mind, gives its point to the story I want to tell. It is a story of primitive superstition, and it startles me that anything of the sort should survive in a civilization which, if not very distinguished, is certainly very elaborate. I cannot get over the fact that such incredible things should happen, or at least be thought to happen, right in the middle, so to speak, of telephones, tramcars, and daily papers. And the friend who showed me Honolulu had the same incongruity, which I felt from the beginning was its most striking characteristic. He was an American named Winter, and I had brought a letter of introduction to him from an acquaintance in New York. He was a man between 40 and 50, with scanty black hair, gray at the temples, and a sharp-featured, thin face. His eyes had a twinkle in them, and his large horn spectacles gave him a demureness which was not a little diverting. He was tall, rather than otherwise, and very spare. He was born in Honolulu, and his father had a large store which sold hosiery and all such goods, from tennis rackets to tarpaulins, as a man of fashion could require. It was a prosperous business, and I could well understand the indignation of Winter père when his son, refusing to go into it, had announced his determination to become an actor. My friend spent 20 years on the stage, sometimes in New York, but more often on the road, for his gifts were small. But at last, being no fool, he came to the conclusion that it was better to sell sock suspenders in Honolulu than to play small parts in Cleveland, Ohio. He left the stage and went into the business. I think after the hazardous existence he had lived so long, he thoroughly enjoyed the luxury of driving a large car and living in a beautiful house near the golf course, and I am quite sure, since he was a man of parts, he managed the business competently. But he could not bring himself entirely to break his connection with the arts, and since he might no longer act, he began to paint. He took me to his studio and showed me his work. It was not at all bad, but not what I should have expected from him. He painted nothing but still life, very small pictures, perhaps 8 by 10, and he painted very delicately, with the utmost finish. He had evidently a passion for detail. His fruit pieces reminded you of the fruit in a picture by Ghirlandajo. While you marveled a little at his patience, you could not help being impressed by his dexterity. I imagine that he failed as an actor because his effects, carefully studied, were neither bold nor broad enough to get across the footlights. I was entertained by the proprietary but yet ironical air with which he showed me the city. He thought in his heart that there was none in the United States to equal it, but he saw quite clearly that his attitude was comic. He drove me round to the various buildings and swelled with satisfaction when I expressed a proper admiration for their architecture. He showed me the houses of rich men. "That's the Stubbs house," he said. "It cost $100,000 to build. The Stubbs are one of our best families. Old man Stubbs came here as a missionary more than 70 years ago." He hesitated a little and looked at me with twinkling eyes through his big round spectacles. "All our best families are missionary families," he said. "You're not very much in Honolulu unless your father or your grandfather converted the heathen." "Is that so?" "Do you know your Bible?" "Fairly," I answered. "There is a text which says, 'The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge.' I guess it runs differently in Honolulu. The fathers brought Christianity to the Kanaka, and the children jumped his land." "Heaven helps those who help themselves," I murmured. "It surely does. By the time the natives of this island had embraced Christianity, they had nothing else they could afford to embrace. The kings gave the missionaries land as a mark of esteem, and the missionaries bought land by way of laying up treasure in heaven. It surely was a good investment. One missionary left the business, I think one may call it a business without offense, and became a land agent, but that is an exception. Mostly it was their sons who looked after the commercial side of the concern. Oh, it's a fine thing to have a father who came here 50 years ago to spread the faith." But he looked at his watch. "Gee, it's stopped. That means it's time to have a cocktail." We sped along an excellent road bordered with red hibiscus and came back into the town. "Have you been to the Union Saloon?" "Not yet." "We'll go there." I knew it was the most famous spot in Honolulu, and I entered it with a lively curiosity. You get to it by a narrow passage from King Street, and in the passage are offices, so that thirsty souls may be supposed bound for one of these just as well as for the saloon. It is a large square room, with 3 entrances, and opposite the bar, which runs the length of it, 2 corners have been partitioned off into little cubicles. Legend states that they were built so that King Kalakaua might drink there without being seen by his subjects, and it is pleasant to think that in one or other of these he may have sat over his bottle, a coal-black potentate with Robert Louis Stevenson. There is a portrait of him, in oils, in a rich gold frame. But there are also 2 prints of Queen Victoria. On the walls, besides, are old line engravings of the 18th century, one of which, and heaven knows how it got there, is after a theatrical picture by De Wilde, and there are oleographs from the Christmas supplements of The Graphic and the Illustrated London News of 20 years ago. Then there are advertisements of whiskey, gin, champagne, and beer, and photographs of baseball teams and of native orchestras. The place seemed to belong not to the modern, hustling world that I had left in the bright street outside, but to one that was dying. It had the savor of the day before yesterday. Dingy and dimly lit, it had a vaguely mysterious air, and you could imagine that it would be a fit scene for shady transactions. It suggested a more lurid time, when ruthless men carried their lives in their hands, and violent deeds diapered the monotony of life. When I went in, the saloon was fairly full. A group of businessmen stood together at the bar, discussing affairs, and in a corner 2 Kanakas were drinking. 2 or 3 men, who might have been storekeepers, were shaking dice. The rest of the company plainly followed the sea. They were captains of tramps, first mates, and engineers. Behind the bar, busily making the Honolulu cocktail for which the place was famous, served 2 large half-castes, in white, fat, clean-shaven, and dark-skinned, with thick curly hair and large bright eyes. Winter seemed to know more than half the company, and when we made our way to the bar, a little fat man in spectacles, who was standing by himself, offered him a drink. "No, you have one with me, Captain," said Winter. He turned to me. "I want you to know Captain Butler." The little man shook hands with me. We began to talk, but my attention distracted by my surroundings, I took small notice of him, and after we had each ordered a cocktail, we separated. When we had got into the motor again, and were driving away, Winter said to me, "I'm glad we ran up against Butler. I wanted you to meet him. What did you think of him?" "I don't know that I thought very much of him at all," I answered. "Do you believe in the supernatural?" I don't exactly know that I do, I smiled. A very queer thing happened to him a year or two ago. You ought to have him tell you about it. What sort of thing? Winter did not answer my question. I have no explanation of it myself, he said, but there's no doubt about the facts. Are you interested in things like that? Things like what? Spells and magic and all that. I've never met anyone who wasn't. Winter paused for a moment. I guess I won't tell you myself. You ought to hear it from his own lips, so that you can judge. How are you fixed up for tonight? I've got nothing on at all. Well, I'll get hold of him between now and then and see if we can't go down to his ship. Winter told me something about him. Captain Butler had spent all his life on the Pacific. He had been in much better circumstances than he was now, for he had been first officer and then captain of a passenger boat plying along the coast of California. But he had lost his ship, and a number of passengers had been drowned. Drink, I guess, said Winter. Of course there had been an inquiry which had cost him his certificate, and then he drifted further afield. For some years he had knocked about the South Seas, but he was now in command of a small schooner which sailed between Honolulu and the various islands of the group. It belonged to a Chinese, to whom the fact that his skipper had no certificate meant only that he could be had for lower wages, and to have a white man in charge was always an advantage. And now that I had heard this about him, I took the trouble to remember more exactly what he was like. I recalled his round spectacles and the round blue eyes behind them, and so gradually reconstructed him before in my mind. He was a little man, without angles, plump, with a round face like the full moon, and a little fat round nose. He had fair short hair, and he was red-faced and clean-shaven. He had plump hands, dimpled on the knuckles, and short fat legs. He was a jolly soul, and the tragic experience he had gone through seemed to have left him unscarred. Though he must have been 34 or 35, he looked much younger. But after all I had given him but a superficial attention, and now that I knew of this catastrophe, which had obviously ruined his life, I promised myself that when I saw him again I would take more careful note of him. It is very curious to observe the differences of emotional response that you find in different people. Some can go through terrific battles, the fear of imminent death, and unimaginable horrors, and preserve their soul unscathed, while with others the trembling of the moon on a solitary sea, or the song of a bird in a thicket, will cause a convulsion great enough to transform their entire being. Is it due to strength or weakness, want of imagination or instability of character? I do not know. When I called up in my fancy that scene of shipwreck, with the shrieks of the drowning and the terror, and then later the ordeal of the inquiry, the bitter grief of those who sorrowed for the lost, and the harsh things he must have read of himself in the papers, the shame and the disgrace, it came to me with a shock to remember that Captain Butler had talked with the frank obscenity of a schoolboy of the Hawaiian girls, and of Eulé, the red light district, and of his successful adventures. He laughed readily, and one would have thought he could never laugh again. I remembered his shining white teeth. They were his best feature. He began to interest me, and thinking of him and his gay insouciance, I forgot the particular story to hear which I was to see him again. I wanted to see him rather to find out, if I could a little more, what sort of man he was. Winter made the necessary arrangements, and after dinner we went down to the waterfront. The ship's boat was waiting for us, and we rowed out. The schooner was anchored some way across the harbor, not far from the breakwater. We came alongside, and I heard the sound of a ukulele. We clambered up the ladder. "I guess he's in the cabin," said Winter, leading the way. It was a small cabin, bedraggled and dirty, with a table against one side and a broad bench all around, upon which slept, I suppose, such passengers as were ill-advised enough to travel in such a ship. A petroleum lamp gave a dim light. The ukulele was being played by a native girl, and Butler was lolling on the seat, half lying, with his head on her shoulder and an arm round her waist. "Don't let us disturb you, Captain," said Winter, facetiously. "Come right in," said Butler, getting up and shaking hands with us. "What'll you have?" It was a warm night, and through the open door you saw countless stars and a heaven that was still almost blue. Captain Butler wore a sleeveless undershirt showing his fat white arms, and a pair of incredibly dirty trousers. His feet were bare, but on his curly head he wore a very old and very shapeless felt hat. "Let me introduce you to my girl. Ain't she a peach?" We shook hands with a very pretty person. She was a good deal taller than the captain, and even in the Mother Hubbard which the missionaries of a past generation had, in the interests of decency, forced on the unwilling natives, could not conceal the beauty of her form. One could not but suspect that age would burden her with a certain corpulence, but now she was graceful and alert. Her brown skin had an exquisite translucency, and her eyes were magnificent. Her black hair, very thick and rich, was coiled round her head in a massive plait. When she smiled in a greeting that was charmingly natural, she showed teeth that were small, even, and white. She was certainly a most attractive creature. It was easy to see that the captain was madly in love with her. He could not take his eyes off of her. He wanted to touch her all the time. That was very easy to understand. But what seemed to me stranger was that the girl was apparently in love with him. There was a light in her eyes that was unmistakable, and her lips were slightly parted as though in a sigh of desire. It was thrilling. It was even a little moving, and I could not help feeling somewhat in the way. What had a stranger to do with this lovesick pair? I wished that Winter had not brought me, and it seemed to me that the dingy cabin was transfigured, and now it seemed a fit and proper scene for such an extremity of passion. I thought I should never forget that schooner in the harbor of Honolulu, crowded with shipping, and yet under the immensity of the starry sky, remote from all the world. I like to think of those lovers sailing off together in the night over the empty spaces of the Pacific from one green, hilly island to another. A faint breeze of romance softly fanned my cheek. And yet Butler was the last man in the world with whom you would have associated romance, and it was hard to see what there was in him to arouse love. In the clothes he wore now he looked podgier than ever, and his round spectacles gave his round face the look of a prim cherub. He suggested rather a curate who had gone to the dogs. His conversation was peppered with the quaintest Americanisms, and it is because I despair of reproducing these that, at whatever loss of vividness, I mean to narrate the story he told me a little later in my own words. Moreover, he was unable to frame a sentence without an oath, though a good-natured one, and his speech, albeit offensive only to prudish ears, in print would seem coarse. He was a mirth-loving man, and perhaps that accounted not a little for his successful amours, since women, for the most part frivolous creatures, are excessively bored by the seriousness with which men treat them, and they can seldom resist the buffoon who makes them laugh. Their sense of humor is crude. Diana of Ephesus is always prepared to fling prudence to the winds for the red-nosed comedian who sits on his hat. I realized that Captain Butler had charm. If I had not known the tragic story of the shipwreck, I should have thought he had never had a care in his life. Our host had rung the bell on our entrance, and now a Chinese cook came in with more glasses and several bottles of soda. The whiskey and the captain's emptied glass stood already on the table. But when I saw the Chinese I positively started, for he was certainly the ugliest man I had ever seen. He was very short but thick-set, and he had a bad limp. He wore a singlet and a pair of trousers that had been white, but were now filthy, and perched on a shock of bristly gray hair, an old tweed deerstalker. It would have been grotesque on any Chinese, but on him it was outrageous. His broad square face was very flat, as though it had been bashed in by a mighty fist, and it was deeply pitted with smallpox. But the most revolting thing in him was a very pronounced hare lip which had never been operated on, so that his upper lip, cleft, went up in an angle to his nose, and in the opening was a huge yellow fang. It was horrible. He came in with the end of a cigarette at the corner of his mouth, and this, I do not know why, gave him a devilish expression. He poured out the whiskey, and opened a bottle of soda. "Don't drown it, John," said the captain. He said nothing, but handed a glass to each of us. Then he went out. "I saw you looking at my chink," said Butler, with a grin on his fat, shining face. "I should hate to meet him on a dark night," I said. "He sure is homely," said the captain, and for some reason he seemed to say it with a peculiar satisfaction. "But he's fine for one thing. I'll tell the world. You just have to have a drink every time you look at him." But my eyes fell upon a calabash that hung against the wall over the table, and I got up to look at it. I had been hunting for an old one, and this was better than any I had seen outside the museum. "It was given me by a chief over on one of the islands," said the captain, watching me. "I done him a good turn, and he wanted to give me something good." "He certainly did," I answered. I was wondering whether I could discreetly make Captain Butler an offer for it. I could not imagine that he set any store on such an article, when, as though he had read my thoughts, he said, "I wouldn't sell that for $10,000. "I guess not," said Winter. "It would be a crime to sell it." "Why?" I asked. "That comes into the story," returned Winter. "Doesn't it, Captain?" "It surely does." "Let's hear it, then." "The night's young yet," he answered. The night distinctly lost its youth before he satisfied my curiosity, and meanwhile we drank a great deal too much whiskey, while Captain Butler narrated his experiences of San Francisco in the old days and of the South Seas. At last the girl fell asleep. She lay curled up on the seat, with her face on her brown arm, and her bosom rose and fell gently with her breathing. In sleep she looked sullen, but darkly beautiful. He had found her on one of the islands in the group among which, whenever there was a cargo to be got, he wandered with his crazy old schooner. The Kanakas have little love for work, and the laborious Chinese, the cunning Japs, have taken the trade out of their hands. Her father had a strip of land on which he grew taro and bananas, and he had a boat in which he went fishing. He was vaguely related to the mate of the schooner, and it was he who took Captain Butler up to the shabby little frame house to spend an idle evening. They took a bottle of whiskey with them, and the ukulele. The captain was not a shy man, and when he saw a pretty girl he made love to her. He could speak the native language fluently, and it was not long before he had overcome the girl's timidity. They spent the evening singing and dancing, and by the end of it she was sitting by his side, and he had his arm round her waist. It happened that they were delayed on the island for several days, and the captain, at no time a man to hurry, made no effort to shorten his stay. He was very comfortable in the snug little harbor, and life was long. He had a swim round his ship in the morning, and another in the evening. There was a chandler's shop on the waterfront where sailormen could get a drink of whiskey, and he spent the best part of the day there, playing cribbage with the half-caste who owned it. At night the mate and he went up to the house where the pretty girl lived, and they sang a song or two and told stories. It was the girl's father who suggested that he should take her away with him. They discussed the matter in a friendly fashion, while the girl, nestling against the captain, urged him by the pressure of her hands and her soft, smiling glances. He had taken a fancy to her, and he was a domestic man. He was a little dull sometimes at sea, and it would be very pleasant to have a pretty little creature like that about the old ship. He was of a practical turn, too, and he recognized that it would be useful to have someone around to darn his socks and look after his linen. He was tired of having his things washed by a Chink who tore everything to pieces. The natives washed much better, and now and then, when the captain went ashore at Honolulu, he liked to cut a dash in a smart duck suit. It was only a matter of arranging a price. The father wanted $250, and the captain, never a thrifty man, could not put his hand on such a sum. But he was a generous one, and with the girl's soft face against his, he was not inclined to haggle. He offered to give $150 there and then, and another 100 in 3 months. There was a good deal of argument, and the parties could not come to any agreement that night, but the idea had fired the captain, and he could not sleep as well as usual. He kept dreaming of the lovely girl, and each time he awoke it was with the pressure of her soft, sensual lips on his. He cursed himself in the morning because a bad night at poker the last time he was at Honolulu had left him so short of ready money, and if the night before he had been in love with the girl, this morning he was crazy about her. "See here, Bananas," he said to the mate, "I've got to have that girl. You go and tell the old man I'll bring the dough up tonight and she can get fixed up. I figure we'll be ready to sail at dawn." I have no idea why the mate was known by that eccentric name. He was called Wheeler, but though he had that English surname, there was not a drop of white blood in him. He was a tall man, and well made, though inclined to stoutness, but much darker than is usual in Hawaii. He was no longer young, and his crispy curling thick hair was gray. His upper front teeth were cased in gold. He was very proud of them. He had a marked squint, and this gave him a saturnine expression. The captain, who was fond of a joke, found it a constant source of humor, and hesitated the less to rally him on the defect because he realized that the mate was sensitive about it. Bananas, unlike most of the natives, was a taciturn fellow, and Captain Butler would have disliked him if it had been possible for a man of his good nature to dislike anyone. He liked to be at sea with someone he could talk to. He was a chatty, sociable creature, and it was enough to drive a missionary to drink to live there day after day with a chap who never opened his mouth. He did his best to wake the mate up, that is to say, he chaffed him without mercy, but it was poor fun to laugh by oneself, and he came to the conclusion, drunk or sober, Bananas was no fit companion for a white man. But he was a good seaman, and the captain was shrewd enough to know the value of a mate he could trust. It was not rare for him to come aboard, when they were sailing, fit for nothing but to fall into his bunk, and it was worth something to know that he could stay there till he had slept his liquor off, because Bananas could be relied on. But he was an unsociable devil, and it would be a treat to have someone he could talk to. That girl would be fine. Besides, he wouldn't be so likely to get drunk when he went ashore if he knew there was a little girl waiting for him when he came on board again. He went to his friend the chandler, and over a peg of gin asked him for a loan. There were one or two useful things a ship's captain could do for a ship's chandler, and after a quarter of an hour's conversation in low tones (there is no object in letting all and sundry know your business), the captain crammed a wad of notes in his hip pocket, and that night when he went back to his ship the girl was with him. What Captain Butler, seeking for reasons to do what he had already made up his mind to do, had anticipated, actually came to pass. He did not give up drinking, but he ceased to drink to excess. An evening with the boys, when he had been away from town 2 or 3 weeks, was pleasant enough, but it was pleasant to get back to his little girl. He thought of her, sleeping so softly, and how, when he got into his cabin and leaned over her, she would open her eyes lazily and stretch out her arms for him. It was as good as a full hand. He found he was saving money, and since he was a generous man, he did the right thing by the little girl. He gave her some silver-back brushes for her long hair, and a gold chain, and a reconstructed ruby for her finger. Gee, but it was good to be alive. A year went by, a whole year, and he was not tired of her yet. He was not a man who analyzed his feelings, but this was so surprising that it forced itself upon his attention. There must be something very wonderful about that girl. He couldn't help seeing that he was more wrapped up in her than ever, and sometimes the thought entered his mind that it might not be a bad thing if he married her. Then, one day, the mate did not come in to dinner or to tea. Butler did not bother himself about his absence at the first meal, but at the second he asked the Chinese cook, "Where's the mate? He no come tea?" "No wantchee," said the Chink. "He ain't sick." "No savvy." Next day Bananas turned up again, but he was more sullen than ever, and after dinner the captain asked the girl what was the matter with him. She smiled and shrugged her pretty shoulders. She told the captain that Bananas had taken a fancy to her, and he was sore because she had told him off. The captain was a good-humored man, and he was not of a jealous nature. It struck him as exceeding funny that Bananas should be in love. A man who had a squint like that had precious poor chance. When tea came round, he chaffed him gaily. He pretended to speak in the air, so that the mate should not be certain that he knew anything, but he dealt him some pretty shrewd blows. The girl did not think him as funny as he thought himself, and afterwards she begged him to say nothing more. He was surprised at her seriousness. She told him he did not know her people. When their passion was aroused, they were capable of anything. She was a little frightened. This was so absurd to him that he laughed heartily. "If he comes bothering around you, you just threaten to tell me. That'll fix him." "Better fire him, I think." "Not on your sweet life. I know a good sailor when I see one. But if he don't leave you alone, I'll give him the worst licking he's ever had." Perhaps the girl had a wisdom unusual in her sex. She knew that it was useless to argue with a man when his mind was made up, for it only increased his stubbornness, and she held her peace. And now, on the shabby schooner, threading her way across the silent sea, among those lovely islands, was enacted a dark, tense drama of which the fat little captain remained entirely ignorant. The girl's resistance fired Bananas so that he ceased to be a man, but it was simply blind desire. He did not make love to her gently or gaily, but with a black and savage ferocity. Her contempt now was changed to hatred, and when he besought her, she answered him with bitter, angry taunts. But the struggle went on silently, and when the captain asked her after a little while whether Bananas was bothering her, she lied. But one night, when they were in Honolulu, he came on board only just in time. They were sailing at dawn. Bananas had been ashore, drinking some native spirit, and he was drunk. The captain, rowing up, heard sounds that surprised him. He scrambled up the ladder. He saw Bananas, beside himself, trying to wrench open the cabin door. He was shouting at the girl. He swore he would kill her if she did not let him in. "What the hell are you up to?" cried Butler. The mate let go of the handle and gave the captain a look of savage hate, and without a word turned away. "Stop here! What are you doing with that door?" The mate still did not answer. He looked at him with sullen, bootless rage. "I'll teach you not to pull any of your queer stuff with me, you dirty, cross-eyed nigger," said the captain. He was a good foot shorter than the mate, and no match for him, but he was used to dealing with native crews, and he had his knuckle-duster handy. Perhaps it was not an instrument that a gentleman would use, but then Captain Butler was not a gentleman. Nor was he in the habit of dealing with gentlemen. Before Bananas knew what the captain was at, his right arm had shot out, and his fist, with its ring of steel, caught him fair and square on the jaw. He felt like a bull under the pole-axe. "That'll learn him," said the captain. Bananas did not stir. The girl unlocked the cabin door and came out. "Is he dead?" "He ain't." He called a couple of men and told them to carry the mate to his bunk. He rubbed his hands with satisfaction, and his round blue eyes gleamed behind his spectacles. But the girl was strangely silent. She put her arms round him as though to protect him from an invisible harm. It was 2 or 3 days before Bananas was on his feet again, and when he came out of his cabin his face was torn and swollen. Through the darkness of his skin you saw the livid bruise. Butler saw him slinking along the deck and called him. The mate went to him without a word. "See here, Bananas," he said to him, fixing his spectacles on his slippery nose, for it was very hot. "I ain't going to fire you for this, but you know now that when I hit hard. Don't forget it, and don't let me have any more funny business." Then he held out his hand, and gave the mate that good-humored, flashing smile of his, which was his greatest charm. The mate took the outstretched hand, and twitched his swollen lips into a devilish grin. The incident in the captain's mind was so completely finished that when the three of them sat at dinner he chaffed Bananas on his appearance. He was eating with difficulty, and his swollen face still more distorted by pain, he looked truly a repulsive object. That evening, when he was sitting on the upper deck smoking his pipe, a shiver passed through the captain. "I don't know what I should be shivering for on a night like this," he grumbled. "Maybe I've gotten a dose of fever. I've been feeling a bit queer all day." When he went to bed, he took some quinine, and next morning he felt better, but a little washed out, as though he were recovering from a debauch. "I guess my liver's out of order," he said, and he took a pill. He had not much appetite that day, and toward evening he began to feel very unwell. He tried the next remedy he knew, which was to drink 2 or 3 hot whiskies, but that did not seem to help him much, and when in the morning he surveyed himself in the glass he thought he was not looking quite the thing. "If I ain't right by the time we get back to Honolulu, I'll just give Dr. Denby a call. He'll sure fix me up." He could not eat. He felt a great lassitude in all his limbs. He slept soundly enough, but he awoke with no sense of refreshment. On the contrary, he felt a peculiar exhaustion. And the energetic little man, who could not bear the thought of lying in bed, had to make an effort to force himself out of his bunk. After a few days he found it impossible to resist the languor that oppressed him, and he made up his mind not to get up. "Bananas can look after the ship," he said. "He has before now." He laughed a little to himself as he thought how often he had lain speechless in his bunk after a night with the boys. That was before he had his girl. He smiled at her and pressed her hand. She was puzzled and anxious. He saw that she was concerned about him, and tried to reassure her. He had never had a day's illness in his life, and in a week at the outside he would be as right as rain. "I wish you'd fired Bananas," she said. "I've got a feeling that he's at the bottom of this." "Damn good thing I didn't, or there'd be no one to sail this ship. I know a good sailor when I see one." His blue eyes, rather pale now, with the whites all yellow, twinkled. "You don't think he's trying to poison me, little girl?" She did not answer, but she had 1 or 2 talks with the Chinese cook, and she took great care with the captain's food. But he ate little enough now, and it was only with the greatest difficulty that she persuaded him to drink a cup of soup 2 or 3 times a day. It was very clear that he was very ill. He was losing weight quickly, and his chubby face was pale and drawn. He suffered no pain, but merely grew every day weaker and more languid. He was wasting away. The round trip on this occasion lasted about 4 weeks, and by the time they came to Honolulu the captain was a little anxious about himself. He had not been out of bed for more than a fortnight, and really he felt too weak to get up and go to the doctor. He sent a message asking him to come on board. The doctor examined him, but could find nothing to account for his condition. His temperature was normal. "See here, Captain," he said, "I'll be perfectly frank with you. I don't know what's the matter with you, and just seeing you like this don't give me a chance. You come into the hospital so that we can keep you under observation. There's nothing organically wrong with you. I know that, and my impression is that a few weeks in hospital ought to put you to rights." "I ain't gonna leave my ship." Chinese owners were queer customers, he said. If he left his ship because he was sick, his owner might fire him, and he couldn't afford to lose his job. So long as he stayed where he was, his contract safeguarded him, and he had a first-rate mate. Besides, he couldn't leave his girl. No man could want a better nurse. If anyone could pull him through, she would. Every man had to die once, and he only wished to be left in peace. He would not listen to his doctor's expostulations, and finally the doctor gave in. "I'll write you a prescription," he said doubtfully, "and see if it does you any good. You better stay in bed for a while." "There ain't much fear of my getting up, Doc," answered the captain. "I feel as weak as a cat." But he believed in the doctor's prescription as little as did the doctor himself, and when he was alone amused himself by lighting his cigar with it. He had to get amusement out of something, for his cigar tasted like nothing on earth, and he smoked only to persuade himself that he was not too ill, too. That evening a couple of friends of his, masters of tramp steamers, hearing he was sick, came to see him. They discussed his case over a bottle of whiskey and a box of Philippine cigars. One of them remembered how a mate of his had taken queer just like that, and not a doctor in the United States had been able to cure him. He had seen in the paper an advertisement of a patent medicine, and thought there'd be no harm in trying it. That man was as strong as ever he'd been in his life after 2 bottles. But his illness had given Captain Butler a lucidity which was new and strange, and while they talked he seemed to read their minds. They thought he was dying, and when they left him he was afraid. The girl saw his weakness. This was her opportunity. She had been urging him to let a native doctor see him, and he had stoutly refused. But now she entreated him. He listened with harassed eyes. He wavered. It was very funny that the American doctor could not tell what was the matter with him, but he did not want her to think that he was scared. If he let a damn nigger come along and look at him, it was to comfort her. He told her to do what she liked. The native doctor came the next night. The captain was lying alone, half awake, and the cabin was dimly lit by an oil lamp. The door was softly opened, and the girl came in on tiptoe. She held the door open, and someone slipped in silently behind her. The captain smiled at this mystery, but he was so weak now, the smile was no more than a glimmer in his eyes. The doctor was a little old man, very thin and very wrinkled, with a completely bald head and the face of a monkey. He was bowed and gnarled like an old tree. He looked hardly human, but his eyes were very bright, and in the half-darkness they seemed to glow with a reddish light. He was dressed filthily in a pair of ragged dungarees, and the upper part of his body was naked. He sat down on his haunches and for 10 minutes looked at the captain. Then he felt the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet. The girl watched him with frightened eyes. No word was spoken. Then he asked for something that the captain had worn. The girl gave him the old felt hat which the captain used constantly, and, taking it, he sat down again on the floor, clasping it firmly with both hands, and rocking backwards and forwards slowly, he muttered some gibberish in a very low tone. At last he gave a little sigh, and dropped the hat. He took an old pipe out of his trouser pocket and lit it. The girl went over to him and sat by his side. He whispered something to her, and she started violently. For a few minutes they talked in hurried undertones, and then they stood up. She gave him money and opened the door for him. He slid out as silently as he had come in. Then she went over to the captain and leaned over him so that she could speak into his ear. "It's an enemy praying you to death." "Don't talk fool stuff, girlie," he said impatiently. "It's truth. It's God's truth. That's why the American doctor couldn't do anything. Our people can do that. I've seen it done. I thought you were safe because you were a white man." "I haven't an enemy." "Bananas." "What's he want to pray me to death for?" "You ought to have fired him before he had a chance." "I guess if I ain't got nothing more the matter with me than bananas hoodoo, I shall be sitting up and taking nourishment in a very few days." She was silent for a while, and she looked at him intently. "Don't you know you're dying?" she said to him at last. That was what the 2 skippers had thought, but they hadn't said it. A shiver passed across the captain's wan face. "The doctor says there ain't nothing really the matter with me. I've only to lie quiet for a bit, and I shall be all right." She put her lips to his ear as if she were afraid that the air itself might hear. You're dying, dying, dying. You'll pass out with the old moon. That's something to know. You'll pass out with the old moon unless Bananas dies before. He was not a timid man, and he had recovered already from the shock her words, and still more her vehement, silent manner had given him. Once more a smile flickered in his eyes. I guess I'll take my chance, girlie. There's 12 days before the new moon. There was something in her tone that gave him an idea. See here, my girl, this is all bunk. I don't believe a word of it. But I don't want you to try any of your monkey tricks with Bananas. He ain't a beauty, but he's first-rate mate. He would have said a good deal more, but he was tired out. He suddenly felt very weak and faint. It was always at that hour he felt worse. He closed his eyes. The girl watched him for a minute, then slipped out of the cabin. The moon, nearly full, made a silver pathway over the dark sea. It shone from an unclouded sky. She looked at it with terror, for she knew that with its death the man she loved would die. His life was in her hands. She alone could save him, but the enemy was cunning, and she must be cunning too. She felt that someone was looking at her, and without turning, by the sudden fear that seized her, knew that from the shadow the burning eyes of the mate were fixed upon her. She did not know what he could do. If he could read her thoughts, she was defeated already, and with a desperate effort she emptied her mind of all content. His death alone could save her lover, and she could bring his death about. She knew that if he could be brought to look in a calabash in which was water, so that a reflection of him was made, and the reflection were broken by hurtling the water, he would die as though he had been struck by lightning, for the reflection was his soul. But none knew better than he the danger, and he could be made to look only by a guile which had lulled his least suspicion. He must never think that he had an enemy who was on the watch to cause his destruction. She knew what she had to do. But the time was short. The time was terribly short. Presently she realized that the mate had gone. She breathed more freely. 2 days later they sailed, and there were 10 now before the new moon. Captain Butler was terrible to see. He was nothing but skin and bone, and he could not move without help. He could hardly speak. But she dared do nothing yet. She knew that she must be patient. The mate was cunning, cunning. They went to one of the smaller islands of the group and discharged cargo, and now there were only 7 days more. The moment had come to start. She brought some things out of the cabin she shared with the captain, and made them into a bundle. She put the bundle in the deck cabin where she and Bananas ate their meals, and at dinner time, when she went in, he turned quickly, and she saw that he had been looking at it. Neither of them spoke, but she knew what he suspected. She was making her preparations to leave the ship. He looked at her mockingly. Gradually, as though to prevent the captain from knowing what she was about, she brought everything she owned into the cabin, and some of the captain's clothes, and made them all into bundles. At last Bananas could keep silence no longer. He pointed to a suit of ducks. "What are you going to do with that?" he asked. She shrugged her shoulders. "I'm going back to my island." He gave a laugh that distorted his grim face. The captain was dying, and she meant to get away with all she could lay hands on. "What'll you do if I say you can't take those things? They're the captain's." "They're no use to you," she said. There was a calabash hanging on the wall. It was the very calabash I had seen when I came into the cabin, and which we had talked about. She took it down. It was all dusty, so she poured water into it from the water bottle and rinsed it with her fingers. "What are you doing with that?" "I can sell it for $50, she said. "If you want to take it, you'll have to pay me." "What do you want?" "You know what I want." She allowed a fleeting smile to play on her lips. She flashed a quick look at him and quickly turned away. He gave a gasp of desire. She raised her shoulders in a little shrug. With a savage bound he sprang upon her and seized her in his arms. Then she laughed. She put her soft, round arms about his neck and surrendered herself to him voluptuously. When the morning came, she roused him out of a deep sleep. The early rays of the sun slanted into the cabin. He pressed her to his heart. Then he told her that the captain could not last more than a day or two, and the owner wouldn't so easily find another white man to command the ship. If Bananas offered to take less money, he would get the job, and the girl could stay with him. He looked at her with lovesick eyes. She nestled up against him. She kissed his lips, in the foreign way, in the way the captain had taught her to kiss. And she promised to stay. Bananas was drunk with happiness. It was now or never. She got up and went to the table to arrange her hair. There was no mirror, and she looked into the calabash, seeking for her reflection. She tidied her beautiful hair, then she beckoned to Bananas to come to her. She pointed to the calabash. "There's something in the bottom of it," she said. Instinctively, without suspecting anything, Bananas looked full into the water. His face was reflected in it. In a flash she beat upon it violently with both her hands, so that they pounded on the bottom and the water splashed up. The reflection was broken in pieces. Bananas started back with a sudden hoarse cry, and he looked at the girl. She was standing there with a look of triumphant hatred on her face. A horror came into his eyes. His heavy features were twisted in agony, and with a thud, as though he had taken a violent poison, he crumpled up onto the ground. A great shudder passed through his body, and he was still. She leaned over him callously. She put her hand on his heart, and then she pulled down his lower eyelid. He was quite dead. She went into the cabin in which lay Captain Butler. There was a faint color in his cheeks, and he looked at her in a startled way. "What's happened?" he whispered. They were the first words he had spoken for 48 hours. "Nothing's happened," she said. I feel all funny." Then his eyes closed, and he fell asleep. He slept for a day and a night, and when he awoke, he asked for food. In a fortnight he was well. It was past midnight when Winter and I rowed back to shore, and we had drunk innumerable whiskies and sodas. "What do you think of it all?" asked Winter. "What a question! If you mean have I any explanation to suggest, I haven't." "The captain believes every word of it." "That's obvious. But you know that's not the part that interests me most, whether it's true or not, and what it all means. The part that interests me is that such things should happen to such people. I wonder what there is in that commonplace little man to arouse such a passion in that lovely creature. As I watched her, asleep there, while he was telling the story, I had some fantastic idea about the power of love being able to work miracles." "But that's not the girl," said Winter. "What on earth do you mean?" "Didn't you notice the cook?" "Of course I did. He's the ugliest man I ever saw." "That's why Butler took him. The girl ran away with the Chinese cook last year. This is a new one. He's only had her there about 2 months." "Well, I'm hanged!" "He thinks this cook is safe, but I wouldn't be too sure in his place. There's something about a Chink. When he lays himself out to please a woman, she can't resist him." End of Honolulu by Somerset Maugham.
The Log by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Log by Guy de Maupassant. The drawing room was small, full of heavy draperies and discreetly fragrant. A large fire burned in the grate, and a solitary lamp at one end of the mantelpiece threw a soft light on the two persons who were talking. She, the mistress of the house, was an old lady with white hair, one of those old ladies whose unwrinkled skin is as smooth as the finest paper, and scented, impregnated with perfume, with the delicate essences which she had used in her bath for so many years. He was an old friend who had never married, a constant friend, a companion in the journey of life, but nothing more. They had not spoken for about a minute, and were both looking at the fire, dreaming of no matter what. In one of those moments of friendly silence between people who have no need to be constantly talking in order to be happy together, when suddenly a large log, a stump covered with burning roots, fell out. It fell over the fire dogs and into the drawing room, rolled onto the carpet, scattering great sparks around it. The old lady, with a little scream, sprang to her feet to run away, while he kicked the log back on the hearth and stamped out all the burning sparks with his boots. When the disaster was remedied, there was a strong smell of burning, and, sitting down opposite his friend, the man looked at her with a smile and said, as he pointed to the log, "That is the reason why I never married." She looked at him in astonishment, with the inquisitive gaze of a woman who wished to know everything, that eye which women have who are no longer very young, in which a complex and often roguish curiosity is reflected, and she asked, "How so?" "Oh, it is a long story," he replied, "and rather unpleasant. My old friends were often surprised at the coldness which suddenly sprang between one of my best friends, whose Christian name was Julien, and myself. They could not understand how two such intimate and inseparable friends as we had been could suddenly become almost strangers to one another, and I will tell you the reason for it. He and I used to live together at one time. We were never apart, and the friendship that united us seemed so strong that nothing could break it. One evening, when he came home, he told me that he was going to get married, and it gave me a shock, as if he had robbed me or betrayed me. When a man's friend marries, it is all over between them. The jealous affection of a woman, that suspicious, uneasy, carnal affection, will not tolerate the sturdy and frank attachment, that attachment of the mind, of the heart, and that mutual confidence that exists between two men. You see, however great the love may be that unites them, a man and a woman are always strangers in mind and intellect. They remain belligerents. They belong to different races. They must always be conqueror and conquered, a master and a slave, now the one, now the other. They are never two equals. They press each other's hands, those hands trembling with amorous passion, but they never press them with a long, strong, loyal pressure, with that pressure which seems to open hearts and to lay them bare in a burst of sincere, strong, manly affection. Philosophers of old, instead of marrying and procreating children as consolation for their old age, children who would abandon them, sought for a good, reliable friend, and grew old with him in that communion of thought which can only exist between men. Well, my friend Julien married. His wife was pretty, charming, a little curly-haired blonde, plump and lively, who seemed to worship him. At first I went but rarely to their house, feeling myself superfluous. But somehow they attracted me to their home. They were constantly inviting me, and seemed very fond of me. Consequently, by degrees, I allowed myself to be allured by the charm of their life. I often dined with them, and frequently, when I returned home at night, thought that I would do so as he had done, and get married, as my empty house now seemed very dull. They appeared to be very much in love, and were never apart. Well, one evening Julien wrote and asked me to come to dinner, and I naturally went. "My dear fellow," he said, "I must go out directly after business, and I shall not be back until 11 o'clock. But I shall be back at 11 precisely, and I reckon on you to keep Bertha company." The young woman smiled. "It was my idea," she said, "to send for you." I held out my hand to her. "You are as nice as ever," I said, and I felt a long, friendly pressure of my fingers. I paid no attention to it. So we sat down to dinner, and at 8 o'clock Julien went out. As soon as he had gone, a kind of strange embarrassment immediately seemed to arise between his wife and me. We had never been alone together, and in spite of our daily increasing intimacy, this tete-a-tete placed us in a new position. At first I spoke vaguely of those indifferent matters with which one fills up an embarrassing silence, but she did not reply, and remained opposite me with her head down in an undecided manner, as if she were thinking over some difficult subject. And, I was at a loss for small talk. I held my tongue. It is surprising how hard it is at times to find anything to say. And then also I felt something in the air, something I could not express, one of those mysterious premonitions that warn one of another person's secret intentions in regard to yourself, whether they be good or evil. That painful silence lasted some time, and then Bertha said to me, "Would you be kind enough to put a log on the fire, for it is going out?" So I opened up the box where the wood was kept, which was placed just where yours is, took out the largest log, and put it on top of the others, which were 3/4 burned, and then silence again reigned in the room. In a few minutes the log was burning so brightly that it scorched our faces, and the young woman raised her eyes to mine, eyes that had a strange look to me. "It is too hot now," she said. "Let us go and sit on the sofa over there." So we went and sat on the sofa, and then she said suddenly, looking at me full in the face, "What would you do if a woman were to tell you that she were in love with you?" "Upon my word," I replied, very much at a loss for an answer, "I cannot foresee such a case, but it would depend very much upon the woman." She gave a hard, nervous, vibrating laugh, one of those false laughs which seems as if they must break thin glass, and then she added, "Men are never either venturesome or spiteful," and after a moment of silence, she continued, "Have you ever been in love, Monsieur Paul?" I was obliged to acknowledge that I certainly had, and she asked me to tell her about it, whereupon I made up some story or other. She listened to me attentively, with frequent signs of disapproval and contempt, and then suddenly she said, "No, you understand nothing about the subject. It seems to me that real love must unsettle the mind, upset the nerves, distract the head, that it must, how shall I express it, be dangerous, even terrible, almost criminal and sacrilegious, that it must be a kind of treason. I mean to say that it is bound to break laws, fraternal bonds, sacred obligations. When love is tranquil, easy, lawful, without dangers, is it really love?" I did not know how to give answer to her, and I made this philosophical reflection to myself. "O female brain, here, indeed you show yourself." While speaking, she had assumed a demure, saintly air, and, resting on the cushions, she stretched herself out at full length, with her head on my shoulder, and her dress pulled up a little so as to show her red stockings, which the firelight made look still brighter. In a minute or two she continued, "I suppose I have frightened you." I protested against such a notion, and she leaned against my breast altogether, and without looking at me, she said, "If I were to tell you that I love you, what would you do?" And, before I could think of an answer, she had thrown her arms around my neck, had quickly drawn her head down, and put her lips to mine. "Oh, my dear friend, how can I tell you that I did not feel at all happy? What? Deceive Julian? Become the lover of this little, silly, wrong-headed, deceitful woman who was, no doubt, terribly sensual, and whom her husband no longer satisfied? To betray him continually, to deceive him, to play at being in love merely because I was attracted by forbidden fruit, by the danger incurred and the friendship betrayed? No, that did not suit me. But what was I to do? To imitate Joseph would be acting a very stupid and moreover difficult part, for this woman was enchanting in her perfidy, inflamed by audacity, palpitating and excited. Let the man who has never felt on his lips the warm kiss of a woman who is ready to give herself to him throw the first stone at me. Well, a minute more. You understand what I mean? A minute more, and I should have been, no, she should have been, I beg your pardon, he would have been, when a loud noise made us both jump up. The log had fallen into the room, knocking over the fire irons and the fender, and onto the carpet which it had scorched, and had rolled under the armchair, which it would certainly set alight. I jumped up like a madman, and, as I was replacing on the fire that log which saved me, the door opened hastily, and Julian came in. "I am free," he said with evident pleasure. "The business was over 2 hours sooner than I expected." "Yes, my dear friend, without that log I should have been caught in the very act, and you know what the consequences of that would have been. You may be sure that I took great care never to be found in a similar situation again. Never, never. Soon after, I saw that Julien was giving me the cold shoulder, as they say. His wife was evidently undermining our friendship. By degrees he got rid of me, and we have altogether ceased to meet. I never married, which ought not surprise you, I think. The End of the Log by Guy de Maupassant, read by Roy Schreiber. The Rondoli Sisters by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rondoli Sisters by Guy de Maupassant. Part 1. I set out to see Italy thoroughly on 2 occasions, and each time I was stopped at the frontier and could not get any further. So I do not know Italy, said my friend Charles, and yet my 2 attempts gave me a charming idea of the manners of that beautiful country. Sometime, however, I must visit its cities, as well as its museums and works of art, with which it abounds. I will make another attempt to penetrate into the interior, which I have not yet succeeded in doing. You don't understand me, so I will explain. In the spring of 1874, I was seized with an irresistible desire to see Venice, Florence, Rome, and Naples. I am, as you know, not a great traveler. It appears to me a useless and fatiguing business. Nights spent in a train, the disturbed slumber of the railway carriage, with the attendant headache and stiffness in every limb, sudden waking in that rolling box, the unwashed feeling with your eyes and hair full of dust, the smell of coal on which one's lungs feed. Those bad dinners in the draughty refreshment rooms are, according to my ideas, a horrible way of beginning a pleasure trip. After this introduction, we have the miseries of the hotel, some great hotel, full of people, and yet so empty, the strange room and the doubtful bed. I am most particular about my bed. It is the sanctuary of life. We entrust our almost naked and fatigued bodies to it so that we may be reanimated by reposing between soft sheets and feathers. There we find the most delightful hours of our existence, the hours of love and of sleep. The bed is sacred and should be respected, venerated, loved by us as the best and most delightful of our earthly possessions. I cannot lift up the sheets of a hotel bed without a shudder of disgust. Who has occupied it the night before? Perhaps dirty, revolting people have slept in it. I begin then to think of all the horrible people with whom one rubs shoulders every day, people with suspicious-looking skin which makes one think of the feet and all the rest. I call to mind those who carry about with them the sickening smell of garlic or of humanity. I think of those who are deformed and unhealthy, of the perspiration emanating from the sick, of everything that is ugly and filthy in man. And all this perhaps in the bed in which I am about to sleep. The mere idea of it makes me feel ill as I get into it. And then the hotel dinner, those dreary hotel dinners in the midst of all sorts of extraordinary people, or else those terrible solitary dinners at a small table in a restaurant, feebly lighted by a wretched composite candle under a shade. Again, those terribly dull evenings in some unknown town. Do you know anything more wretched than the approach of dusk on such an occasion? One goes about as if almost in a dream, looking at faces that one never has seen before and never will see again, listening to people talking about matters which are quite indifferent to you in a language that perhaps you do not understand. You have a terrible feeling, almost as if you were lost, and you continue to walk on so as not to be obliged to return to the hotel, where you will feel more lost still because you are at home, in a home which belongs to anyone who can pay for it, and at last you sink into a chair in some well-lit cafe whose gilding and lights oppress you 1,000 times more than the shadows in the streets, and you feel so abominably alone in front of the glass of flat bock beer that a kind of madness seizes you, the longing to go somewhere or other, no matter where, as long as you need not return in front of the marble table amid the dazzling lights. And then, suddenly, you are aware that you are really alone in the world, always and everywhere, and that in places which we know, the familiar jostlings give us the illusion only of human fraternity. At such moments of self-abandonment and somber isolation in distant cities, one thinks broadly, clearly, profoundly. Then one suddenly sees the whole of life outside the vision of eternal hope, apart from the deceptions of our innate habits and of our expectations of happiness, which we indulge in dreams never to be realized. It is only by going a long distance from home that we can fully understand how short-lived and empty everything near at hand is. By searching for the unknown, we perceive how commonplace and effervescent everything is. Only by wandering over the face of the earth can we understand how small the world is, and how very much alike it is everywhere. How well I know, and how I hate and almost fear those haphazard walks through unknown streets. And this is the reason why, as nothing would induce me to undertake a tour of Italy by myself, I made up my mind to accompany my friend Paul. You know Paul, and how he idolizes women. To him, the earth is habitable only because they are there. The sun gives light and is warm because it shines upon them. The air is soft and balmy because it blows upon their skin and ruffles the soft hair on their temples. And the moon is charming because it makes them dream and imparts a languorous charm to love. Every act and action of Paul's has woman for its motive. All his thoughts, all his efforts and hopes are centered in them. When I mentioned Italy to Paul, he at first absolutely refused to leave Paris. I, however, began to tell him of the adventures I had had on my travels. I assured him that all Italian women are charming, and I made him hope for the most refined pleasures at Naples, thanks to certain letters of introduction that I had. And so, at last, he allowed himself to be persuaded. The Rondoli Sisters, Part 2. We took the express one Thursday evening, Paul and I. Hardly anyone goes south at that time of the year, so that we had the carriages to ourselves, and both of us were in a bad temper on leaving Paris, sorry for having yielded to the temptation of this journey, and regretting Marly, the Seine, and our lazy boating excursions, and all those pleasures in and near Paris which are so dear to every true Parisian. As soon as the train started, Paul stuck himself in his corner and said, "It is most idiotic to go all that distance." And as it was too late for him to change his mind then, I said, "Well, you should not have come." He made no answer, and I felt very much inclined to laugh when I saw how furious he looked. He certainly is almost rather like a squirrel, but then every one of us has retained the type of some animal or other as the mark of his primitive origin. How many people have jaws like a bulldog, or heads like goats, rabbits, foxes, horses, or oxen? Paul is a squirrel turned into a man. He has its bright, quick eyes, its hair, its pointed nose, its small, fine, supple, active body, and a certain mysterious resemblance in his general bearing. In fact, a similarity of movement, of gesture, and of bearing, which might almost be taken for a recollection. At last we both went to sleep with that uncomfortable slumber of the railway carriage which is interrupted by horrible cramps in the arms and neck, and by the sudden stoppages of the train. We woke up as we were passing along the Rhone. Soon the continued noise of crickets came in through the windows, that cry which seems to be the voice of the warm earth, the song of Provence, and seemed to instill into our looks, our breasts, our soul, the light and happy feeling of the south, that odor of the parched earth, of the stony and light soil, of the olive with its gray-green foliage. When the train stopped again, a railway guard came along the train, calling out, "Valens!" in a sonorous voice, with an accent again that gave us a taste of that Provence which the shrill note of the crickets had already imparted to us. Nothing fresh happened till we got to Marseilles, where we alighted for breakfast. But when we returned to our carriage, we found a woman installed there. Paul, with a delighted glance at me, gave his short moustache a mechanical twirl, and passed his fingers through his hair, which had become slightly out of order with the night's journey. Then he sat down opposite the newcomer. Whenever I happened to see a striking face, either in traveling or in society, I always have the strongest inclination to find out what character, mind, and intellectual capacities are beneath those features. She was a young and pretty woman, certainly a native of the south of France, with splendid eyes, beautiful wavy hair, which was so thick and long that it seemed almost too heavy for her head. She was dressed with a certain southern bad taste, which made her look a little vulgar. Her regular features had none of the grace and finish of the refined races, of that slight delicacy which members of the aristocracy inherit from their birth, and which is the hereditary mark of thinner blood. Her bracelets were too big to be of gold. She wore earrings with large white stones that were certainly not diamonds, and she belonged unmistakably to the people. One surmised she would talk too loud, and shout on every occasion with exaggerated gestures. When the train started, she remained motionless in her place, in the attitude of a woman who was indignant, without even looking at us. Paul began to talk to me, evidently with an eye to effect, trying to attract her attention. Shopkeepers expose their wares to catch the notice of passers-by. She, however, did not appear to be paying the least attention. "Toulon! 10 minutes to wait. Refreshment room," the porters shouted. Paul motioned to me to get out, and as soon as we had done so, he said, "I wonder who on earth she could be." I began to laugh. "I'm sure I don't know, and I don't in the least care." He was quite excited. "She is uncommonly fresh and a pretty girl. What eyes she has, and how cross she looks. She must have been dreadfully worried, for she takes no notice of anything." "You will have all your troubles for nothing," I growled. He began to lose his temper. "I am not taking any trouble, my dear fellow. I think her an extremely pretty woman, that is all. If one could only speak to her, but I don't know how to begin. Cannot you give me an idea? Can't you guess who she is?" "Upon my word, I cannot. However, I should rather think she is some strolling actress who is going to rejoin her company after a love adventure." He seemed quite upset, as if I had said something insulting. "What makes you think that? On the contrary, I think she looks most respectable." "Just look at her bracelets," I said, "her earrings, and her whole dress. I should not be the least surprised if she were a dancer or a circus rider, but most likely a dancer. Her whole style smacks very much of the theater." He evidently did not like the idea. "She is much too young, I am sure. She is hardly 20. "Well," I replied, "there are many things that one can do before one is 20. Dancing and elocution are among them." "Take your seats for Nice, Ventimiglia," the guards and porters called. We got in. Our fellow passenger was eating an orange, and certainly she did not do it elegantly. She had spread her pocket handkerchief on her knees, and the way in which she tore off the peel, opened her mouth to put in the pieces, and then spat the pips out the window, showed her training had been decidedly vulgar. She also seemed more put out than ever, and swallowed the fruit with an exceeding comic air of rage. Paul devoured her with his eyes, and tried to attract her attention and excite her curiosity, but in spite of his talk, and of the manner in which he brought in well-known names, she did not pay the least attention to him. After passing Fréjus and Saint Raphael, the train passed through a veritable garden, a paradise of roses, and groves of oranges and lemons covered with fruits and flowers at the same time. That delightful coast from Marseille to Genoa is a kingdom of perfumes in the home of flowers. June is the time to see it in all its beauty, when every narrow valley, on every slope, the exquisite flowers are growing luxuriantly. And roses, fields, hedges, groves of roses. They climb the walls, blossom on the roofs, hang from the trees, peep out from among the bushes. They are white, red, yellow, large and small, single, simple, self-colored dress, or full of heavy, brilliant toilettes. Their breath makes the air heavy and relaxing, and the still more penetrating odor of the orange blossoms sweetens the atmosphere till it might almost be called the refinement of odor. The shore, with its brown rocks, was bathed by the motionless Mediterranean. The hot summer sun stretched like a fiery cloud over the mountains, over the long expanses of sand, and over the motionless, apparently solid blue sea. The train went on through the tunnels, along the slopes, above the water, on straight wall-like viaducts, and on a soft, vague, saltish smell, a smell of drying seaweed, mingled at times with the strong, heavy perfume of the flowers. But Paul neither saw, looked at, nor smelled anything, for our fellow traveler engrossed all his attention. When we reached Caen, as we wished to speak to me, he signed me to get out, and as soon as I did so, he took me by the arm. Do you know, she is really charming. Just look at her eyes, and I never saw anything like her hair. Don't excite yourself, I replied, or else address her, if you have any intentions that way. She does not look unapproachable, I fancy, although she appears to be a little bit grumpy. Why don't you speak to her? He said. I don't know what to say, for I am always terribly stupid at first. I can never make advances to a woman in the street. I follow them, go round and round them, and quite close to them, but never know what to say at first. I only tried to enter into conversation with a woman in that way. I promised Paul to do all I could to bring about a conversation, and when we had taken our place again, I politely asked our neighbor, "Have you any objection to the smell of tobacco, madam?" She merely replied, "Non capisco." So she's an Italian. I felt an absurd inclination to laugh, as Paul did not understand a word of that language. I was obliged to act as his interpreter. So I said in Italian, "I asked you, madam, whether you had any objection to tobacco smoke." With an angry look, she replied, "Che me fa." She had neither turned her head nor looked at me, and I really did not know whether to take this "What do I care?" for an authorization, a refusal, a sign of indifference, or for a mere "let me alone." "Madam," I replied, "if you mind the smell of tobacco in the least." She again said, "Mica," in a tone which seemed to mean, "I wish to goodness you would leave me alone." It was, however, a kind of permission, so I said to Paul, "You may smoke." He looked at me in that curious sort of way that people have when they try to understand others who are talking in a strange language before them, and asked me, "What did you say to her?" I asked whether we might smoke, and she said, we might do whatever we liked. Whereupon I lit my cigar. Did she say anything more? If you had counted her words, you would have noticed she used exactly 6, 2 of which gave me to understand that she knew no French. So 4 remained, and much can be said in 4 words. Paul seemed quite unhappy, disappointed, and at sea, so to speak. But suddenly the Italian asked me, in that tone of discontent which seemed habitual to her, "Do you know what time we shall get to Genoa?" "At 11 o'clock, I replied. Then after a moment I went on, "My friend and I are also going to Genoa, and if we can be of any service to you, we shall be very happy, as you are quite alone." But she interrupted with such a "Mica" that I did not venture another word. "What did she say?" asked Paul. "She said she thought you were charming." But he was in no humor for joking, and begged me dryly not to make fun of him. So I translated her question and my polite offer, which had been so rudely rejected. Then he became as restless as a caged squirrel. "If we only knew," he said, "what hotel she was going to, we could go to the same, try to find out, and so as to have another opportunity to make her talk." It was not particularly easy, and I did not know what pretext to invent, desirous as I was to make the acquaintance of this unapproachable person. We passed Nice, Monaco, Mentone, and the train stopped at the frontier for the examination of luggage. Although I hate those ill-bred people who breakfast and dine in railway carriages, I went and bought a quantity of good things to make one last attack on her by their means. I felt sure that this girl must, ordinarily, be by no means inaccessible. Something had put her out and made her irritable, but very little would suffice, a mere word or some agreeable offer, to decide her and vanquish her. We started again, and we 3 were still alone. I spread my edibles on the seat. I cut up the fowl, put the slices of ham neatly on a piece of paper, and then carefully laid out our dessert, strawberries, plums, cherries, and cakes, close to the girl. When she saw that we were about to eat, she took a piece of chocolate and 2 little crisp cakes out of her pocket and began to munch on them. "Ask her to have some of ours," Paul said in a whisper. "That is exactly what I wish to do. It is rather a difficult matter." As she, however, glanced from time to time at our provisions, I felt sure that she would still be hungry when she finished what she had with her. So, as soon as her frugal meal was over, I said to her, "It would be very kind of you if you would take some of this fruit." Again she said, "Mica," but less crossly than before. "Well then," I said, "may I offer you a little wine? I see you have not drunk anything. It is Italian wine, and as we are now in your own country, we should be very pleased to see such a pretty Italian mouth accept the offer of its French neighbors." She shook her head slightly, evidently wishing to refuse, but very desirous of accepting, and her Mica this time was almost polite. I took the flask, which was covered with straw in the Italian fashion, and filled the glass. I offered it to her. "Please drink it," I said, "to bid us welcome to your country." She took the glass with her usual look and emptied it in a draught, like a woman consumed with thirst, and then gave it back to me without even saying thank you. I then offered her the cherries. "Please take some," I said. "I should be glad if you will." Out of her corner she looked at all the fruit spread beside her, and said so rapidly that I could scarcely follow her, "I do not care for cherries or plums, only for strawberries." I put a newspaper full of wild strawberries on her lap, and she ate them quickly, tossing them into her mouth from some distance in a coquettish and charming manner. When she had finished the little red heap, which soon disappeared under the rapid action of her hands, I asked her, "What may I offer you now?" "I will take a little chicken," she replied. She certainly devoured half of it, tearing it to pieces with the rapid movements of her jaw like some carnivorous animal. Then she made up her mind to have some cherries, which she did not like, and then some plums, then some little cakes. Then she said, "I have had enough," and sat back in her corner. I was much amused, and tried to make her eat more, insisting, in fact, till she suddenly flew into a rage and flung a furious Mica at me that I would not any longer run the risk of spoiling her digestion. I turned to my friend. "My poor Paul," I said, "I'm afraid we have had our trouble for nothing." The night came on, one of those hot summer nights which extend their warm shade over the burning and exhausted earth. Here and there, in the distance, by the sea, on capes and promontories, bright stars, which I was at times almost inclined to confound with lighthouses, began to shine on the dark horizon. The scent of the orange trees became more penetrating, and we breathed with delight, distending our lungs to inhale it more deeply. The balmy air so soft, delicious, almost divine. Suddenly I noticed something like a shower of stars under the dense shade of the trees along the line, where it was quite dark. It might have been taken for drops of light, leaping, flying, playing and running among the leaves, or for small stars fallen from the sky in order to have an excursion on the earth. But they were only fireflies, dancing a strange fiery ballet in the perfumed air. One of them happened to come into our carriage and shed its intermittent light, which seemed to be extinguished one moment and to be burning the next. I covered the carriage lamp with its blue shade and watched the strange fly careening about its fiery flight. Suddenly it settled on the dark hair of our neighbor, who was half dozing after dinner. Paul seemed delighted, with his eyes fixed on the bright sparkling spot, which seemed like a living jewel on the forehead of the sleeping woman. The Italian woke up about 11 o'clock, with the bright insect still in her hair. When I saw her move, I said, "We are just getting to Genoa, madam," and she murmured without answering me, as if possessed by some obstinate and embarrassing thought. What am I going to do, I wondered? And then suddenly she asked, "Would you like me to come with you?" I was so taken aback that I really did not understand her. "With us? How do you mean?" She repeated, looking more and more furious. "Would you like me to be your guide now, as soon as we get out of the train?" "I am quite willing, but where do you want to go?" She shrugged her shoulders with an air of supreme indifference. "Wherever you like. What does it matter to me?" She repeated her "che mi fa" twice. "But we are going to the hotel." "Very well, let us all go to the hotel," she said in a contemptuous voice. I turned to Paul and said, "She wishes to know whether we should like her to come with us." My friend's utter surprise restored my self-possession. He stammered, With us? Where to? What for? How?" "I don't know. She made this strange proposal to me in a most irritated voice. I told her that we were going to the hotel, and she said, 'Very well, let us all go there.' I suppose she is without a penny. Certainly she has a very strange way of making acquaintances." Paul, who was very much excited, exclaimed, "I am quite agreeable. Tell her that we will all go wherever she likes." Then, after a moment's hesitation, he said uneasily, "We must know, however, with whom she wishes to go, with you or with me." I turned to the Italian, who did not even seem to be listening to us, and said, "We shall be very happy to have you with us, but my friend wishes to know whether you will take my arm or his." She opened her black eyes wide with vague surprise and said, "Che mi fa." I was obliged to explain myself. In Italy, I believe, when a man looks after a woman, fulfills her wishes, and satisfies her caprices, he is called a patito. "Which of us two would you take for your patito?" Without the slightest hesitation, she replied, "You." I turned to Paul. "You see, my friend, she chooses me. You have no chance." All the better for you, he replied in a rage. Then, after thinking for a few moments, he went on. Do you really care about taking this creature with you? She will spoil our journey. What are we to do with this woman who looks like I don't know what? They will not take us in any decent hotel. I, however, began to find the Italian much nicer than I had thought her at first, and I was now very desirous to take her with us. The idea delighted me. I replied, My dear fellow, we have accepted, and it is too late to recede. You were the first to advise me to say yes. It was very stupid, he growled, but do as you please. The train whistled, slackened speed, and we ran into the station. I got out of the carriage and offered my new companion my hand. She jumped out lightly, and I gave her my arm, which she took with an air of seeming repugnance. As soon as we had claimed our luggage, we set off into the town, Paul walking in utter silence. To what hotel shall we go? I asked him. It may be difficult to get into the city of Paris with a woman, especially with this Italian. Paul interrupted me. Yes, with an Italian who looks more like a dancer than a duchess. However, that is no business of mine. Do just as you please. I was in a state of perplexity. I had written to the city of Paris to retain our rooms, and now I did not know what to do. 2 commissaires followed us with our luggage. I continued, You might as well go on first and say that we are coming, and give the landlord to understand that I have a friend with me, and that we should like rooms quite by ourselves for us 3, so as not to be brought in contact with other travelers. He will understand, and we will decide according to his answer. But Paul growled, Thank you. Such commissions, such parts do not suit me by any means. I did not come here to select your apartments or to minister to your pleasures. But I was urgent. Look here, don't be angry. It is surely far better to go to a good hotel than a bad one, and it is not difficult to ask the landlord for 3 separate bedrooms and a dining room. I put the stress on 3, and that decided him. He went on first, and I saw him go into a large hotel, while I remained on the other side of the street with my fair Italian, who did not say a word, and followed the porters with the luggage. Paul came back at last, looking as dissatisfied as my companion. That is settled, he said, and they will take us in, but here are only 2 bedrooms. You must settle it as you can. I followed him, rather ashamed of going in with such a strange companion. There were 2 bedrooms separated by a small sitting room. I ordered a cold supper, and then I turned to the Italian with a perplexed look. We have only been able to get 2 rooms, so you must choose which you like. She replied with her eternal "Che mi fa." I thereupon took up her little black wooden trunk, such as servants use, and took it into the room on the right, which I had chosen for her. A bit of paper was fastened to the box, on which was written, Mademoiselle Francesca Rondoli, Genoa. Your name is Francesca? I asked, and she nodded her head without replying. We shall have supper directly, I continued. Meanwhile, I dare say you would like to arrange your toilette a little. She answered with amica, a word which she employed just as frequently as che mi fa, but I went on. It is always pleasant after a journey. Then I suddenly remembered that she had not, perhaps, the necessary requisites, for she appeared to me in a very singular position, as if she had just escaped from some disagreeable adventure, and I brought her my dressing case. I put out all the little instruments for cleanliness and comfort which it contained: a nail brush, a new toothbrush, I always carry a selection of them with me, a nail scissors, a nail file, and sponges. I uncorked a bottle of eau de cologne, one of lavender water, and a little bottle of new mown hay, so that she might have a choice. Then I opened up my powder box and put out the powder puff, placed my fine towels over the water jug, and a piece of new soap near the basin. She watched my movements with a look of annoyance in her wide-open eyes, without appearing either astonished or pleased at my forethought. Here is all you require, I then said. I will tell you when supper is ready. When I returned to the sitting-room, I found Paul had shut himself in the other room, so I sat down to wait. The waiter went to and fro, bringing plates and glasses. He laid the table slowly, then put a cold chicken on it, and told me all was ready. I knocked gently on Mademoiselle Rondoli's door. "Come in," she said, and when I did so, I was struck by a strong, heavy smell of perfumes, as if I were in a hairdresser's shop. The Italian was sitting on her trunk, in an attitude either of thoughtful discontent or absent-mindedness. Towel was still folded over the water jug that was full of water, and the soap, untouched and dry, was lying beside the empty basin. But one would have thought that the young woman had used half the contents of the bottles of perfume. The eau de cologne, however, had been spared, as only about a third of it had gone. But to make up for that, she had used a surprising amount of lavender water and new mown hay. A cloud of violet powder, a vague white mist, seemed still to be floating in the air, from the effects of her overpowdering her face and neck. It seemed to cover her eyelashes, eyebrows, and her hair on her temples was like snow, while her cheeks were plastered with it, and layers of it covered her nostrils and corners of her eyes, and her chin. When she got up, she exhaled such a strong odor of perfume that it almost made me feel faint. When we sat down to supper, I found that Paul was in a most execrable temper, and I could get nothing out of him but blame, irritable words, and disagreeable remarks. Mademoiselle Francesca ate like an ogre, and as soon as she was finished her meal, she threw herself upon the sofa in the sitting room. Sitting beside her, I said gallantly, kissing her hand, "Shall I have the bed prepared, or will you sleep on the couch? It is all the same to me, che mi fa." Her indifference vexed me. "Should you like to retire at once?" "Yes, I'm very sleepy." She got up, yawned, gave her hand to Paul, who took it with a furious look, and I lighted her into the bedroom. A disquieting feeling haunted me. "Here is all you want," I said again. The next morning she got up early, like a woman who is accustomed to work. She woke me up doing so, and I watched her through half-closed eyelids. She came and went without hurrying herself, as if she were astonished at having nothing to do. At length she went to the dressing-table, and in a moment emptied all my bottles of perfume. She certainly also used some water, but very little. When she was quite dressed, she sat down on her trunk again, and clasping one knee between her hands, she seemed to be thinking. At that moment I pretended to first notice her, and said, "Good morning, Francesca." Without seeming at all in a better temper than the previous night, she murmured, "Good morning." When I asked her whether she had slept well, she nodded her head, and jumping out of bed, I went and kissed her. She turned her face toward me like a child who is being kissed against its will. But I took her tenderly in my arms and gently pressed my lips on her eyelids, which she closed with evident distaste under my kisses on her fresh cheek and full lips, which she turned away. "You do not seem to like being kissed," I said to her. "Mika," was her only answer. I sat down on the trunk by her side, and passing my arm through hers, I said, "Mika, Mika, Mika," in reply to everything. "I shall call you Mademoiselle Mika, I think." For the first time, I fancied I saw the shadow of a smile on her lips, but it passed so quickly that I may have been mistaken. "But if you never say anything but Mika, I shall not know what to do to please you. Let me see, what shall we do today?" She hesitated a moment, as if some fancy had flitted through her head, and then she said carelessly, "It is all the same to me, whatever you like." "Very well, Mademoiselle Mika, we will have a carriage and go for a drive." "As you please," she said. Paul was waiting for us in the dining room, looking as bored as third parties usually do in love affairs. I assumed a delighted air, and shook hands with him with triumphant energy. "What are you thinking of doing?" he asked. "First of all, we shall go and see a little of the town, and then we might get a carriage and take a drive into the neighborhood." We breakfasted almost in silence, and then set out. I dragged Francesca from palace to palace, and she either looked at nothing or merely glanced carelessly at various masterpieces. Paul followed us, growling all sorts of disagreeable things. Then we all three took a drive in silence into the country and returned to dinner. The next day, the same thing, and the next day again. And on the third, Paul said to me, "Look here, I'm going to leave you. I am not going to stop here for 3 weeks watching you make love to this creature." I was perplexed and annoyed, for to my great surprise I had become singularly attached to Francesca. A man is but weak and foolish, carried away by the merest trifle, and a coward every time his senses are excited or mastered. I clung to this unknown girl, silent and dissatisfied as she always was. I liked her somewhat ill-tempered face, the dissatisfied droop of her mouth, the weariness of her look. I liked her fatigued movements, the contemptuous way in which she let me kiss her, the very indifference of her caresses. A secret bond, that mysterious bond of physical love, which does not satisfy, bound me to her. I told Paul so quite frankly. He treated me as if I were a fool, and then said, "Very well, take her with you." but she obstinately refused to leave Genoa without giving any reason. I besought, I reasoned, I promised, and all was of no avail, and so I stayed on. Paul declared that he would go by himself, and went so far as to pack up his portmanteau, but he remained all the same. Thus a fortnight passed. Francesca was always silent and irritable, lived beside me rather than with me, responded to all my requirements and all my propositions with her perpetual che mi fa, or with her no less perpetual mica. My friend became more and more furious, but my only answer was, "You can go if you are tired of staying. I am not detaining you." Then he called me names, overwhelmed me with reproaches, and exclaimed, "Where do you think I can go now? We had 3 weeks at our disposal, and here is a fortnight gone. I cannot continue my journey now, and, in any case, I'm not going to Venice, Florence, and Rome all by myself, but you will pay for it, and more dearly than you think, most likely. You are not going to bring a man all the way from Paris in order to shut him up at a hotel in Genoa with an Italian adventuress." When I told him, very calmly, to return to Paris, he exclaimed that he intended to do so the very next day. But the next day he was still there, still in a rage and swearing. By the time we began to know the streets through which we wandered from morning till night, sometimes French people would turn round astonished at meeting their fellow countrymen in the company of this girl with such a striking costume, who looked singularly out of place, not to say compromising, beside us. She used to walk along, leaning on my arm, without looking at anything. Why did she remain with me, with us, who seemed so little to amuse her? Who was she? Where did she come from? What was she doing? Had she any plan or idea? Where did she live? As an adventuress? By chance meetings? I tried in vain to find out and to explain it. The better I knew her, the more enigmatic she became. She seemed to be a girl of poor family who had been taken away, and then cast aside and lost. What did she think would become of her, or whom was she waiting for? She certainly did not appear to be trying to make a conquest of me, or to make any real profit out of me. I tried to question her, to speak to her of her childhood and family, but she never gave me an answer. I stayed with her, my heart unfettered, my senses enchained, never wearied of holding her in my arms, that proud and quarrelsome woman, captivated by my senses, or rather carried away, overcome by a youthful, healthy, powerful charm which emanated from her fragrant person and from the well-molded lines of her body. Another week passed, and the term of my journey was drawing on, for I had to be back in Paris by the 11th of July. By this time Paul had come to take his part in the adventure, though still grumbling at me, while I invented pleasures, distractions, and excursions to amuse Francesca and my friend, and in order to do this I gave myself a great amount of trouble. One day I proposed an excursion to Santa Margherita, that charming little town in the midst of gardens, hidden at the foot of a slope which stretches far into the sea up to the village of Portofino. We three walked along the excellent road which goes along the foot of the mountain. Suddenly Francesca said to me, "I shall not be able to go with you tomorrow. I must go and see some of my relatives." That was all. I did not ask her any questions, as I was quite sure she would not answer me. The next morning she got up very early. When she spoke to me, it was in a constrained and hesitating voice. "If I do not come back again, shall you come and fetch me?" "Most certainly I shall," was my reply. "Where shall I go to find you?" Then she explained, "You must go into the street Victor Emmanuel, down the Falcone Road and the side street San Raphael, and into the furniture shop in the building on the right at the end of a court, and there you must ask for Madame Rondoli. That is the place." And so she went away, leaving me rather astonished. When Paul saw that I was alone, he stammered out, "Where is Francesca?" And when I told him what had happened, he exclaimed, "My dear fellow, let us make use of our opportunity and bolt. As it is, our time is up. 2 days more or less make no difference. Let us go at once. Go and pack up your things. Off we go." But I refused. I could not, as I told him, leave the girl in that manner after such companionship for nearly 3 weeks. At any rate, I ought to say good-bye to her, and make her accept a present. I certainly had no intention of behaving badly to her, but he would not listen. He pressed and worried me, and I would not give way. I remained indoors for several hours, expecting Francesca's return, but she did not come, and at last at dinner Paul said with a triumphant air, "She has flown, my dear fellow. It is certainly very strange." I must acknowledge that I was surprised and rather vexed. He laughed in my face and made fun of me. "It is not exactly a bad way of getting rid of you, though rather primitive. Just wait for me. I shall be back in a moment." they often say. How long are you going to wait? I should not wonder if you were foolish enough to go and look for her at the address she gave you. Does Madame Rondoli live here, please? No, monsieur. I'll bet that you are longing to go there. Not in the least, I protested. And I assure you that if she does not come back tomorrow morning, I shall leave by the express at 8 o'clock. I shall have waited 24 hours, and that is enough. My conscience will be quite clear. I spent an uneasy and unpleasant evening, for I really had at heart a very tender feeling for her. I went to bed at 12 o'clock and hardly slept at all. And I got up at 6, called Paul, packed up my things, and 2 hours later we set out for France together. The Rondoli Sisters, Part 3. The next year, at just about the same period, I was seized, as one is with a periodical fever, with a new desire to go to Italy, and I immediately made up my mind to carry it into effect. There is no doubt that every really well-educated man ought to see Florence, Venice, and Rome. This travel has also the additional advantage of providing many subjects of conversation in society, and of giving one an opportunity of bringing forward artistic generalities which appear profound. This time I went alone, and I arrived in Genoa at the same time as the year before, but without any adventure on the road. I went to the same hotel, and actually happened to have the same room. I was hardly in bed when the recollection of Francesca, which, since the evening before, had been floating vaguely through my mind, haunted me with strange persistency. I thought of her nearly the whole night, and by degrees the wish to see her again seized me, a confused desire at first, which gradually grew stronger and more intense. At last I made up my mind to spend the next day in Genoa to try to find her, and if I should not succeed, to take the evening train. Early in the morning I set out on my search. I remembered the direction she had given me when she left me perfectly. Victor Emmanuel Street, house of the furniture dealer, at the bottom of the yard on the right. I found it without the least difficulty, and I knocked at the door of a somewhat dilapidated-looking dwelling. It was opened by a stout woman who must have been very handsome, but who actually was only very dirty. Although she had too much plumpness, she still bore the lines of majestic beauty. Her untidy hair fell over her forehead and shoulders, and one fancied one could see her floating about in an enormous dressing gown covered with spots of dirt and grease. Round her neck she wore a great gilt necklace, and on her wrists were splendid bracelets of Genoa filigree work. In a rather hostile manner she asked me what I wanted, and I replied by requesting her to tell me whether Francesca Rondoli lived here. "What do you want with her?" she asked. "I had the pleasure of meeting her last year, and I would like to see her again." The old woman looked at me suspiciously. "Where did you meet her?" she asked. "Why, here in Genoa itself." "What is your name?" I hesitated a moment, then I told her. I had hardly done so when the Italian put out her arms as if to embrace me. "Oh, you are the Frenchman! How glad I am to see you! But what grief you caused my poor child! She waited for you for a month. Yes, a whole month. At first she thought you would come to fetch her. She wanted to see whether you loved her. If you only knew how she cried when she saw you were not coming. She cried till she seemed to have no tears left. Then she went to the hotel, but you had gone. She thought that most likely you were traveling in Italy, and that you would return to Genoa to fetch her, as she would not go without you. And she waited more than a month, monsieur, and she was so unhappy, so unhappy. I am her mother." I really felt a little disconcerted, but I regained my self-possession and asked, "Where is she now?" "She has gone to Paris with a painter, a delightful man who loves her very much, and who gives her everything she wants. Just look at what she sent me. They are very pretty, are they not?" And she showed me, with quite southern animation, her heavy bracelets and necklace. "I have also," she continued, "earrings with stones in them, and a silk dress and some rings, but I only wear them on grand occasions. Oh, she is very happy, monsieur, very happy. She will be so pleased when I tell her you have been here. Pray come in and sit down. You will take something or other, surely." But I refused, as I now wished to get away by the first train. But she took me by the arm and pulled me in, saying, "Please come in. I must tell her that you have been here." I found myself in a small, rather dark room, furnished with only a table and a few chairs. She continued, "Oh, she is very happy now, very happy. When you met her in the train, she was very miserable. She had had an unfortunate love affair in Marseilles, and she was coming home, poor child. But she liked you at once, though she was still rather sad. You understand. Now she has all she wants, and she writes and tells me everything she does. His name is Bellarmine, and they say he is a great painter in your country. He fell in love with her at first sight. But will you take a glass of syrup? It is very good. Are you quite alone this year? Yes, I said, quite alone. I felt an increasing inclination to laugh, as my first disappointment was dispelled by what Mother Rondoli said. I was obliged, however, to drink a glass of her syrup. So you are quite alone? She continued. How sorry I am that Francesca is not here now. She would have been company for you all the time you stayed. It is not very amusing to go about by oneself, and she will be very sorry also. Then, as I was getting up to go, she exclaimed, Would you like to go with Carlotta? She knows all the walks very well. She is my second daughter, monsieur. No doubt she took my look of surprise for consent, for she opened the inner door and called out up the dark stairs which I could not see, Carlotta, Carlotta, make haste, my dear child. I tried to protest, but she would not listen. No, she will be very glad to go with you. She is very nice, and much more cheerful than her sister. And she is a good girl, a very good girl, whom I love very much. In a few moments a tall, slender, dark girl appeared, her hair hanging down, and her youthful figure showing unmistakably beneath an old dress of her mother's. The latter at once told her how matters stood. This is Francesca's Frenchman, you know, the one whom she knew last year. He is quite alone, and has come to look for her, poor fellow. So I told him that you would go with him to keep him company. The girl looked at me with handsome dark eyes and said, smiling, I have no objection if he wishes it. I could not possibly refuse, and merely said, Of course, I should be very glad of your company. Her mother pushed her out. Go and get dressed directly. Put on your blue dress and your hat with the flowers, and make haste. As soon as she had left the room, the old woman explained herself. I have 2 others, but they are much younger. It costs a lot of money to bring up 4 children. Luckily, the eldest is off my hands at present. Then she told all about herself, about her husband who had been an employee of the railroad, but who was dead, and she expatiated on the good qualities of Carlotta, her second girl, who soon returned, dressed, as her sister had been, in a strikingly peculiar manner. Her mother examined her from head to foot, and after finding everything right, she said, Now, my child, you can go. Then turning to the girl, she said, Be sure you are back at 10 o'clock tonight. You know the door is locked then. The answer was, All right, Mamma, don't alarm yourself. She took my arm, and we went wandering about the streets, just as I had wandered the previous year with her sister. We returned to the hotel for lunch, and then I took my new friend to Santa Margherita, just as I had taken her sister the previous year. During the whole fortnight which I had at my disposal, I took Carlotta to all the places of interest in and about Genoa. She gave me no cause to regret her sister. She cried when I left her, and the morning of my departure I gave her 4 bracelets for her mother, besides a substantial token of my affection for herself. One of these days I intend to return to Italy, and I cannot help remembering with a certain amount of uneasiness, mingled with hope, that Madame Rondoli has 2 more daughters. The End of the Rondoli Sisters, read by Roy Schreiber.
The Star Child by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Star Child by Oscar Wilde. Once upon a time, 2 poor woodcutters were making their way home through a great pine forest. It was winter and a night of bitter cold. The snow lay thick upon the ground and upon the branches of the trees. The frost kept snapping the little twigs on either side of them as they passed, and when they came to the mountain torrent she was hanging motionless in air, for the Ice King had kissed her. So cold was it that even the animals and the birds did not know what to make of it. "Ugh!" snarled the wolf, as he limped through the brushwood with his tail between his legs. "This is perfectly monstrous weather. Why doesn't the government look into it?" "Weet, weet, weet," tittered the green linnets. "The old earth is dead, and they have laid her out in her white shroud." "The earth is going to be married, and this is her bridal dress," whispered the turtle doves to each other. Their little pink feet were quite frostbitten, but they felt that it was their duty to take a romantic view of the situation. "Nonsense," growled the wolf. "I tell you that it is all the fault of the government, and if you don't believe me I shall eat you." The wolf had a thoroughly practical mind, and was never at a loss for a good argument. "Well, "For my part," said the Woodpecker, who was a born philosopher, "I don't care an atomic theory for explanations. If a thing is so, it is so, and at present it is terribly cold." Terribly cold it certainly was. The little squirrels who lived inside a tall fir tree kept rubbing each other's noses to keep themselves warm, and the rabbits curled themselves up in their holes and did not venture even to look out of doors. The only people who seemed to enjoy it were the great horned owls. Their feathers were quite stiff with rime, but they did not mind, and they rolled their large yellow eyes and called out to each other across the forest, "To wit, to who, to wit, to who. What delightful weather we're having!" On went the two woodcutters, blowing lustily upon their fingers and stamping with their huge iron-shod boots upon the caked snow. Once they sank into a deep drift, and came out as white as millers are when the stones are grinding. And once they slipped on the hard smooth ice where the marsh water was frozen, and their faggots fell out of their bundles, and they had to pick them up and bind them together again. And once they thought that they had lost their way, and a great terror seized on them, for they knew the snow is cruel to those who sleep in her arms. But they put their trust in the good Saint Martin, who watches over all travellers, and retraced their steps, and went warily. And at last they reached the outskirts of the forest, and saw far down the valley beneath them the lights of the village in which they dwelt. So overjoyed were they at their deliverance that they laughed aloud, and the earth seemed to them like a flower of silver, and the moon like a flower of gold. Yet after that they had laughed they became sad, for they remembered their poverty, and one of them said to the other, "Why did we make merry, seeing that life is for the rich, and not for such as we are? Better that we had died of cold in the forest, or that some wild beast had fallen upon us and slain us." "Truly," answered his companion, "much is given to some, and little is given to others. Injustice has parcelled out the world, nor is there equal division of aught save of sorrow." But as they were bewailing their misery to each other, this strange thing happened. There fell from heaven a very bright and beautiful star. It slipped down the side of the sky, passing by the other stars in its course, and as they watched it, wondering, it seemed to them to sink behind a clump of willow trees that stood hard by a little sheepfold no more than a stone's throw away. "Why, there is a crook of gold for whoever finds it!" they cried, and they set to and ran, so eager were they for the gold. And one of them ran faster than his mate, and outstripped him, and forced his way through the willows, and came out on the other side, and lo! there was indeed a thing of gold lying on the white snow. So he hastened towards it, and stooping down placed his hands upon it, and it was a cloak of golden tissue, curiously wrought with stars, and wrapped in many folds. And he cried out to his comrade that he had found the treasure that had fallen from the sky. And when his comrade had come up, they sat them down in the snow, and loosened the folds of the cloak, that they might divide the pieces of gold. But alas! no gold was in it, nor silver, nor indeed treasure of any kind, but only a little child who was asleep. And one of them said to the other, "This is a bitter ending to our hope, nor have we any good fortune, for what doth a child profit to a man? Let us leave it here and go our way, seeing that we are poor men, and have children of our own, whose bread we may not give to another." But his companion answered him, "Nay, but it were an evil thing to leave the child to perish here in the snow, and though I am as poor as thou art, and have many mouths to feed, and but little in the pot, yet will I bring it home with me, and my wife shall have care of it." So very tenderly he took up the child, and wrapped the cloak around it to shield it from the harsh cold, and made his way down the hill to the village, his comrade marvelling much at his foolishness and softness of heart. And when they came to the village, his comrade said to him, "Thou hast the child, therefore give me the cloak, for it is meet that we should share." But he answered him, "Nay, for the cloak is neither mine nor thine, but the child's only." And he bade him God speed, and went to his own house and knocked. And when his wife opened the door, and saw that her husband had returned safe to her, she put her arms round his neck, and kissed him, and took from his back the bundle of faggots, and brushed the snow off his boots, and bade him come in. But he said to her, "I have found something in the forest, and I have brought it to thee to have care of it." And he stirred not from the threshold. "What is it?" she cried. "Show it to me, for the house is bare, and we have need of many things." And he drew the cloak back, and showed her the sleeping child. "Alack, goodman," she murmured, "have we not children of our own, that thou must need bring a changeling to sit by the hearth? And who knows if it will not bring us bad fortune? And how shall we tend it? and she was wroth against him. "Nay, but it is a star child," he answered, and he told her the strange manner of the finding of it. But she would not be appeased, but mocked at him, and spoke angrily, and cried, "Our children lack bread, and shall we feed the child of another? Who is there to careth for us, and who giveth us food?" "Nay, but God careth for the sparrows even, and feedeth them," he answered. "Do not the sparrows die of hunger in the winter?" she asked, "and is it not winter now?" And the man answered nothing, but stirred not from the threshold. And a bitter wind from the forest came in through the open door, and made her tremble, and she shivered, and said to him, "Wilt thou not close the door? There cometh a bitter wind into the house, and I am cold." "Into a house where a heart is hard cometh there not always a bitter wind?" he asked. And the woman answered him nothing, but crept closer to the fire. And after a time she turned round and looked at him, and her eyes were full of tears. And he came in swiftly, and placed the child in her arms, and she kissed it, and laid it in a little bed where the youngest of their own children was lying. And on the morrow the woodcutter took the curious cloak of gold, and placed it in a great chest, and a chain of amber that was round the child's neck his wife took, and set it in the chest also. So the Star Child was brought up with the children of the woodcutter, and sat at the same board with them, and was their playmate, and every year he became more beautiful to look at, so that all those who dwelt in the village were filled with wonder, for while they were swarthy and black-haired, he was white and delicate as sawn ivory, and his curls were like the rings of the daffodil. His lips also were like the petals of a red flower, and his eyes were like violets by a river of pure water, and his body like the narcissus of a field where the mower comes not. Yet did his beauty work him evil, for he grew proud and cruel and selfish. The children of the woodcutter and the other children of the village he despised, saying that they were of mean parentage, while he was noble, being sprang from a star, and he made himself master over them, and called them his servants. No pity had he for the poor, or for those who were blind, or maimed, or in any way afflicted, but would cast stones at them, and drive them forth on to the highway, and bid them beg their bread elsewhere, so that none save the outlaws came twice to that village to ask for alms. Indeed, he was as one enamoured of beauty as would mock at the weakly and ill-favoured, and make jest of them, and himself he loved. And in summer, when the winds were still, he would lie by the well in the priest's orchard, and look down at the marvel of his own face, and laugh for the pleasure he had in his fairness. Often did the woodcutter and his wife chide him, and say, "We did not deal with thee as thou dealest with those who are left desolate, and have none to succour them. Wherefore art thou so cruel to all who need pity?" Often did the old priest send for him, and seek to teach him the love of living things, saying to him, "The fly is thy brother, do it no harm. The wild birds that roam through the forest have their freedom, snare them not for thy pleasure. God made the blind worm and the mole, and each has its place. Who art thou to bring pain into God's world? Even the cattle of the field praise him." But the Star Child heeded not their words, but would frown and flout, and go back to his companions and lead them. And his companions followed him, for he was fair and fleet of foot, and could dance and pipe and make music. And wherever the Star Child led them they followed, and whatever the Star Child bade them do, that they did. And when he pierced with a sharp reed the dim eyes of the mole, they laughed, and when he cast stones at the leper, they laughed also. And in all things he ruled them, and they became hard of heart, even as he was. Now there passed one day through the village a poor beggar woman. Her garments were torn and ragged, and her feet were bleeding from the rough road on which she had travelled, and she was in very evil plight. And being weary she sat her down under a chestnut tree to rest. But when the Star Child saw her, he said to his companions, "See, there sitteth a foul beggar woman under that fair and green-leaved tree. Come, let us drive her hence, for she is ugly and ill-favoured." So he came near, and threw stones at her, and mocked her, and she looked at him with terror in her eyes, nor did she move her gaze from him. And when the woodcutter, who was cleaving logs in a haggard hard by, saw what the Star Child was doing, he ran up and rebuked him, and said to him, "Surely thou art hard of heart, and knowest not mercy. For what evil has this poor woman done to thee, that thou shouldst treat her in this wise?" And the Star Child grew red with anger, and stamped his foot upon the ground, and said, "Who art thou to question me what I do? I am no son of thine to do thy bidding." "Thou speakest truly," answered the Woodcutter, "yet did I show thee pity when I found thee in the forest." And when the woman heard these words she gave a loud cry and fell into a swoon. And the Woodcutter carried her to his own house, and his wife had care of her. And when she rose up from the swoon into which she had fallen, they set meat and drink before her, and bade her have comfort. But she would neither eat nor drink, but said to the Woodcutter, "Didst thou not say that the child was found in the forest, and was it not 10 years from this day?" And the Woodcutter answered, "Yea, it was in the forest that I found him, and it is 10 years from this day." "And what signs didst thou find with him?" she cried. "Bare he not upon his neck a chain of amber? Was not round him a cloak of gold tissue broidered with stars?" "Truly," answered the Woodcutter, "it was even as thou sayest." And he took the cloak and the amber chain from the chest where they lay, and showed them to her. And when she saw them she wept for joy, and said, "He is my little son, whom I lost in the forest. I pray thee send for him quickly, for in search of him I have wandered over the whole world." So the Woodcutter and his wife went out and called to the Star Child, and said to him, "Go into the house, and there shalt thou find thy mother, who is waiting for thee." So he ran in, filled with wonder and great gladness. But when he saw her who was waiting there, he laughed scornfully, and said, "Why, where is my mother? For I see none here but this vile beggar woman." And the woman answered him, "I am thy mother." "Thou art mad to say so," cried the Star Child angrily. "I am no son of thine, for thou art a beggar, and ugly, and in rags. Therefore get thee hence, and let me see thy foul face no more." "Nay, but thou art indeed my little son, whom I bare in the forest," she cried, and she fell on her knees and held out her arms to him. "The robbers stole thee from me, and left thee to die," she murmured. "But I recognized thee when I saw thee, and the signs also have I recognized, the cloak of golden tissue and the amber chain. Therefore I pray thee come with me, for over the whole world have I wandered in search of thee. Come with me, my son, for I have need of thy love." But the Star Child stirred not from his place, but shut the doors of his heart against her. Nor was there any sound heard save the sound of the woman weeping for pain. And at last he spoke to her, and his voice was hard and bitter. "If in very truth thou art my mother," he said, "it had been better hadst thou stayed away, and not come here to bring me to shame, seeing that I thought I was the child of some star, and not a beggar's child, as thou tellest me that I am. Therefore get thee hence, and let me see thee no more." "Alas, my son," she cried, "wilt thou not kiss me before I go? For I have suffered much to find thee." "Nay," said the Star Child, "but thou art too foul to look at, and rather would I kiss the adder or the toad than thee." So the woman rose up and went away into the forest, weeping bitterly. And when the Star Child saw that she had gone, he was glad, and ran back to his playmates that he might play with them. But when they beheld him coming, they mocked him, and said, "Why, thou art as foul as the toad, and as loathsome as the adder. Get thee hence, for we will not suffer thee to play with us." And they drave him out of the garden. And the Star Child frowned, and said to himself, "What is this that they say to me? I will go to the well of water, and look into it, and it shall tell me of my beauty." So he went to the well of water, and looked into it, and lo, his face was as the face of a toad, and his body was sealed like an adder. And he flung himself down on the grass, and wept, and said to himself, "Surely this has come upon me by reason of my sin, for I have denied my mother, and driven her away, and been proud and cruel to her. Wherefore I will go and seek her through the whole world, nor will I rest till I have found her." And there came to him the little daughter of the Woodcutter, and she put her hand upon his shoulder, and said, "What doth it matter if thou hast lost thy comeliness? Stay with us, and I will not mock at thee." And he said to her, "Nay, but I have been cruel to my mother, and as punishment has this evil been sent to me. Wherefore I must go hence, and wander through the world till I find her, and she give me her forgiveness." So he ran away into the forest, and called out to his mother to come to him, but there was no answer. All day long he called her, and when the sun set he lay down to sleep on a bed of leaves, and the birds and the animals fled from him, for they remembered his cruelty, and he was alone save for the toad that watched him, and the slow adder that crawled past. And in the morning he rose up and plucked some bitter berries from the trees, and ate them, and took his way through the great wood, weeping sorely. And of everything that he met he made inquiry if perchance they had seen his mother. He said to the mole, "Thou canst go beneath the earth. Tell me, is my mother there?" And the mole answered, "Thou hast blinded mine eyes. How should I know?" He said to the linnet, thou canst fly over the tops of the tall trees, canst see the whole world. Tell me, canst thou see my mother?" And the linnets answered, "Thou hast clipped my wings for thy pleasure. How should I fly?" And to the little squirrel who lived in the fir tree and was lonely, he said, "Where is my mother?" And the squirrel answered, "Thou hast slain mine. Dost thou seek to slay thine also?" And the Star Child wept and bowed his head and prayed forgiveness of God's things, and went on through the trees seeking for the beggar woman. And on the third day he came to the other side of the forest, and went down into the plain. And when he passed through the villages, the children mocked him and threw stones at him, and the carlots would not suffer him even to sleep in the byres, lest he might bring mildew on the stored corn, so foul was he to look at. And their hired men drave him away, and there was none who had pity on him. Nor could he hear anywhere of the beggar woman who was his mother, though for the space of 3 years he wandered over the world, and often seemed to see her on the road in front of him, and would call to her and run after her till the sharp flints made his feet to bleed. But overtake her he could not, and those who dwelt by the way did ever deny that they had ever seen her, or any like her, and they made sport of his sorrow. For the space of 3 years he wandered over the world, and in the world there was neither love nor loving kindness nor charity for him, but it was even such a world as he had made for himself in the days of his great pride. And one evening he came to the gate of a strong walled city that stood by a river, and weary and footsore though he was, he made to enter in. But the soldiers who stood on guard dropped their halberts across the entrance, and said roughly to him, "What is thy business in the city?" "I am seeking my mother," he answered, "and I pray ye to suffer me to pass, for it may be that she is in this city." But they mocked at him, and one of them wagged a black beard, and set down his shield, and cried, "Of a truth thy mother will not be merry when she sees thee, for thou art more ill favoured than the toad of the marsh, or the adder that crawls in the fen. Get thee gone, get thee gone! Thy mother dwells not in this city." And another, who held a yellow banner in his hand, said to him, "Who is thy mother, and wherefore art thou seeking for her?" And he answered, "My mother is a beggar even as I am, and I have treated her evilly, and I pray ye to suffer me to pass, that she may give me her forgiveness, if it be that she tarrieth in this city." But they would not, and pricked him with their spears. And as he turned away weeping, one whose armour was inlaid with gilt flowers, and on whose helmet couched a lion that had wings, came up and made inquiry of the soldiers who it was who had sought entrance. And they said to him, "It is a beggar, and the child of a beggar, and we have driven him away." "Nay," he cried laughing, "but we will sell the foul thing for a slave, and his price shall be the price of a bowl of sweet wine." And an old and evil visaged man who was passing by called out and said, "I will buy him for that price." And when he had paid the price, he took the Star Child by the hand and led him into the city. And after that they had gone through many streets, they came to a little door that was set in a wall, that was covered with a pomegranate tree. And the old man touched the door with a ring of graved jasper, and it opened, and they went down 5 steps of brass into a garden filled with black poppies and green jars of burnt clay. And the old man took then from his turban a scarf of figured silk, and bound with it the eyes of the Star Child, and drave him in front of him. And when the scarf was taken off his eyes, the Star Child found himself in a dungeon that was lit by a lantern of horn. And the old man set before him some mouldy bread on a trencher, and said, "Eat," and some brackish water in a cup, and said, "Drink." And when he had eaten and drunk, the old man went out, locking the door behind him, and fastening it with an iron chain. And on the morrow the old man, who was indeed the subtlest of the magicians of Libya, and had learned his art from one who dwelt in the tombs of the Nile, came to him and frowned at him, and said, "In a wood that is nigh to the gate of this city of Giaours there are 3 pieces of gold. One is of white gold, and another is of yellow gold, and the gold of the third one is red. Today thou shalt bring me the piece of white gold, and if thou bringest it not back, I will beat thee with 100 stripes. Get thee away quickly, and at sunset I will be waiting for thee at the door of the garden. See that thou bringest the white gold, or it shall go ill with thee, for thou art my slave, and I have bought thee for the price of a bowl of sweet wine." And he bound the eyes of the Star Child with the scarf of figured silk, and led him through the house, and through the garden of poppies, and up the 5 steps of brass, and having opened the little door with his ring, he set him in the street. And the Star Child went out of the gate of the city, and came to the wood of which the magician had spoken. Now this wood was very fair to look at from without, and seemed full of singing birds and of sweet-scented flowers, and the Star Child entered it gladly. Yet did its beauty profit him little, for wherever he went harsh briars and thorns shot up from the ground and encompassed him, and evil nettles stung him, and the thistle pierced him with her daggers, so that he was in sore distress. Nor could he anywhere find the piece of white gold of which the magician had spoken, though he sought it from morn to noon, and from noon to sunset. And at sunset he set his face towards home, weeping bitterly, for he knew what fate was in store for him. But when he had reached the outskirts of the wood, he heard from a thicket a cry as of some one in pain, and forgetting his own sorrow, he ran back to the place, and saw there a little hare caught in a trap that some hunter had set for it. And the Star Child had pity on it, and released it, and said to it, I am myself but a slave, yet may I give thee thy freedom. And the hare answered him, and said, Surely thou hast given me freedom, and what shall I give thee in return? And the Star Child said to it, I am seeking for a piece of white gold, nor can I anywhere find it, and if I bring it not to my master, he will beat me. Come thou with me, said the hare, and I will lead thee to it, for I know where it is hidden, and for what purpose. So the Star Child went with the hare, and lo, in the cleft of a great oak tree he saw the piece of white gold that he was seeking. And he was filled with joy, and seized it, and said to the hare, The service that I did to thee thou hast rendered back again many times over, and the kindness that I showed thee thou hast repaid 100-fold. Nay, answered the hare, but as thou dealt with me, so I did deal with thee. And it ran away swiftly, and the Star Child went towards the city. Now at the gate of the city there was seated one who was a leper. Over his face hung a cowl of grey linen, and through the eyelets his eyes gleamed like red coals. And when he saw the Star Child coming, he struck upon a wooden bowl, and clattered his bell, and called out to him, and said, Give me a piece of money, or I must die of hunger, for they have thrust me out of the city, and there is no one who has pity on me. Alas, cried the Star Child, I have but one piece of money in my wallet, and if I bring it not to my master he will beat me, for I am his slave. But the leper entreated him, and prayed of him, till the Star Child had pity, and gave him the piece of white gold. And when he came to the magician's house, the magician opened to him, and brought him in, and said to him, Hast thou the piece of white gold? And the Star Child answered, I have not. So the magician fell upon him, and beat him, and set before him an empty trencher, and said, Eat, and an empty cup, and said, Drink, and flung him again into the dungeon. And on the morrow the magician came to him, and said, If today thou bringest me not the piece of yellow gold, I will surely keep thee as my slave, and give thee 300 stripes. So the Star Child went to the wood, and all day long he searched for the piece of yellow gold, but nowhere could he find it. And at sunset he sat him down, and began to weep, and as he was weeping there came to him the little hare that he had rescued from the trap. And the hare said to him, Why art thou weeping, and what dost thou seek in the wood? And the Star Child answered, I am seeking for a piece of yellow gold that is hidden here, and if I find it not, my master will beat me and keep me as a slave. Follow me, cried the hare, and it ran through the wood till it came to a pool of water, and at the bottom of the pool the piece of yellow gold was lying. How shall I thank thee, said the Star Child, for lo, this is the second time that you have succoured me. Nay, but thou hast pity on me first, said the hare, and it ran away swiftly. And the Star Child took the piece of yellow gold, and put it in his wallet, and hurried to the city. But the leper saw him coming, and ran to meet him, and knelt down, and cried, Give me a piece of money, or I shall die of hunger. And the Star Child said to him, I have in my wallet but one piece of yellow gold, and if I bring it not to my master he will beat me, and keep me as his slave. But the leper entreated him sore, so that the Star Child had pity on him, and gave him the piece of yellow gold. And when he came to the magician's house, the magician opened to him, and brought him in, and said to him, Hast thou the piece of yellow gold? And the Star Child said to him, I have not. So the magician fell upon him, and beat him, and loaded him with chains, and cast him again into the dungeon. And on the morrow the magician came in, and said, If today thou bringest me the piece of red gold, I will set thee free, but if thou bringest it not, I will surely slay thee. So the Star Child went to the wood, and all day long he searched for the piece of red gold, but nowhere could he find it. And at evening he sat him down and wept, and as he was weeping there came to him the little hare. And the hare said to him, The piece of red gold that thou seekest is in the cave that is behind thee. Therefore weep no more, but be glad. how shall I reward thee?" cried the Star Child, "for lo, this is the third time thou hast succoured me." "Nay, but thou hadst pity on me first," said the Hare, and it ran away swiftly. And the Star Child entered the cavern, and in the farthest corner he found the piece of red gold. So he put it in his wallet and hurried to the city. And the leper, seeing him coming, stood in the centre of the road and cried out and said to him, "Give me the piece of red money, or I must die." And the Star Child had pity on him again, and gave him the piece of red gold, saying, "Thy need is greater than mine." Yet was his heart heavy, for he knew what evil fate awaited him. But lo! as he passed through the gate of the city, the guards bowed down and made obeisance to him, saying, "How beautiful is our Lord!" And a crowd of citizens followed him, and cried out, "Surely there is none so beautiful in the whole world!" So that the Star Child wept, and said to himself, "They are mocking me, and making light of my misery." And so large was the concourse of the people that he lost the threads of his way, and found himself at last in a great square, in which there was a palace of a king. And the gate of the palace opened, and the priests and the high officers of the city ran forth to meet him, and they abased themselves before him, and said, "Thou art our Lord, for whom we have been waiting, and the son of our king." And the Star Child answered them, and said, "I am no king's son, but the child of a poor beggar woman. And how say ye that I am beautiful? For I know that I am evil to look at." Then he whose armour was inlaid with gilt flowers, and on whose helmet crouched a lion that had wings, held up a shield, and cried, "How saith my lord that he is not beautiful?" And the Star Child looked, and lo! his face was even as it had been, and his comeliness had come back to him, and he saw that in his eyes which he had not seen there before. And the priests and the high officers knelt down, and said to him, "It was prophesied of old that on this day should come he who was to rule over us. Therefore let our Lord take this crown and this sceptre, and be in his justice and mercy our king over us." But he said to them, "I am not worthy, for I have denied the mother who bare me, nor may I rest till I have found her, and known her forgiveness. Therefore let me go, for I must wander again over the world, and may not tarry here, though ye bring me the crown and the sceptre." And as he spake he turned his face from them, towards the street that led to the gate of the city. And lo! amongst the crowds that pressed round the soldiers, he saw the beggar woman who was his mother, and at her side stood the leper who had sat by the road. And a cry of joy broke from his lips, and he ran over, and kneeling down he kissed the wounds on his mother's feet, and wet them with his tears. He bowed his head in the dust, and sobbing as one whose heart might break, he said to her, "Mother, I denied thee in the hour of my pride. Accept me in the hour of my humility. Mother, I gave thee hatred. Do thou give me love. Mother, I rejected thee. Receive thy child now." But the beggar woman answered him not a word. And he reached out his hands and clasped the white feet of the leper, and said to him, "Thrice did I give thee of my mercy. Bid my mother speak to me once." But the leper answered him not a word. And he sobbed again, and said, "Mother, my suffering is greater than I can bear. Give me thy forgiveness, and let me go back to the forest." And the beggar woman put her hand on his head, and said to him, "Rise." And the leper put his hand on his head, and said to him, "Rise also." And he rose up from his feet, and looked at them, and lo! they were a king and a queen. And the queen said to him, "This is thy father whom thou hast succoured." And the king said, "This is thy mother, whose feet thou hast washed with thy tears." And they fell on his neck and kissed him, and brought him into the palace, and clothed him in fair raiment, and set the crown upon his head, and the sceptre in his hand, and over the city that stood by the river he ruled, and was its lord. Much justice and mercy did he show to all, and the evil magician he banished. And to the woodcutter and his wife he sent many rich gifts, and to their children he gave high honour. Nor would he suffer any to be cruel to bird or beast, but taught love and loving kindness and charity. And to the poor he gave bread, and to the naked he gave raiment, and there was peace and plenty in the land. Yet ruled he not long, so great had been his suffering, and so bitter the fire of his testing, for after the space of 3 years he died, and he who came after him ruled evilly. End of The Star Child by Oscar Wilde. The Story of the Bad Little Boy by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Story of the Bad Little Boy by Mark Twain. Once there was a bad little boy whose name was Jim, though if you will notice, you will find that bad little boys are nearly always called James in your Sunday school books. It was strange, but still it was true, that this one was called Jim. He didn't have any sick mother either, a sick mother who was pious and had the consumption and would be glad to lie down in the grave and be at rest but for the strong love she bore for her boy and the anxiety she felt that the world might be harsh and cold towards him when she was gone. Most bad boys in the Sunday books are named James, and have sick mothers who teach them to say, "Now I lay me down," etc., and sing them to sleep with sweet, plaintive voices, and then kiss them good night and kneel down by the bedside and weep. But it was different with this fellow. He was named Jim, and there wasn't anything at all the matter with his mother. No consumption, nor anything of that kind. She was rather stout than otherwise, and she was not pious. Moreover, she was not anxious on Jim's account. She said if he were to break his neck, it wouldn't be much loss. She always spanked Jim to sleep, and she never kissed him good night. On the contrary, she boxed his ears when she was ready to leave him. Once this little bad boy stole the key of the pantry and slipped in there and helped himself to some jam, and filled up the vessel with tar so that his mother would never know the difference. But all at once a terrible feeling didn't come over him, and something didn't seem to whisper to him, "Is it right to disobey my mother? Isn't it sinful to do this? Where do bad little boys go who gobble up their good, kind mother's jam?" And then he didn't kneel down all alone and promise never to be wicked any more, and rise up with a light, happy heart, and go to tell his mother all about it, and beg for her forgiveness, and be blessed by her with tears of pride and thankfulness in her eyes. No. That is the way with all other bad boys in the books, but it happened otherwise with this Jim, strangely enough. He ate that jam and said it was bully in his sinful, vulgar way, and he put in the tar and said that was bully also, and laughed and observed that the old woman would get up and snort when she found it out. And when she did find it out, he denied knowing anything about it, and she whipped him severely, and he did the crying himself. Everything about this boy was curious. Everything turned out differently with him from the way it does to the bad Jameses in the books. Once he climbed up in Farmer Acorn's apple tree to steal apples, and the limb didn't break, and he didn't fall and break his arm and get torn by the farmer's great dog, and then languish on a sickbed for weeks and repent and become good. Oh no, he stole as many apples as he wanted, and came down all right, and he was all ready for the dog too, and knocked him endways with a brick when he came to tear him. It was very strange. Nothing like it ever happened in those mild little books with marbled backs, and with pictures in them of men with shallow-tailed coats and bell-crowned hats, and pantaloons that are short in the legs, and women with the waists of their dresses under their arms and no hoops on. Once he stole the teacher's penknife, and when he was afraid it would be found out and he would get whipped, he slipped it into George Wilson's cap, poor Widow Wilson's son, the moral boy, the good little boy of the village, who always obeyed his mother and never told an untruth, and was fond of his lessons and infatuated with Sunday school. And when the knife dropped from the cap, and poor George hung his head and blushed as if in conscious guilt, and the grieved teacher charged the theft upon him, and was just in the very act of bringing the switch down upon his trembling shoulders, a white-haired, improbable justice of the peace did not suddenly appear in their midst, and strike an attitude, and say, "Spare this noble boy. There stands the cowering culprit. I was passing the school door at recess, and unseen myself I saw the theft committed." And then Jim didn't get whaled, and the venerable justice didn't read the tearful school a homily, and take George by the hand, and say such a boy deserves to be exalted, and then tell him come and make his home with him, and sweep out the office, and make fires, and run errands, and chop wood, and study law, and help his wife do household labors, and have all the balance of the time to play, and get 40 cents a month, and be happy. No, it would have happened that way in the books, but didn't happen that way to Jim. No meddling old clam of a justice dropped in to make trouble, and so the model boy George got thrashed, and Jim was glad of it, because, you know, Jim hated moral boys. Jim said he was down on them milksops. Such was the coarse language of this bad, neglected boy. But the strangest thing that ever happened to Jim was the time he went boating on Sunday and didn't get drowned. And that other time that he got caught out in the storm when he was fishing on Sunday and didn't get struck by lightning. Why, you might look and look all through the Sunday school books from now until next Christmas, and you would never come across anything like this. Oh, no. You would find that all the bad boys who go boating on Sunday invariably get drowned, and all the bad boys who get caught out in storms when they are fishing on Sunday infallibly get struck by lightning. Boats with bad boys in them always upset on Sunday, and it always storms when bad boys go fishing on the Sabbath. How this Jim ever escaped is a mystery to me. This Jim bore a charmed life. That must have been the way of it. Nothing could hurt him. He even gave the elephant in the menagerie a plug of tobacco, and the elephant didn't knock the top of his head off with his trunk. He browsed around the cupboard after essence of peppermint, and didn't make a mistake and drink aqua fortis. He stole his father's gun and went hunting on the Sabbath, and didn't shoot 3 or 4 of his fingers off. He struck his little sister on the temple with his fist when he was angry, and she didn't linger in pain through long summer days and die with sweet words of forgiveness upon her lips that redoubled the anguish of his breaking heart. No, she got over it. He ran off and went to sea at last, and didn't come back and find himself sad and alone in the world, his loved ones sleeping in the quiet churchyard, and the vine-embowered home of his boyhood tumbled down and gone to decay. Ah, no. He came home as drunk as a piper, and got into the station house the first thing. And he grew up and married and raised a large family, and brained them all with an axe one night, and got wealthy by all manner of cheating and rascality. And now he is the infernalest, wickedest scoundrel in his native village, and is universally respected, and belongs to the legislature. So you see, there never was a bad James in the Sunday school books that had such a streak of luck as this sinful Jim with the charmed life. End of The Story of the Bad Little Boy by Mark Twain. The Story of the Good Little Boy by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Story of the Good Little Boy by Mark Twain. Once there was a good little boy by the name of Jacob Blivens. He always obeyed his parents, no matter how absurd and unreasonable their demands were, and he always learned his book, and never was late at Sabbath school. He would not play hooky, even when his sober judgment told him it was the most profitable thing he could do. None of the other boys could ever make that boy out, he acted so strangely. He wouldn't lie, no matter how convenient it was. He just said it was wrong to lie, and that was sufficient for him. And he was so honest that he was simply ridiculous. The curious ways that Jacob had surpassed everything. He wouldn't play marbles on Sunday. He wouldn't rob birds' nests. He wouldn't give hot pennies to organ grinders' monkeys. He didn't seem to take any interest in any kind of rational amusement. So the other boys used to try to reason it out and come to an understanding of him, but they couldn't arrive at any satisfactory conclusion. As I said before, they could only figure out a sort of vague idea that he was afflicted. And so they took him under their protection and never allowed any harm to come to him. This good little boy read all the Sunday school books. They were his greatest delight. This was the whole secret of it. He believed in the good little boys they put in the Sunday school book. He had every confidence in them. He longed to come across one of them alive once, but he never did. They all died before his time, maybe. Whenever he read about a particularly good one, he turned over quickly to the end to see what became of him, because he wanted to travel thousands of miles and gaze on him. But it wasn't any use. That good little boy always died in the last chapter, and there was a picture of the funeral with all his relatives and the Sunday school children standing around the grave in pantaloons that were too short and bonnets that were too large, and everybody crying into handkerchiefs that had as much as 1.5 yards of stuff in them. He was always headed off in this way. He never could see one of those good little boys on account of his always dying in the last chapter. Jacob had a noble ambition to be put in a Sunday school book. He wanted to be put in, with pictures representing him gloriously declining to lie to his mother and her weeping for joy about it, and pictures representing him standing on the doorstep giving a penny to a poor beggar woman with 6 children and telling her to spend it freely but not to be extravagant, because extravagance is a sin, and pictures of him magnanimously refusing to tell on the bad boy who always lay in wait for him around the corner as he came from school, and welted him so over the head with a lath, and then chased him home, saying "Hi, hi," as he proceeded. That was the ambition of young Jacob Blivens. He wished to be put in a Sunday school book. It made him feel a lithe uncomfortable sometimes when he reflected that the good little boys always died. He loved to live, you know, and this was the most unpleasant feature about being a Sunday school boo boy. He knew it was not healthy to be good. He knew it was more fatal than consumption to be so supernaturally good as the boys in the books were. He knew that none of them had ever been able to stand it long, and it pained him to think that if they put him in a book he wouldn't ever see it. Or even if they did get the book out before he died, it wouldn't be popular without any picture of his funeral in the back part of it. It couldn't be much of a Sunday school book that couldn't tell about the advice he gave to the community when he was dying. So at last, of course, he had to make up his mind to do the best he could under the circumstances, to live right and hang on as long as he could, and have his dying speech all ready when his time came. But somehow nothing ever went right with the good little boy. Nothing ever turned out with him the way it turned out with the good little boys in the books. They always had a good time, and the bad boys had the broken legs. But in his case there was a screw loose somewhere, and it all happened just the other way. When he found Jim Blake stealing apples, and went under the tree to read to him about the bad little boy who fell out of a neighbor's apple tree and broke his arm, Jim fell out of the tree too, but he fell on him and broke his arm, and Jim wasn't hurt at all. Jacob couldn't understand that. There wasn't anything in the books like it. And once, when some boys pushed a blind man over in the mud, and Jacob ran to help him up and receive his blessing, the blind man did not give him any blessing at all, but whacked him over the head with his stick and said he would like to catch him shoving him again and then pretending to help him up. This was not in accordance with any of the books. Jacob looked them all over to see. One thing that Jacob wanted to do was to find a lame dog that hadn't any place to stay, and was hungry and persecuted, and bring him home and pet him and have the dog's imperishable gratitude. And at last he found one, and was happy, and he brought him home and fed him. But when he was going to pet him, the dog flew at him and tore all the clothes off him except those that were in the front, and made a spectacle of him that was astonishing. He examined authorities, but he could not understand the matter. It was of the same breed of dogs that was in the books, but it acted very differently. Whatever this boy did, he got into trouble. The very things the boys in the books got rewarded for turned out to be about the most unprofitable things he could invest in. Once, when he was on his way to Sunday school, he saw some bad boys starting off pleasuring in a sailboat. He was filled with consternation, because he knew from his reading that boys who went sailing on Sunday invariably got drowned. So he ran out on a raft to warn them, but a log turned with him and slid him into the water. A man got him out pretty soon, and the doctor pumped the water out of him and gave him a fresh start with his bellows, but he caught cold and lay sick abed 9 weeks. But the most unaccountable thing about it was that the bad boys in the boat had a good time all day, and then reached home alive and well in the most surprising manner. Jacob Blivens said there was nothing like these things in the books. He was perfectly dumbfounded. When he got well he was a little discouraged, but he resolved to keep on trying anyhow. He knew that so far his experiences wouldn't do to go in a book, but he hadn't yet reached the allotted term of life for good little boys, and he hoped to be able to make a record yet if he could hold on till his time was fully up. If everything else failed, he had his dying speech to fall back on. He examined his authorities, and found that it was now time for him to go to sea as a cabin boy. He called on a ship captain and made his application, and when the captain asked for his recommendations, he proudly drew out a tract and pointed to the words, "To Jacob Blivens, from his affectionate teacher." But the captain was a coarse, vulgar man, and he said, Oh, that be blowed! That wasn't any proof that he knew how to wash dishes or handle a slush bucket, and he guessed he didn't want him. This was altogether the most extraordinary thing that had ever happened to Jacob in all his life. A compliment from a teacher on a tract had never failed to move the tenderest emotions of ship captains, and open the way to all offices of honor and profit in their gift it never had in any book that ever he had read. He could hardly believe his senses. This boy always had a hard time of it. Nothing ever came out according to the authorities with him. At last, one day, when he was around hunting up bad little boys to admonish, he found a lot of them in the old iron foundry fixing up a little joke on 14 or 15 dogs which they had tied together in long procession, and were going to ornament with empty nitroglycerin cans made fast to their tails. Jacob's heart was touched. He sat down on one of those cans, for he never minded grease when duty was before him, and he took hold of the foremost dog by the collar and turned his reproving eye upon wicked Tom Jones. But just at that moment Alderman McWelter, full of wrath, stepped in. All the bad boys ran away, but Jacob Blivens rose in conscious innocence and began one of those stately little Sunday school book speeches which always commence with "Oh, sir," in dead opposition to the fact that no boy, good or bad, ever starts a remark with "Oh, sir." But the alderman never waited to hear the rest. He took Jacob Blivens by the ear and turned him around and hit him a whack on the rear with the flat of his hand, and in an instant that good little boy shot out through the roof and soared away towards the sun, with the fragments of those 15 dogs stringing after him like the tail of a kite. And there wasn't a sign of that alderman or that old iron foundry left on the face of the earth. And as for young Jacob Blivens, he never got a chance to make his last dying speech after all his trouble fixing it up. Unless he made it to the birds, because although the bulk of him came down all right in a tree-top in an adjoining county, the rest of him was apportioned around among 4 townships, and so they had to hold 5 inquests on him to find out whether he was dead or not, and how it occurred. You never saw a boy scattered so. Thus perished the good little boy, who did the best he could, but didn't come out according to the books. Every boy who ever did as he did prospered except him. His case is truly remarkable. It will probably never be accounted for. End of The Story of the Good Little Boy by Mark Twain.
The Strategist by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Strategist by Saki. Mrs. Jallett's young people's parties were severely exclusive. It came cheaper that way because you could ask fewer to them. Mrs. Jallett didn't study cheapness, but somehow she generally attained it. "There'll be about 10 girls," speculated Rollo as he drove to the function, "and I suppose 4 fellows, unless the Wrotsleys bring their cousin, which heaven forbid. That would mean Jack and me against 3 of them." Rollo and the Wrotsley brethren had maintained an undying feud almost from nursery days. They only met now and then in the holidays, and the meeting was usually tragic for whichever happened to have the fewest backers on hand. Rollo was counting to-night on the presence of a devoted and muscular partisan to hold an even balance. As he arrived, he heard his prospective champion's sister apologising to the hostess for the unavoidable absence of her brother. A moment later he noted that the Wrotsleys had brought their cousin. 2 against 3 would have been exciting and possibly unpleasant. 1 against 3 promised to be about as amusing as a visit to the dentist. Rollo ordered his carriage for as early as was decently possible, and faced the company with a smile that he imagined the better sort of aristocrat would have worn when mounting to the guillotine. "So glad you were able to come," said the elder Wrotsley heartily. "Now you children will like to play games, I suppose," said Mrs. Jallett, by way of giving things a start, and as they were too well bred to contradict her, there only remained the question of what they were to play at. "I know of a good game," said the elder Wrotsley innocently. "The fellows leave the room and think of a word, then they come back again, and the girls have to find out what the word is." Rollo knew the game. He would have suggested it himself if his faction had been in the majority. "It doesn't promise to be very exciting," sniffed the superior Dolores Sneep, as the boys filed out of the room. Rollo thought differently. He trusted to Providence that Wrotsley had nothing worse than knotted handkerchiefs at his disposal. The word-choosers locked themselves in the library to ensure that their deliberations should not be interrupted. Providence turned out to be not even decently neutral. On a rack on the library wall were a dog-whip and a whalebone riding-switch. Rollo thought it criminal negligence to leave such weapons of precision lying about. He was given a choice of evils, and chose the dog-whip. The next minute or so he spent in wondering how he could have made such a stupid selection. Then they went back to the languidly expectant females. "The word's camel," announced the Wrotsley cousin blunderingly. "You stupid!" screamed the girls. "We've got to guess the word. Now you'll have to go back and think of another." "Not for worlds," said Rollo. "I mean, the word isn't really camel. We were rotting. Pretend it's dromedary," he whispered to the others. "I heard them say dromedary. I heard them. I don't care what you say. I heard them," squealed the odious Dolores. "With ears as long as hers, one would hear anything," thought Rollo savagely. "We shall have to go back, I suppose," said the elder Wrotsley resignedly. The conclave locked itself once more into the library. "Look here, I'm not going through that dog-whip business again," protested Rollo. "Certainly not, dear," said the elder Wrotsley. "We'll try the whalebone switch this time, and you'll know which hurts most. It's only by personal experience that one finds out these things." It was swiftly borne in upon Rollo that his earlier selection of the dog-whip had been a really sound one. The conclave gave his underlip time to steady itself while it debated the choice of the necessary word. Mustang was no good, as half the girls wouldn't know what it meant. Finally, quagga was pitched on. "You must come and sit down over here," chorused the investigating committee on their return. But Rollo was obdurate in insisting that the questioned person always stood up. On the whole, it was a relief when the game was ended and supper was announced. Mrs. Jallet did not stint her young guests, but the more expensive delicacies of her supper table were never unnecessarily duplicated, and it was usually good policy to take what you wanted while it was still there. On this occasion she had provided 16 peaches to go round among 14 children. It was really not her fault that the two Wrotsleys and their cousin, foreseeing the long foodless drive home, had each quietly pocketed an extra peach, but it was distinctly trying for Dolores and the fat and good-natured Agnes Blake to be left with one peach between them. "I suppose we had better halve it," said Dolores sourly. But Agnes was fat first and good-natured afterwards. Those were her guiding principles in life. She was profuse in her sympathy for Dolores, but she hastily devoured the peach, explaining that it would spoil it to divide it. The juice ran out so. "Now what would you all like to do?" demanded Mrs. Jallet by way of diversion. "The professional conjurer whom I had engaged has failed me at the last moment. Can any of you recite?" There were symptoms of a general panic. Dolores was known to recite Locksley Hall on the least provocation. There had been occasions when her opening line, "Comrades, leave me here a little," had been taken as a literal injunction by a large section of her hearers. There was a murmur of relief when Rollo hastily declared that he could do a few conjuring tricks. He had never done one in his life, but those 2 visits to the library had goaded him to unusual recklessness. "You've seen conjuring chaps take coins and cards out of people," he announced. "Well, I'm going to take more interesting things out of some of you. Mice, for instance." "Not mice!" A shrill protest rose, as he had foreseen, from the majority of his audience. "Well, fruit, then." The amended proposal was received with approval. Agnes positively beamed. Without more ado, Rollo made straight for his trio of enemies, plunged his hand successively into their breast pockets, and produced 3 peaches. There was no applause, but no amount of hand-clapping would have given the performer as much pleasure as the silence which greeted his coup. "Of course we were in the know," said the Wrotsley cousin lamely. "That's done it," chuckled Rollo to himself. "If they had been confederates they would have sworn they knew nothing about it," said Dolores with piercing conviction. "Do you know any more tricks?" asked Mrs. Jallet hurriedly. Rollo did not. He hinted that he might have changed the 3 peaches into something else, but Agnes had already converted one into girl food, so nothing more could be done in that direction. "I know a game," said the elder Wrotsley heavily, "where the fellows go out of the room and think of some character in history. Then they come back and act him, and the girls have to guess who it's meant for." "I'm afraid I must be going," said Rollo to his hostess. "Your carriage won't be here for another 20 minutes," said Mrs. Jallet. "It's such a fine evening, I think I'll walk and meet it." "It's raining rather steadily at present. You've just time to play that historical game." "We haven't heard Dolores recite," said Rollo desperately. As soon as he had said it he realised his mistake. Confronted with the alternative of Locksley Hall, public opinion declared unanimously for the history game. Rollo played his last card, in an undertone meant apparently for the Wrotsley boy, but carefully pitched to reach Agnes. He observed, "All right, old man, we'll go and finish those chocolates we left in the library." "I think it's only fair that the girls should take their turn in going out," exclaimed Agnes briskly. She was great on fairness. "Nonsense," said the others. "There are too many of us." "Well, 4 of us can go. I'll be one of them." And Agnes darted off towards the library, followed by 3 less eager damsels. Rollo sank into a chair and smiled ever so faintly at the Wrotsleys, just a momentary baring of the teeth, an otter escaping from the fangs of the hounds into the safety of a deep pool might have given a similar demonstration of feelings. From the library came the sound of moving furniture. Agnes was leaving nothing unturned in her quest for the mythical chocolates. And then came a more blessed sound, wheels crunching wet gravel. "It has been a most enjoyable evening," said Rollo to his hostess. End of The Strategist by Saki. Recording by Ruth Golding.
A Stroll by Guy de Maupassant, taken from the Project Gutenberg ebook of Maupassant Original Short Stories, ebook number 3090. This reading is based upon the translation by Albert M.C. McMaster A.E. Henderson, Madame Casada, and others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When old man Lerat, bookkeeper for Messieurs Lebus and Company, left the store, he stood for a minute bewildered at the glory of the setting sun. He had worked all day in the yellow light of a small jet of gas, far in the back of the store, on a narrow court as deep as a well. The little room where he was spending his days for 40 years was so dark that even in the middle of the summer one could hardly see without gaslight from 11 until 3. It was always damp and cold, and from his hole on which his window opened came the musty odor of the sewer. For 40 years, Monsieur Lerat had been arriving every morning in this prison at 8 o'clock, and he would remain there until 7 at night, bending over his books, writing with the industry of a good clerk. He was now making 3,000 francs a year, having started at 1,500. He remained a bachelor, as his means did not allow him the luxury of a wife, and as he had never enjoyed anything, he desired nothing. From time to time, however, he tired of this continuous and monotonous work. He formed a platonic wish. Gad, if I had only an income of 15,000 francs, I could take life easy. He had never taken life easy, as he had never had anything but his monthly salary. His life had been uneventful, without emotions, without hopes. The faculty of dreaming with which everyone is blessed had never developed in the mediocrity of his ambitions. When he was 21, he entered the employ of Messieurs Lebus and Company, and he had never left them. In 1856, he had lost his father and then his mother in 1859. Since then, the only incident in his life was when he moved in 1868, because his landlord had tried to raise his rent. Every day his alarm clock, with a frightful noise of rattling chains, made him spring out of bed at 6 o'clock precisely. Twice, however, this piece of mechanism had been out of order. Once in 1866, and again in 1874. He had never been able to find out the reason why. He would dress, make his bed, sweep his room, dust his chair and the top of his bureau. All this took him an hour and a half. Then he would go out and buy a roll at the Heur bakery, in which he had seen 11 different owners without the name ever changing, and he would eat the roll on his way to the office. His entire existence had been spent in the narrow, dark office, which was still decorated with the same wallpaper. He had entered there as a young man, an assistant to Monsieur Bromet, and with the desire to replace him. He had taken his place and wished for nothing more. The whole harvest of memories which other men reap in their span of years, the unexpected events, the sweet or tragic loves, adventurous journeys, all the occurrences of a free existence, all these things had remained unknown to him. Days, weeks, months, seasons, years, all were alike to him. He got up every day at the same hour, started out, arrived at the office, ate luncheon, went away, had dinner, and went to bed without ever interrupting the regular monotony of similar actions, deeds, and thoughts. Formerly, he used to look at his blond mustache and wavy hair in the little round mirror left by his predecessor. Now, every evening before leaving, he would look at his white mustache and bald head in the same mirror. 40 years had rolled by, long and rapid, dreary as a day of sadness, and as similar as the hours of a sleepless night. 40 years of which nothing remained, not even a memory, not even a misfortune, since the death of his parents. Nothing. That day, Monsieur Lerat stood by the door, dazzled at the brilliancy of the setting sun, and instead of returning home, he decided to take a little stroll before dinner, a thing which happened to him 4 or 5 times a year. He reached the boulevards, where people were streaming along under the green trees. It was a spring evening, one of those first warm and pleasant evenings which fill the heart with joy of life. Monsieur Lerat went along with his mincing old man's step. He was going along with joy in his heart, at peace with the world. He reached the Champs-Élysées and continued to walk, enlivened by the sight of young people trotting along. The whole sky was aflame. The Arc de Triomphe stood out against the brilliant background of the horizon like a giant surrounded by fire. As he approached the immense monument, the old bookkeeper noticed that he was hungry, and he went into a wine dealer's for dinner. A meal was served in front of the store on the sidewalk and consisted of some mutton, salad, and asparagus. It was the best dinner that Monsieur Leras had had in a long time. He washed down his cheese with a small bottle of Burgundy, had his after-dinner cup of coffee, a thing which he rarely took, and finally a little pony of brandy. When he had paid, he felt quite youthful, even a little moved, and he said to himself, "What a fine evening! I will continue my stroll as far as the entrance to the Bois de Boulogne. It will do me good." He set out. An old tune which one of his neighbors used to sing kept returning to his mind. He kept on humming it over and over again. A hot, still night had fallen over Paris. Monsieur Leras walked along the avenue de Bois de Boulogne and watched the cabs drive by. They kept coming with their shining lights, one behind the other, giving him a glimpse of the couples inside, the women in their light dresses, the men dressed in black. It was one long procession of lovers, riding under the warm starlit sky. They kept on coming in rapid succession. They passed by in carriages, silent, side by side, lost in their dreams, in the emotion of desire, in the anticipation of the approaching embrace. The warm shadows seemed to be full of floating kisses. A sensation of tenderness filled the air. All these carriages, full of tender couples, all these people intoxicated with the same idea, with the same thought, seemed to give him a disturbing, subtle emanation. At last, Monsieur Leras grew a little tired of walking, and he sat down on a bench to watch these carriages pass by with their burdens of love. Almost immediately a woman walked up to him and sat down beside him. "Good evening, Papa," she said. He answered, "Madam, you are mistaken." She slipped her arm through his, saying, "Come along now. Don't be foolish. Listen." He rose and walked away, sadness in his heart. A few yards away another woman walked up to him and asked, "Won't you sit down beside me?" He said, "What makes you take up this life?" She stood before him and in an altered, hoarse, angry voice exclaimed, "Well, it isn't for the fun of it anyhow." He insisted in a gentle voice, "Then what makes you?" She grumbled, "I've got to live, foolish question." And she walked away, humming. Monsieur Leras stood there bewildered. Other women were passing by near him, speaking to him, calling to him. He felt as though he were enveloped in darkness by something disagreeable. He sat down again on a bench. The carriages were still rolling by. He thought, "I should have done better not to come here. I feel all upset." He began to think of all this venal and passionate love, of all these kisses sold or given, which were passing by in front of him. Love. He scarcely knew it. In his lifetime he had only known 2 or 3 women, his means of forcing him to live a quiet life. He looked back at the life which he had led, so different from everybody else, so dreary, so mournful, so empty. Some people are really unfortunate. And suddenly, as though a veil had been torn from his eyes, he perceived the infinite misery, the monotony of his existence. The past, the present, the future misery. His last day similar to his first one, with nothing before him, behind him, or about him, nothing in his heart or any place. The stream of carriages was still going by. In the rapid passage of the open carriage, he still saw the 2 silent, loving creatures. It seemed to him that the whole of humanity was flowing on before him, intoxicated with joy, pleasure, and happiness. He alone was looking on. Tomorrow he would again be alone, always alone, more so than anyone else. He stood up, took a few steps, and suddenly he felt as tired as though he had taken a long journey on foot, and he sat down on the next bench. What was he waiting for? What was he hoping for? Nothing. He was thinking of how pleasant it must be in old age to return home and find the little children. It is pleasant to grow old when one is surrounded by those beings who owe their life to you, who love you, who caress you, who tell you charming and foolish little things which warm your heart and console you for everything. And thinking of his empty room, clean and sad, where no one but himself ever entered, a feeling of distress filled his soul, and the place seemed to him more mournful even than his little office. Nobody ever came there. No one ever spoke in it. It was dead, silent, without the echo of a human voice. It seems as though walls retain something of the people who live within them, something of their manner, face, and voice. The very houses inhabited by happy families are gayer than the dwellings of the unhappy. His room was as barren of memories as his life, and he thought of returning to this place all alone, of getting into bed, of again repeating all the duties and actions of every evening. This thought terrified him, as though to escape farther from this sinister home, and from the time when he would have to return to it. He rose and walked along the path to a wooded corner, where he sat down on the grass. Above him, about him, everywhere, he heard a continuous, tremendous, confused rumble, composed of countless and different noises, a vague and throbbing pulsation of life, the life-breath of Paris, breathing like a giant. The sun was already high, and shed a flood of light on the Bois de Boulogne. A few carriages were beginning to drive about, and people were appearing on horseback. A couple was walking through a deserted alley. Suddenly the young woman raised her eyes and saw something brown in the branches. Surprised and anxious, she raised her hand, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Then she shrieked and fell into the arms of her companion, who was forced to lay her on the ground. The policeman who had been called cut down an old man who had hung himself by his suspenders. Examination showed that he had died that evening before. Papers found on him showed that he was a bookkeeper for Messieurs Lebuz and Company, and that his name was Larraz. His death was attributed to suicide, the cause of which could not be suspected. Perhaps a sudden access of madness. The End of the Stroll by Guy de Maupassant, read by Roy Schreiber.
Tarquin of Cheapside by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Tarquin of Cheapside by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Running footsteps, light, soft-soled shoes made of curious leathery cloth brought from Ceylon, setting the pace. Thick flowing boots, 2 pairs, dark blue and gilt, reflecting the moonlight in blunt gleams and splotches, following a stone's throw behind. Soft shoes flashes through a patch of moonlight, then darts into a blind labyrinth of alleys, and becomes only an intermittent scuffle ahead somewhere in the enfolding darkness. In go flowing boots, with short swords lurching and long plumes awry, finding a breath to curse God and the black lanes of London. Soft shoes leaps a shadowy gate and crackles through a hedgerow. Flowing boots leap the gate and crackles through the hedgerow, and there, startlingly, is the watch ahead. 2 murderous pikemen of ferocious cast of mouth acquired in Holland and the Spanish marches. But there is no cry for help. The pursued does not fall panting at the feet of the watch clutching a purse. Neither do the pursuers raise a hue and cry. Soft Shoes goes by in a rush of swift air. The watch curse and hesitate, glance after the fugitive, and then spread their pikes grimly across the road and wait for Flowing Boots. Darkness like a great hand cuts off even the flow of the moon. The hand moves off the moon, whose pale caress finds again the eaves and lintels, and the watch, wounded and tumbled in the dust. Up the street one of Flowing Boots leaves a black trail of spots until he binds himself clumsily as he runs, with fine lace caught from his throat. It was no affair for the watch. Satan was at large tonight, and Satan seemed to be he who appeared dimly in front, heel over gate, knee over fence. Moreover, the adversary was obviously traveling near home, or at least in that section of London consecrated to his coarser whims, for the street narrowed like a road in a picture, and the houses bent over further and further, cooping in natural ambushes suitable for murder and its histrionic sister, sudden death. Down long and sinuous lanes twisted the hunted and the harriers, always in and out of the moon in perpetual queen's move over a checkerboard of glints and patches. Ahead, the quarry, minus his leather jerkin now, and half blinded by drips of sweat, had taken to scanning his ground desperately on both sides. As a result, he suddenly slowed short, and retracing his steps a bit, scooted up an alley so dark that it seemed that here sun and moon had been in eclipse since the last glacier slipped roaring over the earth. 200 yards down he stopped and crammed himself into a niche in the wall, where he huddled and panted silently, a grotesque god without bulk or outline in the gloom. Flowing boots, 2 pairs, drew near, came up, went by, halted 20 yards beyond him, and spoke in deep-lunged, scanty whispers. I was attuned to that scuffle. It stopped. Within 20 paces. He's hid. Stay together now. We'll cut him up. The voice faded into a low crunch of a boot. Nor did Soft Shoes wait to hear more. He sprang in 3 leaps across the alley, where he bounded up, flapped for a moment on the top of the wall like a huge bird, and disappeared, gulped down by the hungry night at a mouthful. Section 2. He read at wine. He read in bed. He read aloud, had he the breath. His every thought was with the dead, and so he read himself to death. Any visitor to the old James I graveyard near Pete's Hill may spell out this bit of doggerel, undoubtedly one of the worst recorded of an Elizabethan, on the tomb of Wessel Castor. This death of his, says the antiquary, occurred when he was 37. But as this story is concerned with the night of a certain chase through darkness, we find him still alive, still reading. His eyes were somewhat dim, his stomach somewhat obvious. He was a misbuilt man, and indolent. Oh, heavens! But an era is an era, and in the reign of Elizabeth, by the grace of Luther, Queen of England, no man could help but catch the spirit of enthusiasm. Every loft in Cheapside published its magnum folium, or magazine, of its new blank verse. The Cheapside players would produce anything on sight as long as it got away from those reactionary miracle plays, and the English Bible had run through 7 very large printings in as many months. So Wessel Castor, who in his youth had gone to sea, was now a reader of all on which he could lay his hands. He read manuscripts in holy friendship. He dined rotten poets. He loitered about the shops where the Magna Folia were printed, and he listened tolerantly while the young playwrights wrangled and bickered among themselves, and behind each other's backs made bitter and malicious charges of plagiarism, or anything else they could think of. Tonight he had a book, a piece of work which, though inordinately versed, contained, he thought, some rather excellent political satire. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser lay before him under the tremulous candlelight. He had ploughed through a canto. He was beginning another. The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity. It falls me here to write of chastity, the fairest virtue, far above the rest. A sudden rush of feet on the stairs, a rusty swing open of the thin door, and a man thrust himself into the room, a man without a jerkin, panting, sobbing, on the verge of collapse. "Wessel!" Words choked him. "Stick me away somewhere! Love of Our Lady!" Castor rose, carefully closing his book, and bolted the door in some concern. "I'm pursued!" cried out Soft Shoes. "I vow there's 2 short-witted blades trying to make me into mincemeat, and near succeeding. They saw me hop the back wall." "It would need," said Wessel, looking at him curiously, "several battalions armed with blunderbusses, and 2 or 3 armadas to keep you reasonably secure from the revenges of the world." Soft Shoes smiled with satisfaction. His sobbing gasps were giving way to quick, precise breathing. His hunted air had faded to a faintly perturbed irony. "I feel a little surprised," continued Wessel. "They were 2 such dreary apes." "Making a total of 3. "Only 2, unless you stick me away. Man, come alive! They'll be on the stairs in a spark's age." Wessel took a dismantled pike staff from the corner, and raising it to the high ceiling, dislodged a rough trap door opening into a garret above. "There's no ladder." He moved a bench under the trap, upon which Soft Shoes mounted, crouched, hesitated, crouched again, and then leaped amazingly upward. He caught at the edge of the aperture and swung back and forth for a moment, shifting his hold, finally doubled up and disappeared into the darkness above. There was a scurry, a migration of rats, as the trap door was replaced. Silence. Wessel returned to his reading table, opened to the Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity, and waited. Almost a minute later there was a scramble on the stairs and an intolerable hammering at the door. Wessel sighed, and picking up his candle, rose. "Who's there?" "Open the door." "Who's there?" An aching blow frightened the frail wood, splintering it around the edge. Wessel opened it a scarce 3 inches and held the candle high. His was to play the timorous, the super-respectable citizen, disgracefully disturbed. 1 small hour of the night for rest. Is that too much to ask from every brawler and... Quiet, gossip! Have you seen a perspiring fellow? The shadows of 2 gallants fell in immense wavering outlines over the narrow stairs. By the light Wessel scrutinized them closely. Gentlemen they were, hastily but richly dressed, one of them wounded severely in the hand, both radiating a sort of furious horror. Waving aside Wessel's ready miscomprehension, they pushed by him into the room, and with their swords went through the business of poking carefully into all suspected dark spots in the room, further extending their search to Wessel's bedchamber. "Is he hid here?" demanded the wounded man fiercely. "Is who here?" "Any man but you." "Only 2 others that I know of." For a second Wessel feared that he had been too damned funny, for the gallants made as though to prick him through. "I heard a man on the stairs," he said hastily. "Full 5 minutes ago it was. He most certainly failed to come up." He went on to explain his absorption in the Fairy Queen, but for the moment at least his visitors, like the great saints, were anaesthetic to culture. "What's been done?" inquired Wessel. "Violence," said the man with the wounded hand. Wessel noticed that his eyes were quite wild. "My own sister! Oh, Christ in heaven, give us this man!" Wessel winced. "Who is the man?" "God's word, we know not even that! What's that trap up there?" he added suddenly. "It's nailed down. It's not been used for years." He thought of the pole in the corner and quailed in his belly, but the utter despair of the 2 men dulled their astuteness. "It would take a ladder for anyone not a tumbler," said the wounded man listlessly. His companion broke into hysterical laughter. "A tumbler? Oh, a tumbler? Oh!" Wessel stared at them in wonder. "That appeals to my most tragic humor," cried the man, "that no one, oh, no one could get up there but a tumbler." The gallant with the wounded hand snapped his good fingers impatiently. "We must go next door, and then on." Helplessly they went, as 2 walking under a dark and storm-swept sky. Wessel closed and bolted the door, and stood a moment by it, frowning in pity. A low-breathed "Ha!" made him look up. Soft Shoes had already raised the trap, and was looking down into the room, his rather elfish face squeezed into a grimace, half of distaste, half of sardonic amusement. "They take their heads off with their helmets," he remarked in a whisper. "But as for you and me, Wessel, we are 2 cunning men." "Now you be cursed!" cried Wessel vehemently. "I knew you for a dog, but when I hear even half of a tale like this, I know you for such a dirty cur that I am minded to club your skull." Soft Shoes stared at him, blinking. "At all events," he replied finally, "I find dignity impossible in this position." With this he let his body through the trap, hung for an instant, and dropped the 7 feet to the floor. "There was a rat considering my ear with the air of a gourmet," he continued, dusting his hands on his breeches. "I told him in the rat's peculiar idiom that I was deadly poison, so he took himself off." "Let's hear of this night's lechery," insisted Wessel angrily. Soft Shoes touched his thumb to his nose and wiggled the fingers derisively at Wessel. "Street gamin," muttered Wessel. "Have you any paper?" demanded Soft Shoes irrelevantly, and then rudely added, "Or can you write?" "Why should I give you paper?" "You wanted to hear of the night's entertainment, so you shall, and you give me pen, ink, a sheaf of paper, and a room to myself." Wessel hesitated. "Get out," he said finally. "As you will, yet you have missed a most intriguing story." Wessel wavered. He was soft as taffy, that man. Gave in. Soft Shoes went into the adjoining room with the begrudged writing materials, and precisely closed the door. Wessel grunted and returned to the Fairy Queen, so silence came once more upon the house. Section 3. 3 o'clock went into 4. The room paled, the dark outside was shot through with damp and chill, and Wessel, cupping his brain in his hands, bent low over his table, tracing through the patterns of knights and fairies and the harrowing distresses of many girls. There were dragons chortling along the narrow street outside. When the sleepy armorer's boy began his work at 5:30, the heavy clink and clank of plate and linked mail swelled to the echo of a marching cavalcade. A fog shut down at the first flare of dawn, and the room was grayish yellow at 6 when Wessel tiptoed to his cupboard bedchamber and pulled open the door. His guest turned on him a face pale as parchment, in which two distraught eyes burned like great red letters. He had drawn a chair close to Wessel's prie-dieu, which he was using as a desk, and on it was an amazing stack of closely written pages. With a long sigh, Wessel withdrew and returned to his siren, calling himself fool for not claiming his bed here at dawn. The dump of boots outside, the croaking of old beldames from attic to attic, the dull murmur of morning unnerved him, and dozing he slumped in his chair, his brain overladen with sound and color, working intolerably over the imagery that stacked it. In this restless dream of his he was one of 1,000 groaning bodies crushed near the sun, a helpless bridge for the strong-eyed Apollo. The dream tore at him, scraped along his mind like a ragged knife. When a hot hand touched his shoulder he awoke with what was nearly a scream, to find the fog thick in the room, and his guest, a gray ghost of misty stuff, beside him with a pile of paper in his hand. It should be a most intriguing tale. I believe, though, it requires some going over. May I ask you to lock it away, and in God's name let me sleep? He waited for no answer, but thrust the pile at Wessel, and literally poured himself like stuff from a suddenly inverted bottle upon a couch in the corner, slept, with his breathing regular, but his brow wrinkled in a curious and somewhat uncanny manner. Wessel yawned sleepily and glanced at the scrawled, uncertain first page. He began reading aloud, very softly. The Rape of Lucretia. From the besieged Ardea, all in post, borne by the trustless wings of false desire, lust-breathing Tarquin leaves the Roman host. End of Tarquin of Cheapside by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Tombstones by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tombstones by Guy de Maupassant. This recording is based upon the translation by Albert M.C. McMaster, A.E. Henderson, Madame Casada, and others. The five friends had finished dinner, 5 men of the world, mature, rich, 3 married, 2 others bachelors. They met like this every month in memory of their youth, and after dinner they chatted until 2 in the morning. Having remained intimate friends and enjoying each other's society, they probably considered these the pleasantest evenings of their lives. They talked on every subject, especially of what interested and amused Parisians. Their conversation was, as in the majority of salons elsewhere, a verbal rehash of what they had read in the morning papers. One of the most lively of them was Joseph de Bourdon, a celibate, living the Parisian life in its fullest and most whimsical manner. He was not a debauchee nor depraved, but a singular, happy fellow, still young, for he was scarcely 40, a man of the world in its widest and best sense, gifted with a brilliant but not profound mind, with much varied knowledge but no true erudition, ready comprehension without true understanding. He drew from his observations, his adventures, from everything he saw, met with, and found, anecdotes at once comical and philosophical, and made humorous remarks that gave him a great reputation for cleverness in society. He was the after-dinner speaker, and had his own story each time, upon which they counted, and he talked without having to be coaxed. As he sat smoking, his elbows on the table, a small glass half full beside his plate, half torpid in an atmosphere of tobacco blended with steaming coffee, he seemed to be perfectly at home. He said between 2 whiffs, "A curious thing happened to me some time ago." "Tell it to us," they all exclaimed at once. "With pleasure. You know that I wander about Paris a great deal, like book collectors who ransack bookstalls. I just look at the sights and at the people and at all that is passing by and all that is going on. Toward the middle of September, it was beautiful weather, I went out one afternoon, not knowing where I was going. One always has a vague wish to call on some pretty woman or other. One chooses among them in one's mental picture gallery, compares them in one's mind, weighs the interest with which they inspire you, their comparative charms, and finally decides according to the influence of the day. But when the sun is very bright and the air warm, it takes away from all you desire to make calls. The sun was bright, the air warm. I lighted a cigar and sauntered aimlessly along the outer boulevard. Then, as I strolled on, it occurred to me to walk as far as Montmartre and to go into the cemetery. I am very fond of cemeteries. They rest me and give me a feeling of sadness. I need it. And besides, I have good friends in there, those that one no longer goes to call on, and I go there from time to time. It is in this cemetery of Montmartre that is buried a romance of my life, a sweetheart who made a great impression on me, a very emotional, charming little woman whose memory, although it causes me great sorrow, also fills me with regrets of all kinds, and I go to dream beside her grave. She has finished with life. And then I like cemeteries because they are immense cities filled to overflowing with inhabitants. Think how many dead people there are in this small space. Think of all the generations of Parisians who are housed there forever, veritable troglodytes enclosed in their little vaults, in their little graves covered with a stone or marked by a cross, while living beings take up so much room and make so much noise, imbeciles that they are. Well, there I was in Montmartre Cemetery, and was all at once filled with sadness, a sadness that is not all pain, a kind of sadness that makes you think when you are in good health. This place is not amusing, but my time has not yet come. The feeling of autumn, of the warm moisture which is redolent of the death of leaves, and the weakened, weary, anemic sun increased while rendering it poetical, and the sensation of solitude and of finality that hovered over this spot which savors of human mortality. I walked along slowly amid these streets of tombs where the neighbors do not visit each other, do not sleep together, and do not read the newspapers. And I began to read the epitaphs. That is the most amusing thing in the world. Never did Libouche or Midiac make me laugh as I have laughed at the comical inscriptions on tombstones. Oh, how much superior to the books of Paul de Kock for getting rid of the spleen are these marble slabs and these crosses where the relatives of the deceased have unburdened their sorrow, their desires for the happiness of the vanished ones, and their hope of rejoining them. Humbugs! But I love above all in this cemetery the deserted portion, solitary, full of great yews and cypresses, the older portion, belonging to those dead long since, and which will soon be taken into use again, the growing trees nourished by human corpses cut down in order to bury in rows beneath little slabs of marble those who have died more recently. When I sauntered about long enough to refresh my mind, I felt that I would soon have had enough of it, and that I must place the faithful homage of my remembrance of my little friend's last resting place. I felt a tightening of the heart as I reached her grave. Poor dear, she was so dainty, so loving, and so white and fresh. And now, if one should open the grave. Leaning over the iron grating, I told her of my sorrow in a low tone, which she doubtless did not hear, and moving away, when I saw a woman in black, in deep mourning, kneeling next to a grave. Her crepe veil was turned back, uncovering a pretty fair head, and the hair in Madonna bands looking like rays of dawn beneath her somber headdress. I stayed. Surely she must be in profound grief. She had covered her face with her hands, and, standing there in meditation, rigid as a statue, gave up to her grief, telling the sad rosary of her remembrances within the shadow of her concealed and closed eyes. She herself seemed like a dead person mourning another who was dead. All at once, a little motion of her back, like a flutter of wind through a willow, led me to suppose that she was going to cry. She wept softly at first, then louder, with quick motions of her neck and shoulders. Suddenly she uncovered her eyes. They were full of tears and charming, the eyes of a bewildered woman, with which she glanced about her as if wakening from a nightmare. She looked at me, seemed abashed, and hid her face completely with her hands. Then she sobbed convulsively, and her head slowly bent down toward the marble. She leaned her forehead on it, and her veil, spreading around her, covered the white corners of the beloved's tomb like a fresh token of mourning. I heard her sigh, and then she sank down with her cheek on the marble slab and remained there, motionless, unconscious. I darted toward her, slapped her hands, blew on her eyelids, while I read this simple epitaph. Here lies Louis Theodore Carrel, captain of marine infantry, killed by the enemy at Tonkin. Pray for him. He had died some months before. I was affected to tears and redoubled my attentions. They were successful. She regained consciousness. I appeared very much moved. I am not bad-looking. I am not 40. I saw by her first glance that she would be polite and grateful. She was. And amid more tears she told me her history in detached fragments as well as her gasping breath would allow. How the officer was killed at Tonkin when they had been married a year. How she had married for love, and being an orphan, she had only the usual dowry. I consoled her. I comforted her, raised her, and lifted her on her feet. Then I said, "Do not stay here. Come." "I am unable to walk," she murmured. "I will support you." "Thank you, sir. You are good. Did you also come to mourn for someone?" "Yes, madam." "A dead friend?" "Yes, madam." "Your wife?" "A friend." "One may love a friend as much as they love their wife. Love has no law." "Yes, madam." And we set off together, she leaning on my arm, while I almost carried her along the path of the cemetery. When we got outside, she faltered, "I feel as if I'm going to be ill." "Would you like to go in anywhere, to take something?" "Yes, monsieur." I perceived a restaurant, one of those places where the mourners of the dead go to celebrate the funeral. We went in. I made her drink a cup of hot tea, which seemed to revive her. A faint smile came to her lips. She began to talk about herself. It was sad, so sad to be always alone in life, alone in one's home, night and day, to have no one on whom one can bestow affection, confidence, intimacy. That sounded sincere. It sounded pretty from her mouth. I was touched. She was very young, perhaps 20. I paid her compliments, which she took in good part. Then, as time was passing, I suggested taking her home in a carriage. She accepted, and in the cab we sat so close that our shoulders touched. When the cab stopped at her house, she murmured, "I do not feel equal to going upstairs alone, for I live on the 4th floor. You have been so good. Will you let me take your arm as far as my own door?" I agreed with eagerness. She ascended the stairs slowly, breathing hard. Then, as we stood at her door, she said, "Come in for a few moments so that I may thank you." And, by Jove, I went in. Everything was modest, even rather poor, but simple and in good taste. We sat down side by side on a little sofa, and she began to talk again about her loneliness. She rang for her maid in order to offer me some wine. The maid did not come. I was delighted, thinking that this maid probably came in the morning only, what one calls a charwoman. She had taken off her hat. She was really pretty, and she gazed at me with her clear eyes, gazed so hard, and her eyes were so clear that I was terribly tempted. I caught her in my arms and rained kisses on her eyelids, which she closed suddenly. She freed herself and pushed me away, saying, "Have done, have done." But I next kissed her on the mouth, and she did not resist. And as our glances met after this outraging the memory of the captain killed in Tonkin, I saw she had a languid, resigned expression that set my mind at rest. I became very attentive, and after chatting for some time, I said, "Where do you dine?" "In a little restaurant in the neighborhood." "All alone?" "Why, yes." "Would you dine with me?" "Where?" "In a good restaurant on the boulevard." She demurred a little. I insisted. She yielded, saying by way of apology to herself, "I am so lonely, so lonely." Then she added, "I must put on something less somber," and went into her room. When she reappeared, she was dressed in half mourning, charming, dainty, and slender, in a very simple gray dress. She evidently had a costume for the cemetery and one for the town. The dinner was very enjoyable. She drank some champagne, brightened up, grew lively, and I went home with her. This friendship, begun amidst the tombs, lasted about 3 weeks. But one gets tired of everything, especially of women. I left her under pretext of an imperative journey. She made me promise that I would come and see her on my return. She seemed to be really rather attached to me. Other things occupied my attention, and it was about a month before I thought much about this little cemetery friend. However, I did not forget her. The recollection of her haunted me, like a mystery, like a psychological problem, one of those inexplicable questions whose solution baffles us. I do not know why, but one day I thought I might possibly meet her in the Montmartre cemetery, and I went there. I walked about a long time without meeting any but the ordinary visitors to this spot, those who have not yet broken off all relations with their dead. The grave of the captain killed at Tonkin had no mourner on its marble slab, no flowers, no wreath. But as I wandered in another direction of this great city of the dead, I perceived suddenly, at the end of a narrow avenue of crosses, A couple in deep mourning walking toward me, a man and a woman. Oh, horrors! As they approached, I recognized her. It was she. She saw me, blushed. As I brushed past her, she gave me a little signal, a tiny little signal with her eye, which meant, "Do not recognize me," and also seemed to say, "Come back to see me again, my dear." The man was a gentleman, distinguished, chic, an officer of the Legion of Honor, about 50 years old. He was supporting her as I had supported her myself when we were leaving the cemetery. I went my way filled with amazement, asking myself what this all meant. Of what race of beings belonged this huntress of the tombs? Was she just a common girl, one who went to seek among the tombs for men who were in sorrow, haunted by the recollection of some woman, a wife or a sweetheart, and still troubled by the memory of vanished caresses? Was she unique? Are there many such? Is it a profession? Do they parade the cemetery as they parade the street? Or else was she only impressed with the admirable, profoundly philosophical idea of exploiting love's recollections, which are revived in these funeral places? And I would have liked to know whose widow she was on that special day. Read by Roy Schreiber.
An Unwritten Novel by Virginia Woolf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recorded by Shona Brogdon Sturble. An Unwritten Novel by Virginia Woolf. Such an expression of unhappiness was enough by itself to make one's eyes slide above the paper's edge to the poor woman's face, insignificant without that look, almost a symbol of human destiny with it. Life's what you see in people's eyes. Life's what they learn, and having learnt it, never, though they seek to hide it, cease to be aware of what? That life's like that, it seems. 5 faces opposite, 5 mature faces, and the knowledge in each face. Strange, though, how people want to conceal it. Marks of reticence are on all those faces, lips shut, eyes shaded, each one of the 5 doing something to hide or stultify his knowledge. One smokes, another reads, a third checks entries in a pocketbook, a fourth stares at the map of the line framed opposite, and the 5th, the terrible thing about the 5th is that she does nothing at all. She looks at life. Ah, but my poor unfortunate woman, do play the game, do, for all our sakes, conceal it. As if she heard me, she looked up, shifted slightly in her seat and sighed. She seemed to apologize, and at the same time to say to me, "If only you knew." Then she looked at life again. "But I do know," I answered silently, glancing at the Times for manner's sake. "I know the whole business. Peace between Germany and the Allied powers was yesterday officially ushered in at Paris. Signor Nitti, the Italian Prime Minister, a passenger train at Doncaster was in collision with a goods train. We all know, the Times knows, but we pretend we don't. My eyes had once crept over the paper's rim. She shuddered, twitched her arm queerly to the middle of her back, and shook her head. Again I dipped into my great reservoir of life. Take what you like, I continued. Births, deaths, marriages, court circular, the habits of birds, Leonardo da Vinci, the Sandhills murder, high wages and the cost of living. Oh, take what you like, I repeated. It's all in the Times. Again, with infinite weariness, she moved her head from side to side until, like a top exhausted with spinning, it settled on her neck. The Times was no protection against such sorrow as hers. But other human beings forbade intercourse. The best thing to do against life was to fold the paper so that it made a perfect square, crisp, thick, impervious, even to life. This done, I glanced up quickly, armed with a shield of my own. She pierced through my shield. She gazed into my eyes as if searching any sediment of courage at the depths of them and damping it to clay. Her twitch alone denied all hope, discounted all illusion. So we rattled through Surrey and across the border into Sussex. But with my eyes upon life, I did not see that the other travellers had left, one by one, till, save for the man who read, we were alone together. Here was Three Bridges Station. We drew slowly down the platform and stopped. Was he going to leave us? I prayed both ways. I prayed last that he might stay. At that instant he roused himself, crumpled his paper contemptuously, like a thing done with, burst open the door, and left us alone. The unhappy woman, leaning a little forward, palely and colorlessly addressed me, talked of stations and holidays, of brothers at Eastbourne, and the time of year, which was, I forget now, early or late. For at last, looking from the window and seeing, I knew only life, she breathed, "Staying away, that's the drawback of it." Ah, now we approached the catastrophe. My sister-in-law. The bitterness of her tone was like lemon on cold steel, and speaking, not to me, but to herself, she muttered, "Nonsense," she would say, "that's what they all say," and while she spoke she fidgeted, as though the skin on her back were as a plucked fowl's in a poulterer's shop window. "Oh, that cow!" she broke off nervously, as though the great wooden cow in the meadow had shocked her and saved her from some indiscretion. Then she shuddered, and then she made the awkward angular movement that I'd seen before, as if, after the spasm, some spot between the shoulders burnt or itched. Then again she looked the most unhappy woman in the world, and I once more reproached her, though not with the same conviction, for if there were a reason, and if I knew the reason, the stigma was removed from life. "Sisters-in-law," I said. Her lips pursed, as if to spit venom at the word. Pursed they remained. All she did was to take her glove and rub hard at a spot on the window-pane. She rubbed as if she would rub something out forever, some stain, some indelible contamination. Indeed, the spot remained for all her rubbing, and back she sank with the shudder and the clutch of the arm I had come to expect. Something impelled me to take my glove and rub my window. There, too, was a little speck on the glass. For all my rubbing it remained. And then the spasm went through me. I crooked my arm and plucked at the middle of my back. My skin, too, felt like the damp chicken skin in the poulterer's shop window. One spot between the shoulders itched and irritated, felt clammy, felt raw. Could I reach it? Surreptitiously I tried. She saw me. A smile of infinite irony, infinite sorrow, flitted and faded from her face. But she had communicated, shared her secret. Past her poison she would speak no more. Leaning back in my corner, shielding my eyes from her eyes, seeing only the slopes and hollows, grays and purples of the winter's landscape, I read her message, deciphered her secret, reading it beneath her gaze. Hilda's the sister-in-law. Hilda? Hilda? Hilda Marsh. Hilda the blooming, the full-bosomed, the matronly. Hilda stands at the door as the cab draws up, holding a coin. Poor Minnie, more of a grasshopper than ever, old cloak she had last year. Well, well, with 2 children these days, one can't do more. No, Minnie, I've got it. Here you are, cabby. None of your ways with me. Come in, Minnie. Oh, I could carry you, let alone your basket. So they go into the dining room. Aunt Minnie, children. Slowly the knives and forks sink from the upright. Down they get, Bob and Barbara, hold out hands stiffly, back again to their chairs, staring between the resumed mouthfuls. But this we'll skip. Ornaments, curtains, trefoil china plate, yellow oblongs of cheese. white squares of biscuit. Skip. Oh, but wait. Halfway through luncheon, one of those shivers. Bob stares at her, spoon in mouth. Get on with your pudding, Bob. But Hilda disapproves. Why should she twitch? Skip, skip, till we reach the landing on the upper floor. Stairs brass-bound, linoleum worn. Oh, yes. Little bedroom looking out over the roofs of Eastbourne, zigzagging roofs like the spines of caterpillars. This way, that way, striped red and yellow, with blue-black slating. Now, Minnie, the door's shut. Hilda heavily descends to the basement. You unstrap the straps of your basket, lay on the bed a meager nightgown, stand side by side furred felt slippers. The looking-glass. No, you avoid the looking-glass. Some methodical disposition of hatpins. Perhaps the shell box has something in it? You shake it. It's the pearl stud there was last year, that's all. And then the sniff, the sigh, the sitting by the window. 3 o'clock on a December afternoon, the rain drizzling. One light low in the skylight of a drapery emporium. Another high in a servant's bedroom. This one goes out. That gives her nothing to look at. A moment's blankness, then what are you thinking? Let me peep across at her opposite. She's asleep or pretending it. So what would she think about sitting at the window at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Health, money, bills, her God? Yes, sitting on the very edge of the chair looking over the roofs of Eastbourne. Minnie Marsh prays to gods. That's all very well, and she may rub the pane too, as though to see God better. But what God does she see? Who's the God of Minnie Marsh? The God of the back streets of Eastbourne? The God of 3 o'clock in the afternoon? I, too, see roofs. I see sky, but, oh dear, this seeing of gods. More like President Kruger than Prince Albert. That's the best I can do for him. And I see him on a chair in a black frock coat, not so very high up either. I can manage a cloud or two for him to sit on, and then his hand trailing in the cloud holds a rod. A truncheon, is it? Black, thick, thorned. Brutal old bully. Minnie's God. Did he send the itch and the patch and the twitch? Is that what she prays? What she rubs on the window is the stain of sin. Oh, she committed some crime. I have my choice of crimes. The woods flit and fly. In summer there are bluebells. In the opening there, when spring comes, primroses. A parting, was it, 20 years ago? Vows broken? Not Minnie's. She was faithful. How she nursed her mother. All her savings on the tombstone. Wreaths under glass, daffodils in jars. But I'm off the track. A crime. They would say she kept her sorrow, suppressed her secret, her sex, they'd say, the scientific people. But what flummery to saddle her with sex. No, more like this. Passing down the streets of Croydon 20 years ago, the violet loops of ribbon in the draper's window, spangled in the electric light, catch her eye. She lingers, past 6. Still, by running, she can reach home. She pushes through the glass swing door. It's sale time. Shallow trays brim with ribbons. She pauses, pulls this, fingers that with the raised roses on it. No need to choose, no need to buy, and each tray with its surprises. We don't shut till 7, and then it is 7. She runs, she rushes, home she reaches, but too late. Neighbors, the doctor, baby brother, the kettle, scalded, hospital, dead. Or only the shock of it, the blame? Ah, but the detail matters nothing. It's what she carries with her, the spot, the crime, the thing to expiate, always there between her shoulders. Yes, she seems to nod to me. It's the thing I did. Whether you did or what you did, I don't mind. It's not the thing I want. The draper's window looped with violet, that'll do. A little cheap, perhaps, a little commonplace, since one has a choice of crimes, but then so many. Let me peep across the cans. Still sleeping, or pretending sleep, white, worn, the mouth closed, a touch of obstinacy, more than one would think, no hint of sex. So many crimes aren't your crime. Your crime was cheap, only the retribution solemn. For now the church door opens. The hard wooden pew receives her. On the brown tiles she kneels. Every day, winter, summer, dusk, dawn. Here she's at it. Praise. All her sins fall, fall, forever fall. The spot receives them. It's raised. It's red. It's burning. Next she twitches. Small boys point. Bob at lunch today. But elderly women are the worst. Indeed, now you can't sit praying any longer. Kruger sunk beneath the clouds, washed over as with a painter's brush of liquid gray, to which he adds a tinge of black. Even the tip of the truncheon gone now. That's what always happens. Just as you've seen him, felt him, someone interrupts. It's Hilda now. How you hate her. She'll even lock the bathroom door overnight, too, though it's only cold water you want. Sometimes when the night's been bad, it seems as if washing helped. And John at breakfast. The children. Meals are worst, and sometimes they're friends. Ferns don't altogether hide 'em. They guess, too. So out you go along the front where the waves are gray and the papers blow, and the glass shelters green and draughty, and the chairs cost tuppence, too much, for there must be preachers along the sands. Ah, that's a nigger. That's a funny man. That's a man with parakeets. Poor little creatures. Is there no one here who thinks of God? Just up there, over the pier, with his red, but no, there's nothing but gray in the sky, or if it's blue, the white clouds hide 'em, and the music, it's military music. And what they are fishing for. Do they catch them? How the children stare. Well, then home a back way. Home a back way. The words have meaning. Might have been spoken by the old man with whiskers. No, he didn't really speak. But everything has meaning. Placards leaning against doorways, names above shop windows, red fruit in baskets, women's heads and the hairdressers all say, Minnie Marsh. But here's a jerk. Eggs are cheaper. That's what always happens. I was heading her over the waterfall, straight from Agnes, when, like a flock of dream sheep, she turns the other way and runs between my fingers. Eggs are cheaper. Tethered to the shores of the world, none of the crimes, sorrows, rhapsodies, or insanities for poor Minnie Marsh. Never late for luncheon, never caught in a storm without a mackintosh, never utterly unconscious of the cheapness of eggs. So she reaches home, scrapes her boots. Have I read you right? But the human face at the top of the fullest sheet of print holds more, withholds more. Now, eyes open, she looks out, and in the human eye, how do you define it? There's a break, a division, so that when you've grasped the stem, the butterfly's off, the moth that hangs in the evening over the yellow flower. Move, raise your hand off, high, away. I won't raise my hand. Hang still then, quiver, life, soul, spirit. Whatever you are of Minnie Marsh, I too on my flower, the hawk over the down, alone. Or what were the worth of life? To rise, hang still in the evening, in the midday, hang still over the down. The flicker of a hand, off, up, then poised again, alone, unseen, seeing all so still down there. All so lovely. None seeing, none caring. The eyes of others our prisons, their thoughts our cages. Air above, air below, and the moon and immortality. Oh, but I dropped to the turf. Are you down too, you in the corner? What's your name? Woman. Minnie Marsh. Some such name as that. There she is, tight to her blossom, opening her handbag from which she takes a hollow shell, an egg. Who was saying that eggs were cheaper, you or I? Oh, it was you who said it on the way home. You remember when the old gentleman suddenly opening his umbrella, or sneezing, was it? Anyhow, Kruger went and you came home a back way and scraped your boots. Yes, and now you lay across your knees a pocket handkerchief into which dropped little angular fragments of eggshell, fragments of a map, a puzzle. I wish I could piece them together. If you would only sit still. She's moved her knees. The map's in bits again. Down the slopes of the Andes, the white blocks of marble go bounding and hurtling, crushing to death a whole troop of Spanish muleteers with their convoy, Drake's booty, gold and silver. But to return. To what? To where? She opened the door and, putting her umbrella in the stand, that goes without saying. So, too, the whiff of beef from the basement, ... But what I cannot thus eliminate, what I must head down, eyes shut, with the courage of a battalion and the blindness of a bull, charge and disperse are indubitably the figures behind the ferns, commercial travelers. There I've hidden them all this time in the hope that somehow they'd disappear, or better, still emerge, as indeed they must, if the story's to go on gathering richness and rotundity, destiny and tragedy, as stories should, rolling along with it two, if not three, commercial travelers in a whole grove of aspidistra. The fronds of the aspidistra only partly conceal the commercial traveler. Rhododendrons would conceal him utterly, and into the bargain give me my fling of red and white, for which I starve and strive. But rhododendrons in Eastbourne, in December, on the Marshes' table, no, no, I dare not. It's all a matter of crust and cruets, frills and ferns. Perhaps I'll be a moment later by the sea. Moreover, I feel, pleasantly pricking through the green fretwork and over the glacis of cut glass, a desire to peer and peep at the man opposite, one's as much as I can manage. James Moggridge, is it, whom the Marshes call Jimmy? Minnie, you must promise not to twitch till I've got this straight. James Moggridge travels in, shall we say buttons? But the time's not come for bringing them in, the big and the little on the long cards, some peacock-eyed, others dull gold, cairngorm some, and others coral sprays. But I say the time's not come. He travels, and on Thursdays, his Eastbourne day, takes his meals with the Marshes. His red face, his little steady eyes, by no means altogether commonplace. His enormous appetite, that's safe. He won't look at Minnie till the bread's swamped the gravy dry. Napkin tucked diamond-wise, but this is primitive, and whatever it may do the reader, don't take me in. Let's dodge to the Moggridge household. Set that in motion. Well, the family boots are mended on Sundays by James himself. He reads truth, but his passion? Roses. And his wife a retired hospital nurse. Interesting. For God's sake, let me have one woman with a name I like. But no, she's of the unborn children of the mind, illicit, none the less loved, like my rhododendrons. How many die in every novel that's written, the best, the dearest, while Moggridge lives. It's life's fault. Here's Minnie eating her egg at the moment opposite, and at the other end of the line, Are we past Lou's? There must be Jimmy, or what's her twitch for? There must be Moggridge. Life's fault. Life imposes her laws. Life blocks the way. Life's behind the fern. Life's the tyrant. Oh, but not the bully. No, for I assure you I come willingly. I come wooed by heaven knows what compulsion, across ferns and cruets, tables splashed and bottles smeared. I come irresistibly to lodge myself somewhere on the firm flesh, in the robust spine, wherever I can penetrate or find foothold on the person, in the soul of Moggridge the man. The enormous stability of the fabric, the spine tough as whalebone, straight as oak tree, the ribs radiating branches, the flesh taut tarpaulin, the red hollows, the suck and regurgitation of the heart, while from above meat falls in brown cubes and beer gushes to be churned to blood again, and so we reach the eyes. Behind the aspidistra they see something, black, white, dismal. Now the plate again. Behind the aspidistra they see elderly woman. Marcia's sister. Hilda's more my sort. The tablecloth now. Marsh would know what's wrong with Morris's. Talk that over. Cheeses come. The plate again. Turn it round. The enormous fingers. Now the woman opposite. Marcia's sister, not a bit like Marsh. Wretched, elderly female. You should feed your hens. God's truth, what set her twitching? Not what I said. Dear, dear, dear. These elderly women. Dear, dear. Yes, Minnie, I know you've twitched. But one moment, James Moggridge. Dear, dear, dear. How beautiful the sound is, like the knock of a mallet on seasoned timber, like the throb of the heart of an ancient whaler when the seas press thick and the green is clouded. Dear, dear, what a passing bell for the souls of the fretful, to soothe them and solace them, lap them in linen, saying, so long, good luck to you, and then, what's your pleasure? For though Moggridge would pluck his rose for her, that's done, that's over. Now, what's the next thing? Madam, you'll miss your train, for they don't linger. That's the man's way. That's the sound that reverberates. That's St. Paul's and the motor omnibuses. But we're brushing the crumbs off. Oh, Moggridge, you won't stay? You must be off? Are you driving through Eastbourne this afternoon in one of those little carriages? Are you man who's walled up in green cardboard boxes, and sometimes has the blinds down, and sometimes sits so solemn staring like a sphinx, and always there's a look of the sepulchral, something of the undertaker, the coffin, and the dusk about horse and driver? Do tell me. But the door is slammed. We shall never meet again. Moggridge, farewell. Yes, yes, I'm coming. Right up to the top of the house. One moment I'll linger. How the mud goes round at the mine. What a swirl these monsters leave, the waters rocking, the weeds waving in green here, black there, striking to the sand till by degrees the atoms reassemble. The deposit sifts itself, and again through the eyes one sees clear and still. And there comes to the lips some prayer for the departed, some obsequy for the souls of those one nods to, the people one never meets again. James Moggridge is dead now, gone forever. Well, Minnie, I can face it no longer. If she said that, let me look at her. She's brushing the eggshell into deep declivities. She said it, certainly, leaning against the wall of the bedroom and plucking at the little balls which edge the claret-colored curtain. But when the self speaks to the self, who is speaking? The entombed soul, the spirit driven into the central catacomb, the self that took the veil and left the world, a coward perhaps, yet somehow beautiful, as it flits with its lantern restlessly up and down the dark corridors. I can bear it no longer, her spirit says. That man at lunch, Hilda, the children. Oh, heavens! Her sob. It's the spirit wailing its destiny, the spirit driven hither, thither, lounging on the diminishing carpets, meager footholds, shrunken shreds of all the vanishing universe. Love, life, faith, husband, children. I know not what splendors and pageantries glimpsed in girlhood. Not for me, not for me. But then the muffins, the bald elderly dog, bead mats I should fancy, and the consolation of underlinen. If Minnie Marsh were run over and taken to hospital, nurses and doctors themselves would exclaim, "There's the vista and the vision. There's the distance, the blue blot at the end of the avenue, while, after all, the tea is rich, the muffin hot." And the dog, "Benny, to your basket, sir, and see what mother's brought you." So, taking the glove with the worn thumb, defying once more the encroaching demon of what's called going in holes, you renew the fortifications, threading the grey wool, running it in and out, across and over, spinning a web through which God himself— Hush! Don't think of God. How firm the stitches are. You must be proud of your darning. Let nothing disturb her. Let the light fall gently, and the clouds show an inner vest of the first green leaf. Let the sparrow perch on the twig and shake the raindrop hanging to the twig's elbow. Why, look up. Was it a sound? A thought? Ah, heavens! Back again to the thing you did, the plate glass with the violet loops? But Hilda will come. Ignominies, humiliations, close the breach. Having mended her glove, Minnie Marsh lays it in the drawer. She shuts the drawer with decision. I catch sight of her face in the glass, lips are pursed, chin held high. Next she laces her shoes. Then she touches her throat. What's your brooch? Mistletoe or merry thought? And what is happening? Unless I'm much mistaken, the pulse is quickened, the moment's coming, the threads are racing, Niagara's ahead. Here's the crisis. Heaven be with you. Down she goes. Courage! Courage! Face it! Be it! For God's sake, don't wait on the mat now. Pierce the door. I'm on your side. Speak. Confront her. Confound her soul. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, this is Eastbourne. I'll reach it down for you. Let me try the handle. But Minnie, though we keep up pretenses, I've read you right. I'm with you now. That's all your luggage? Much obliged, I'm sure. But why do you look about you? Hilda don't come to the station, nor John, and Moggridge is driving the far side of Eastbourne. I'll wait by my bag, ma'am. That's safest. He said he'd meet me. Oh, there he is. That's my son. So they walk off together. Well, but I'm confounded. Surely, Minnie, you know better. A strange young man. Stop. I'll tell him. Minnie, Miss Marsh. I don't know, though. There's something queer in her cloak as it blows. Oh, but it's untrue. It's indecent. Look how he bends as they reach the gateway. She finds her ticket. What's the joke? Off they go down the road side by side. Well, my world's done for. What do I stand on? What do I know? That's not Minnie. There never was Moggridge. Who am I? Life's barest bone. And yet, the last look of them, he stepping from the curb and she following him round the edge of the big building, brims me with wonder, floods me anew. Mysterious figures, mother and son. Who are you? Why do you walk down the street? Where tonight will you sleep, and then tomorrow? Oh, how it whirls and surges, floats me afresh. I start after them. People drive this way and that. The white light splutters and pours. Plate glass windows. Carnations, chrysanthemums, ivy in dark gardens, milk carts at the door. Wherever I go, mysterious figures, I see you, turning the corner, mothers and sons. You, you, you. I hasten, I follow. This, I fancy, must be the sea. Gray is the landscape, dim as ashes. The water murmurs and moves. If I fall on my knees, if I go through the ritual, the ancient antics, it's you, unknown figures. You I adore. If I open my arms, it's you I embrace. You I draw to me. Adorable world. End of An Unwritten Novel by Virginia Woolf. This recording is in the public domain.